Hey, welcome in. It's the Arrowhead Addict podcast live on Radio Row. They call it Media Row now.
It changed it.
It's a travesty.
It's because we don't do just terrestrial radio. This is different.
Yeah, but it's
new.
It's always been Radio Row. It's like changing the name of the Sears Tower to whatever they call it now. No, it's the Sears Tower. This is Radio
Arrowhead.
Row.
You know,
yeah.
it's G-H-A.
Get the fuck out of here.
Whoa!
What?
Language. It is 8:26 a.m.
They'll beep that out.
Patrick Richard just shook his head. There's zero chance that's on Richard's to-do list. 8:26, Patrick drops the first F-bomb. Congratulations. If you have that on your bingo card, check it off.
Yeah, it's we met in the lobby at 7, but we're here on Radio Row for the Arrowhead Addict podcast. And y'all, we're going to be here all day long. We're going to take a couple breaks, but you just need to leave the stream up because as you can see, Warren Moon, Adam DeVine, Drew Brees. We got Jerome Bettis coming by. Like I said, there's going to be a couple breaks in there so that we can, as Sterling likes to say, he can rock a piss.
This man is just throwing me under the bus.
It's Thursday. It's Super Bowl week. I'm starting to run out of energy and patience. So, and the filter's coming off. We got Trey McBride coming up. We got Kevin Negandhi from ESPN SportsCenter.
Yeah.
Brian Dawkins. One of the best safeties.
It'll be nice to go almost behind enemy lines with one of the great safeties and Eagles of all time.
Yeah, he played for Andy Reid, and Andy Reid called him the heartbeat of their defense. So it's going to be a really interesting conversation with him.
It'll be fun because Andy's always valued safeties, right?
Yeah, totally.
Especially veterans.
Yeah.
I know it's not his side of the ball, but between Brian and then Tyrann Mathieu and then Justin Reed, I mean, that's been I guess even Eric Berry to an extent, right? Like, that's been a focal point of we need to have a very smart, intelligent player out here at safety.
And they want guys who can tackle. Yeah. All good. Keep us. Let us know in the chat if the audio is still bad. We can try to figure that out.
Technical difficulties.
You know what, man? It is 8 in the morning, and we don't just go back to the hotel after this. We try to have a good time.
Well, no, we've been grinding. Richard's been here since 6:30 in the morning. Out here. So, all right, what we're going to do now, before we bring on just a wide array of phenomenal guests, we are going to bring something up to everyone listening.
Yeah.
And that is Underdog. You know my thoughts. I love Underdog. It is a great way, the best way to play Pick'em. And if you download the app and sign up with promo code Arrowhead Addict and deposit now, you can get up to $1,000 in bonus cash instantly. That is with promo code Arrowhead Addict. It is just such a great way to play. Just if you want to have some fun, you go there. Higher, lower, you make the call. Travis Kelce, higher, boom. Patrick Mahomes, higher, boom.
Higher.
That works right there. But say you want to have 6 different statistics that you want to put together. Well, you can do that. And let's say only 5 hit. Say you missed 1. Well, most sites, you're out of luck.
Mm-hmm.
On Underdog, they have you. You'll still find a way to win because they love winners right there on Underdog. Again, promo code Arrowhead Addict. Must be 18 years or older, 19 years or older in Alabama, Nebraska, 19 years or older in Colorado for some games, 21 years or older in Massachusetts and Arizona, and President State where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Void in Colorado. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org. In Arizona, call 1-800-NEXT STEP or text NEXT STEP to 53342. In New York, call that 24/7 Hope line at 1-877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY.
Are you settling into the new?
No, not at all.
Read?
I'm still struggling very much with the or older.
Yeah, that's a tough. They throw a little wrench in there. As we mentioned, we got Adam DeVine coming up. We got Tedy Bruschi coming up. He knows something about dynasties. I want to ask him about what he sees, what kind of parallels he sees between what he did on some of those great Patriots teams and what the Chiefs are doing right now. And one you're really excited for at 9:40, Andrew Whitworth will be stopping by. And I know you want to find out why he wears a sweatshirt under a suit jacket.
Yeah, I have to know this. It's been an ongoing bit I've had for a while.
Yeah.
It actually made it on my Grind My Gears segment one time on radio of I don't understand it. Did the refs fix the audio? That was a good one from Scott.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
Trey McBride walking up right now. Trey.
How you doing, Trey?
How you doing?
Patrick.
Good to see you guys.
Yeah, thanks for coming by.
I like that sweatshirt right there. Trey McBride rocking protein. You can tell this guy, he rocks a lot of protein right here.
Yeah, you don't look like this by not, just rocking protein for sure.
So tell me a little bit more about your partnership you have with Rockin' Protein right here.
Yeah, they're an Arizona-based company, a company I partnered with, and they do a great job of they have the best tasting protein on the market, in my opinion. It doesn't have that chalky taste afterwards. It tastes great. They have 3 great flavors, and most importantly, you can buy it all over the country. You don't have to be in Arizona. You can get it anywhere. If you just go to rockinprotein.com, you can find where it's located near you, for sure.
Nice. Favorite flavor?
My favorite flavor, they got vanilla, chocolate, and strawberry. I'm a huge vanilla guy. Super simple, straight to the point. Can't go wrong with that. Just crush a couple of those before I go work out.
Love that. By the way, do you know that your Wikipedia page is you playing basketball at Fort Morgan?
Yeah, that's incredible. I don't know why. I was a halfway decent basketball player, but that's from 2018. We can't get
That's
someone to
7
update.
years ago.
Yeah, can we get someone to update that Wikipedia profile?
Someone update.
I mean, you look
Trey
pretty. You look pretty jacked in the
Yeah.
picture. So
That's Rockin' Protein right there.
That's protein for sure. No, they were. That was just me fouling people, and I wasn't. It was a lot of fun though.
That's awesome.
Yeah. So obviously you're becoming one of the better tight ends in the league. But as you were getting ready to enter the NFL, were there any tight ends that you looked up to growing up, or anybody you modeled your game after?
Yeah, it's funny. Joel Dreesen's a guy from my hometown who played in the NFL for 7 or 8 years, and I wanted to be just like Joel. He went to Colorado State. I went to Colorado State. He played tight end. I played tight end. But, outside of him, George Kittle's another guy that sticks out to me, a guy who is such an asset in the run game and the pass game. He does everything the right way and is a hoot to be around too. So it's been a lot of fun to just become friends with those guys and be in the same conversation as some of those guys too.
Speaking of that, blocking tight end. Do you hate when it's a run play? Are you just sitting there trying not to give it away at the line of scrimmage?
No, I don't hate it. I think it actually helps me out a little bit to where a lot of my catches are off of play action stuff where they're faking the run and then they're dumping it to me right behind the linebackers. So being an asset in the run game actually helps, catch the ball because they don't buy it if you never block, and then all of a sudden you're in there and it's like they're not
it's
dumb.
a tell.
Yeah, they're not dumb either. So if you can block a little bit, it definitely helps get you open in the long run.
Yeah. So you've been 3 years in the league now, and your production has improved every single year. How's your game evolved from being a rookie to what you are right now?
Yeah, I think the game really slowed down for me. Just to be there and to see the defense. The game's a little bit faster than it was in college, so just understanding what's going on there, and then just me and Kyler, our connection, our relationship has grown significantly, and I think it's just going to continue to grow. So I'm excited to see where we can take this thing, how much better we can really get.
Yeah, you see a lot of guys. Mahomes and Kelsey, I think, are a great example. You always hear the announcers talk about they do a lot of off-script stuff, and Kelsey has a feel. Mahomes has a feel. He knows what Kelsey's going to do, where he's going to be in certain coverages. Do you guys feel like that's starting to develop with you and Kyler?
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like it's getting there, and it's only going to get better. He knows exactly what I'm doing. I know exactly what he's doing. But most importantly, I think it's just me getting open for him. He's a tremendous athlete. He's going to put the ball where it needs to be, and I just got to get open for him, and he's going to make it happen for me.
Yeah, Travis talks about freelancing, that he has little ability in the offense to freelance because him and Patrick have that connection. Have you and Kyler grown to the freelance connection yet?
I think I got a little bit of freedom, but Travis, sometimes it looks like he has no idea what he's doing out there, but they do a great job. Obviously, he's been very successful. He knows how to find zones and get open, but Kyler and I have a little bit of that, but I have a little more structure than Travis gets for sure.
He likes the lateral.
Yeah.
Do you ever go to Jonathan Gannon and say, hey, look, he's doing it?
Yeah, no,
let me lateral.
Yeah, no, he's not opposed, but I just don't want it's good until it isn't good, and then and then it's real bad.
But he's not opposed.
Yeah, he's not opposed to it. It's just got to be the right place, the right time, and I'm still waiting for that moment too.
Travis Kelce's kind of gotten to the point where he has enough equity built up, he could try something crazy
he
like
can
that.
Try that for sure.
I think when they ask Andy about that, they're like, do you encourage him to do that? And Andy just says, if it works.
If it works.
Yeah, that's exactly it. It's all good until it doesn't work.
Yeah. Well, we were talking about Travis Kelce, so we'll ask you a little bit more about him. I think he's one of the best, if not the best, tight end of all time. Consecutive 1,000-yard seasons, just incredible production, durability. What do you think it is about his game that makes him so special?
Really, I think it's his ability to get open and find zones like we kind of talked about. His longevity, obviously, he's very healthy. That plays a huge part in it, but just his ability to find zones and to get open. He gets a little bit of freedom to do what he wants, and he does a great job. Him and Mahomes have a great connection, and obviously he's been doing it at a very high level for a long time. So I'm excited to play against him whenever we do, and it's just cool to watch him and take any bits and pieces I can from him.
Sure. The Cardinals were one of my dark horse teams this year. I was really high on you guys coming off of 4 wins the year prior.
Right.
Really took a step forward this year, but there were a lot of inconsistencies, some growing pains here. But I think you saw what you could do. I mean, you beat some great teams this year. What do you have to do next year to kind of take away those inconsistencies and those low points and make just the highs more of the norm?
Yeah, I think it's a lot of confidence. Now that we know what we're capable of, we know we can be in the playoffs. We know what and it's just like maybe last year we weren't sure. We were kind of timid about what. Now it's like we expect to be in the playoffs. We expect to be a team that's competing in the postseason. And I think Jonathan Gannon and Monty have done a great job of building the foundation, building the culture from the ground up. And they're bringing the right coaches in, bringing the right players in. And I'm just eager to see where we can take this thing the next couple years.
Yeah. Who's on your tight end Mount Rushmore?
That's a great question. Gronk's obviously up there. He's a guy who's done it at a high level. I would put Travis up there just because he's had such a great career. Shannon Sharp's another guy. I'm a Colorado guy, so loved watching him. And then you can go with Tony Gonzalez or one of those guys too.
Yeah.
But there's so many great tight ends, and it's just the position just keeps evolving, and a lot of us younger guys now are starting to take that next step, and it's just exciting to see where this position can really go.
Yeah, with the position evolving, going younger, again, it's leaning a little bit more towards the Travis Kelce route, less than the Gronkowski route. It's not saying one way is better than the other, but just the way the NFL has evolved, or in the tight end position has evolved. Do you feel like that's the perfect era for you to be in versus maybe the 80s, the 90s, where it is more block focused?
No, absolutely. It's a lot of fun. Now that we have the opportunity to go out there and catch 10 balls a game, I mean, it's so fun just to be out there knowing that we can make a difference, and we're not just there for the run game. We can be an asset in the pass game. We can score touchdowns, all that stuff. So it's been a lot of fun. I'm excited to see where this position can continue to grow, and there's a lot of really young tight ends. Brock's another guy that sticks out. Sam Laporta, guys like that you just never know. We can take this thing to the next level for sure.
We've talked a lot about tight ends, but to be a great tight end in this league, you need a great quarterback. You mentioned Kyler's athleticism and the rapport that you guys are developing. Do you feel like sometimes he's a little bit overlooked or underrated as far as NFL quarterbacks go?
He gets a bad rap by the media a lot, and the guy's a Heisman winner. He's a first overall pick, drafted in baseball. I mean, he's a freak athlete. He does everything the right way, and he's a guy that I love playing with because the play's never over. Once you think he's going to get sacked or tackled, he spins out of it. He makes 4, 5, 6 guys miss, and then he throws the ball a mile down the field for a huge gain. So he's so much fun to play with. You never know what you're going to get with him, and I just love everything about him. He's a great guy.
Yeah, I do want to say I appreciate you and Kyler for winning me my fantasy football league this year.
There you go. I'll have to let him know.
Have you gotten a lot of that this year?
Oh, that's all I get, man. All my DMs are – they either love me or they hate me for fantasy football.
Well, they have to love you. You went off this year. What? Come on.
Yeah.
If they hate you, they have unrealistic expectations.
No doubt. But it was a very cool, just to be a huge part of that fantasy stuff, and it was very cool.
Yeah, with Kyler, you're saying the Call of Duty stuff's a little overrated maybe?
Oh, yeah.
A little overblown?
Yeah, that stuff gets blown out of proportion, and it's just kind of been something that people have taken and kind of ran with it. But, he does everything the right way. I feel so prepared every week going into every game with him, and I'm excited to see how our connection and everything can grow the next few years.
Yeah. Awesome. Well, we got to get you out of here, but before we do, we got to ask you, who do you think's going to win on Sunday?
You know what? It doesn't really matter to me. I got no skin in the game. In my opinion, I want both tight ends to just eat. I want each Dallas and Travis to both have 3 or 4 touchdowns.
Calcaterra, Noah Gray.
Yeah. Let's each one of those guys can maybe sneak in there too. But
Very cool.
They're both great. both great teams. It would be cool to see those guys three-peat, but at the same time, it'd be cool to Saquon and Jalen to get one as well. So,
Trey McBride, really appreciate it. Everyone rocking protein
Yeah.
right here, and you can look like him or look like his Wikipedia page. That's a high school guy.
Yeah.
That's him in high school.
Yeah.
Look at my high school thing. I did not look like that. He's built different.
You don't look like that now.
Watch it.
watch
Trey,
it. Watch
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
Appreciate it, man.
Thank you guys so
thank
much.
you so much
man.
for coming by.
Appreciate
Yeah,
you guys.
best of luck next season.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Take it easy.
Wow, Trey McBride. Great interview, man.
A lot of fun.
Yeah. Great player, too. He's really coming along.
Yeah. Kevin Negandhi, how you doing?
How you doing, Kevin?
meet you guys.
Patrick.
Patrick?
Yeah.
Sterling.
Sterling, nice to meet you
I
guys.
love that jacket.
I appreciate it, man.
Yeah.
Man.
Very sharp.
What is it, like crushed velvet? It looks good.
Just leather, that's all.
Kevin, fancy.
Yeah. Sterling's our fashion guy here. so.
Not really. This is my CEO outfit. It looks like, you know, I could run a company. right now.
Yeah, very much so. You're like Gordon Gecko.
He does have
See,
that.
I told
See?
you. I
Wall
said,
Street look.
I said Gordon Gecko.
Yeah, I totally see it.
Yesterday was Kentucky Derby.
Oh,
So,
really?
Yeah, we're
Get
just
the seersucker
going
on.
through it.
I like
going
it.
through
I
it.
like
Yeah.
it.
You grew up in West Philly. Did you grow up an Eagles fan?
Absolutely. So I was born in West Philly. We moved to the suburbs, Valley Forge, Phoenixville. It was my connection with my dad. My dad came here from India in the late 60s, and him and I just connected with football. Like, he loved cricket and football.
Yeah.
And, when you're young and you just want to be around your dad, it was the only time we would talk. And he loved yelling at Ron Jaworski on the TV screen.
Yeah.
And it's funny, like, Jaws and I became friends years later, so I always found that interesting. And I'd always try to explain to him, like, why are you yelling at him? Like, he just did this, he just did that. So that was kind of my first introduction of informing a fanatical fan base to back off.
Well, that's Philly, though.
Yeah,
That's all-
absolutely.
that's also
That's how
Philly.
we are. That's who we are. Absolutely.
I grew up in Northeast Ohio, so my dad's a Browns fan. There was a lot of yelling in my
A lot of
house.
yelling,
Yeah.
right? Yeah. The relatable, I think, fan bases.
Yeah.
Relatable.
Yeah.
Success a little bit different, but relatable
Yeah.
fan bases.
So
100%.
I lived in Philly for 3 years.
Nice.
So West Philly, I lived there for a year and a half. Are you talking by St. Joe's?
Penn.
Okay.
Yeah,
Right there, right there.
yeah. Like on 40th and Baltimore Avenue. And I love it. Got fond memories of, like, staying in Philly when I went to Temple and being in North Philly. I hold it close to my heart. I make sure I represent them loud on TV.
Yeah.
I'm not shy about it, but it's great. It's a bond and a connection that you have with a fan base that honestly sometimes feels like it's overlooked.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know you were working here as well with
Yes.
Special Olympics as well. I'd love
Yeah.
to hear a little bit more about what your work and what you're doing with Special Olympics.
So I've been at ESPN for 18 years, and for the last 11 years, we've been affiliated with the Special Olympics. So we host the World Games, the USA Games, and I'm the host of it.
Yeah.
Obviously, we had the World Games in 2015 in L.A. Robin Roberts, Lindsay Zarniak, and myself hosted it. And then, Austria in 2017, Abu Dhabi in 2019, Germany a couple years ago. We're going to Turin for the World Games next month.
Wow.
The opening ceremony. And I just love that our company understands what Choose to Include is, and we make sure that everybody gets an opportunity. And for these Special Olympic athletes, I always talk about it, that all they want is a chance. We've always been in a situation, I think any of us growing up, where you don't want to be the last kid picked at recess, right?
Yeah.
Or you just want to play and not just sit there and watch.
Yep.
Yes.
And I think what Special Olympics does is it gives the opportunity for these athletes to, hey, you want to be a part of something? You could be a part of something, and you can identify with something, and you could be you could be looked upon. I've been to many of these, unified schools where the athletes are celebrated and they have an identity in the entire community, and that's so important. And I think it extends to the families that go through it with the support and understanding that they see their athlete celebrated because they got the chance to be included in something. And
Yeah.
for us to be at ESPN, to continue to be involved in that, I'm really proud.
Well, you may have noticed we're also a Special
Love
Olympics
it.
partner. Yeah, we come here every year, and fan-sided, we do unified reporting with Special Olympics.
Love
So
that.
A little bit later today at our table, we'll have our Special Olympics correspondent, Malcom Harris-Gowdie. He's here with us. I'll actually be going with him to the Super Bowl. First time he's going to be inside at the big game, so he's jacked up and really excited
That's
about it.
great.
And I think, did you host the World Games down in Orlando as well?
Yeah.
Yeah, we were down there volunteering helping out families get checked in. So
That was a hot day,
it was-
too.
oh, man.
My gosh.
So we lucked out. We were in a tent, and they
Yeah.
had an air conditioning set up. But when we went to the opening ceremonies, we were sitting in the sun. I literally thought I was in an oven.
Yeah,
The
opening
sun was-
ceremony was so
Yeah,
brutal.
yeah.
And I got to give so much credit to the athletes and the organizers and the volunteers who dealt with that. That was a long day.
I
and
felt so
afternoon.
bad for the athletes that were down there on the field. We moved to the other side of the stadium to get to the
Yeah,
game.
yeah,
I mean, it
absolutely.
was dangerous.
Yeah.
yeah,
But
well-
you know what? The most important thing that you just brought up, though, is doing unified stuff.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think the concept of unified sports with Special Olympics is so important because I think you're creating young leaders who understand, especially at the high school level, to get everybody involved. And inclusion is such a big – it's a hot topic. I don't know why it's a hot topic. It should be just, this makes sense. This is
Yeah.
what we should do.
Yeah.
It's the right thing to do.
Yeah.
And I appreciate you guys affiliating yourself with that.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a real pleasure for us every year to get to do this, and Malcolm's great. What about you? I mean, you obviously grew up a sports fan through your dad. When did you know you wanted to get into broadcasting, though?
So I wanted to be – I'm going to give you a George Costanza line. I wanted to be an architect for
Art Vandelay.
the majority of my young youth. And if I wasn't going to make it to the NBA, right, like all of us kids have these ridiculous
Same
dreams,
thing
right?
too. And then you cap out at 5'10".
Exactly, and you're like,
Yeah.
it's not going to work. I see my dad's body. There's no way I'm going to transition and
Yeah.
like be a guy who's going to be 6'5",
Yeah.
6'6". So it was a moment. I remember in ninth grade, I took this architecture class and I absolutely hated it. And I was like, this ain't for me. And I remember watching a college basketball game, and they had a kid at the line. It's like that light bulb went off. They had a kid at the line. They were talking about him, and they were profiling him. And the broadcaster was like, he wants to do our job while he's shooting free throws. They showed his graphic. He was studying communications. And I was like, wait a second. I can actually do this for a living?
Yeah.
And like many kids in that generation in the late 80s and early 90s, I was watching SportsCenter on repeat in the mornings, right?
Yeah.
3-4 times a day. You knew all the
Yep.
highlights. You knew all the
Yes.
nicknames. You knew all the anchors, right? And I said, wait, I can get paid to do this? And that night, I watched SportsCenter, and I said I wanted to be the first Indian American on SportsCenter. And crazy world that we live in, it eventually
And
You
happened.
did it.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
So-
It's amazing. I wanted to ask you about SportsCenter. I also grew up 41. I grew up every day going to school, watching SportsCenter, watching Stuart Scott, saying cooler than the other side of the pillow.
Yeah.
My parents had no clue what I was talking about. Was it surreal to become a host of such an iconic program?
Yes.
Yeah.
When I first got to ESPN 18 years ago, they had these banners. They still do, but they had these banners by our offices that you have to sign for charity. And I was so intimidated being there. I was 31. I had just come from a really small market in Sarasota, Florida. I was
Yeah.
so intimidated being there. I didn't sign those banners because I didn't feel like I deserved to be on the same banner with Chris Berman and Stuart Scott and Bob Lee and Dan Patrick, guys that I idolized, right? So I didn't sign it. And I waited for a couple months, and then I finally did a show, and I was like, all right, I can sign it.
Yeah.
And, 18 months into the gig, I got my first chance on SportsCenter. We had a sick call, and Van Pelt had to move up. And so Robert Flores and I did the 1 o'clock overnight from Bristol. And Roflo and I had a great relationship. And he was like, hey, man, just like we do it every day on ESPN News. And we had a blast. And you never want to put too much pressure, but you knew that you got to nail it. That first impression's going to be your last one.
Yeah.
And I did pretty well. The next day, the scheduling guy asked me to be on 2 more times the next week, and then you start
Nice.
building it and building it
Yeah.
and building it. One of my favorite stories is a few years in now. I'm starting to roll into it. Now I'm like, I'm in the rotation with Levy and Butchergross and Anderson and Stewart and Van Pelt, and you're just like, man, keep your head down.
Yeah.
And I did a show with Levy one night, and Levy was like, I was on Miami radio earlier today, and this is like literally 30 seconds before we went on the air. And we're hosting the 11P, and he's like, I was on radio, and they were asking me, who's the next, up-and-coming guy? And I was like, yeah. And now they're giving us a countdown, 15 before
Yeah.
we're on the air. 10, 9, and he's like, yeah, they mentioned like you work with Dan Patrick and Stuart Scott and Chris Berman, and now you got the chance to, who's the next up-and-coming SportsCenter anchor? 5. And I'm like, dude, tell me what's the whole point of this?
Yeah.
And he goes, I mentioned you're the next up-and-coming guy, so don't F it up.
Oh,
And then when they
that's
started
brutal.
the intro of this show, and I was like, what just happened? And, that was what, 12, 15 years ago. And to continue to be on SportsCenter, especially hosting the 6 p.m. for the last 7 years, I'm pretty proud.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Again, Philly guy, I needed to ask you this because I'm trying something here. Look at the NBA right now.
Okay.
The crazy trades.
Yes.
I've been saying this for a while. I don't know if I love it or I hate it. Trade Embiid. You need to.
Ooh,
I think
man.
you got to pull the Band-Aid off and just say, you tried the process. It didn't work.
Sterling, here's the problem. What are you going to get? Because with his knees, it's clear
100%.
it's an issue, and with the contract, right? I've been a big supporter of Joel Embiid. This year's been really tough,
Yes.
I think, on everybody. And reality's sinking in that back-to-backs are always going to be a challenge. I feel really bad for a guy like Tyrese Maxey because he gives his heart every single day. And
Yeah,
physically,
he
he
sure
can.
Yes.
The Paul George thing has not worked out. So are you going to get pennies on the dollar when you trade Embiid? That's the question. What are you going to get in return, especially matching up salary, and what team's going to want Embiid? Is it going to be a
Lakers, right?
team,
The-
hey, take us over the top, but what do the Lakers have, right, to give in
to give
return?
back in that
Right,
situation.
that plays
yeah.
a role here. So, but the Lakers would be
They need a big man.
It'd be incredible to entertain that conversation.
Yeah.
It's just that how can the Lakers afford it? And
I worked for the Sixers for a little bit.
Yeah.
And I was there when they won 10 games. It sucked. That
Yeah.
was just miserable.
Yeah.
Ben Simmons gets injured, and
Oh,
then you have
Fultz.
Markelle Fultz who forgets how to shoot, and that's a whole situation. Now they draft 2 guys
Yep.
who forget how to shoot. Let's just go back to back. Why wouldn't you?
Crazy.
Embiid gets injured, and then you have Tobias Harris for the contract, and then they go, hey, we finally got out of that. What if we just bring in Tobias Harris 2.0 with Paul George?
Isn't that wild?
And I'm like, have you not learned from your mistakes?
It's wild, man. The whole thing is wild, and I have no answer except
You
protect.
need the answer.
Yeah, we do, and I think we do in Tyrese Maxey. It's like
Yes.
protect him. That's kind of where I'm at. Just protect him because I think any fan base in any sport wants hope.
Yes,
That's
sir.
all you want, right? And Tyrese Maxey gives them hope. It's just, where's the hope after Tyrese Maxey?
Yeah.
And you had a little bit of McLean there. You gave you kind of a glimpse.
A smattering.
And then he gets hurt because it's the rookie curse that these Sixers have been dealing with over the last decade, aside
Yeah.
from Maxey
Yes.
and his rookie year. So it's tough. And for Philadelphia right now, this Eagles run has helped the Sixers because no one's talking about them, and then they'll go right into spring training with the Phillies.
Yeah.
There
you go.
It'll be like 2 weeks after this,
Gloss
and if
right
the
over
Eagles
it.
win, they'll be riding high for another month before they talk about the Sixers.
Yeah. I want to bring it back to SportsCenter for a minute. We had Hannah Storm on yesterday.
best. Legend.
Absolute legend. Delight to talk to. We asked her who was on her SportsCenter Mount Rushmore, so we got to ask you the same question.
Wow, that's a good question. And it could be any era.
Yeah.
Chris Berman's number one, without question. I would put Stewart up there. Now, can I have 5 spots? Do I have to have 4?
Hannah went to like
Hannah
6 or
went-
7.
Yeah,
I
Hannah
think.
went 5 or 6.
If Hannah went 6 or 7, then I can go 6 or 7.
Yeah, yeah.
So then I had Dan and Keith, Dan Patrick, Keith Olbermann as well.
Yeah.
So we're at 4. Van Pelt
Yeah.
has got to be up there. So we're at 5. Wow. That's a really, really good. I mean, you could put Hannah in there. I've had the joy of working with her for 5 years on those morning sports centers from 2010 to 2015. But if you want to put 6, and we'll put Hannah up there because she's an absolute legend in the industry, trailblazer. I grew up watching her the NBA on NBC.
Yeah.
Yep.
So and I'll take that group over anybody because I think they did it for decades. They did it at a high premium every single night, and they made all of us fans.
Yeah.
Very quickly, did you go to McGillen's ever when you lived in Philly? I don't know. You still live in
I
Philly?
did. I don't live in Philly now, but yes, I did. Some of those nights don't remember a lot afterwards, but good times.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
just wanted to know. McGillen's a good spot.
Yeah, it is a very good spot.
It's a fun
very,
spot.
very good spot.
I want to talk a little bit about the game, obviously,
Yeah,
on Sunday here. I keep saying Steve Spagnuolo, what he does is takes away the best aspect of a team.
Yeah.
A lot of people have been talking about how, okay, well, James Cook had a nice day on the ground. And I go, that's fine and all, but they decided to take away Josh Allen's legs. That was the Chiefs' game plan against the Texans, mixing it a nice day on the ground. They took away Nico Collins. You can't take away every aspect of an offense in today's NFL.
Yeah.
Spags takes away the other team's best aspect. And I think the best aspect of the Eagles is Saquon. I don't know what your thoughts are here.
Yeah.
If they stop Saquon, where do the Eagles go?
So I think the most important thing for this Eagles offense is first and second down.
Yep.
If you can get 5-6 yards and have 3rd and 4, then things are going really well. If it's a 3rd and 6 or more, they're blitzing nonstop. Spags is going to bring it on Jalen Hurts.
Yeah.
And that's not going to be pretty, and that's not going to be a lot of fun. Especially the health of Cam Jurgens and Landon Dickerson playing a huge role here. If you have 3rd and 4, think about this. The biggest strength for the Eagles is that offensive line, Saquon Barkley, and the tush push, right? And if you have 3rd and 4, you have 2 opportunities to get that first down, to keep drives going. I think that plays a humongous role in the success of this offense and sustaining drives.
Yeah.
But you're going to see the blitz, man, and Spags going to bring it. So they got to go on that 1st and 2nd down, and what they're going to do, the Chiefs are going to find a way. Stop 26, no matter what, those 1st and 2nd downs, get it 3rd and long. And for the Eagles, it's Kellen Moore. Can you get Devontae Smith on a 7-yard route? Can you get Goddard on a 5-yard route to make sure it's 3rd and short and you're in a better situation? Because Spags is a nightmare for this Eagles offensive front, but the best thing is that's the strength of the Eagles.
Yeah. I agree with you. I think the game's going to be won and lost on 1st and 2nd down for both of these teams. All right, we got to get you out of here, but we got to ask, who do you got on Sunday?
Crazy. So 15 will have the football late in the game, and that magic of Mahomes, we'll see. It's hard to bet against Mahomes because of the one score success.
Yeah.
That they've had through the years, but I'm going to go Eagles 31-27.
That's a temple in you.
That's a
Fangio,
temple
I think
in
Fangio
you. Makes a stop here late in the game, and the Eagles win.
You know, Fangio's 0-8 against.
I know, but with some context too. He was with the
No, we don't like
Broncos.
context. No,
With the Broncos,
Kevin,
different personnel.
Kevin, no context.
We need to
Yeah,
have some nuance.
No
here.
nuance.
Yeah.
No nuance.
Kevin Negandhi, ESPN Sports Center. Make sure you check him out. We appreciate you stopping by.
Appreciate you guys.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Kevin, thank
Take
you so
care.
much.
Yeah.
And thanks for all your work on the Special Olympics as well.
Man.
I love that you guys are doing this.
Yeah.
Oh, it's awesome.
It's been a lot of fun. Yeah, we have 2 guys, Wyatt and Malcom, and they've been just outstanding. It's been a lot of fun.
And you're changing their lives by doing that. So
Yeah.
thank you guys.
Yeah,
All
they're
right.
changing
Thanks.
ours. Thanks,
Appreciate
Kevin.
it, Kevin. A lot of fun.
What a great conversation.
Kevin
man.
Negandhi. It's fun talking to these ESPN Sports Center
The
guys.
media, because
this is what we grew up watching.
Yeah.
For me, almost even more than the players, because when you are younger, you're almost more impressionable, and then you see these guys, and I'm like, I've seen you on my TV at 6 a.m. getting ready for school so many times, waiting for the top 10 to come through because you knew it was going to start at, 6:52, right? 6:51, 6:52.
Yeah.
And then you get the final commercial, then you had to go to school.
And it just loops. Real quick, I want you to read this note for our upcoming interview that I noticed. I think it's just good to have it in the background. You saw
that's
that?
perfect,
Okay, cool. We'll see what we get to there. We got Brian Dawkins coming up. That's going to be a really fun one. Anytime you're getting a Hall of Famer coming by. Then we got Adam DeVine, 9:15, and Tedy Bruschi and Andrew Whitworth. And then at 9:50, the bus, Jerome Bettis, stopping by. Do you think? What do you think the bus could average if he went out one game right now?
More than me.
You think you think he could average 3 yards a carry?
I think more than me. I'll admit it.
He looks like he's in good shape.
Credit to me for being humble.
When McBride mentioned when he mentioned Uncle Shannon Sharp.
Yeah.
We interviewed him last year. He looks like he could go out there right now.
Yes.
And just ball out.
And he looks in better shape.
He was wearing an extremely tight shirt, and if I was built like that man,
I would only wear tight shirts
or no shirt. No shirt.
They might have laws, Patrick.
The Old Spice guy was walking around here.
Yeah, he was shirtless. I was wondering why you're right. He was wearing like a sweater draped around his body.
Yeah, yeah.
I was perplexed. I was very confused at first. I thought, well, this is very New Orleans. Just have a guy come in here off the street with a sweater draped around his torso.
Yeah.
And then I realized, okay, this has to be for a reason. You have to have, a pass to get in here.
Yeah.
Makes way more sense.
You're watching the Arrowhead Addict podcast live on Radio Row. It's not even 9 o'clock yet. I'm dying. But
Please don't die.
Yeah.
Hey, Brian Sterling.
Hey, Brian Patrick. Yeah, nice to meet you.
Yeah, you're right, though. He could still play, too.
Oh, 100%.
It's incredible. We're trying to go back and forth, which guys could still go in and play. We're saying Shannon Sharp almost looks better now than even in his playing days. I think he's the same way, too. Those traps, you're laying some hits down still.
I would have to play linebacker, brother.
Yeah. That's okay.
I could not play safety.
That's okay.
Oh, man.
Yeah. You're working with Eli Lilly, correct? Can you talk to us a little bit about what you're here promoting?
Yeah, so I'm sorry, we're going?
Oh,
yeah, we're live.
Oh, my bad.
It's all good.
Oh, Brian, we're doing live shows from
we don't turn
8
it off
a.m. until like 3 or 4.
Oh, my bad.
We just keep going,
Well,
Brian.
did you hear me early? Because I had the microphone.
Yeah,
on.
you're
we
good.
got you.
All right, cool. So, Beringer and Lilly, I'm blessed to team up with them when I heard about some of the things that It Takes Two campaign. But when I heard about the reason for the It Takes Two and some of the things that could potentially be going down the path with my parents, right? I wanted to get involved in this. So the thing is that if you have type 2 diabetes and high blood pressure, right, that puts you at risk of having kidney disease, going down the path of kidney disease. So once I found that out, got that information to my parents and their caregivers. But also blessed to have a platform to be able that people listen to what I'm saying. So if I can then have someone to be proactive, to take these steps, to get along with your doctors. There's 2 tests that you need to take, a blood test and a urine test, for that they can stay here healthier longer, right?
Yeah.
And I'm honored to be a part of that, right?
Yeah.
Do you go to your doctor and ask for the tests? Is that how that works?
Yes, so it takes
okay.
2, right?
Okay.
So once you and you can go to Brian, you can go to testyourkidneys.com for more information about it.
Okay.
And so you take that information to your doctor if you have those 2 things to see if you can get these 2 tests to make sure you're not heading down the path of kidney disease.
So just get out of it in front. It's such a huge. Don't do it after that.
No react. I mean, sadly, sometimes we are very reactionary, but in this case, as an athlete, that's something I did not want to do. I wanted to be proactive in everything that I did as much as possible.
Yeah.
And so this is one of those instances now that I have this information. We're passing this information on to other individuals. If you fit that, and maybe it's not you, maybe it's someone you know in your family that has this, pass that information on to them so that they can be proactive with their health.
Yeah, it's really important. Diabetes runs in my family. My father's got diabetes. I could be at risk for it. So, making sure that you're going and seeing your doctor. I think a lot of people, they don't like to go to the doctor. They don't want to get bad. I'm going to lose a little weight first and I'll go get my checkup, And it's much better if you can get in there every year, get your blood test done, find out what's going on with you so you can jump on things early, because I don't think people realize how important it is. Early detection of everything can really set you up for success.
Yeah.
No, and it is, and it's not an age limit thing. Yet, at the more seasoned, I don't say we don't get older, we get more seasoned.
Yeah.
The more seasoned we get, right, those things begin to potentially creep up. So, again, staying on top of these things, of being proactive, like I said earlier, is extremely important.
Yeah.
Well, you are a fixture in the Philly community. Like, that is Brian Dawkins. You can't say Philadelphia. One of the first names that comes to mind is you.
Wow.
And now you're seeing the Eagles in a Super Bowl yet again, 2 times in 3 years. Personally for you, with that connection that people have with you, your connection with Philly, what does that mean?
I'm humbled by that, first of all. If you know anything about me, it wasn't supposed to be me to have had an NFL career. Like, I wasn't the biggest of guys, wasn't the fastest of cats, man. I was a small dude that not a lot of people paid attention to. So, for me to have the opportunity to not just go to college, but also to then be in the NFL, and now you're telling me that you say Philly.
Yes.
And then one of the names that comes to your mind, you think of Brian Dawkins. I'm like, yo, you got to be kidding me, right?
Yeah.
So it blows me away to have that be the case. And the feeling is mutual, man. I love not all of the antics that the fans do. Not all, but the passion, the love, and it's a tough love. I call it tough love. Like they love you tough, right?
Yeah.
but again, some of these things are some things that I've seen, growing up, and some of the coaches that I had, it was some tough love that was given to me, right? So, but again, for me to be, you mentioned the word Philadelphia, and it's hard-working group of individuals, tough environment, and my name comes up. That's extremely humbling.
Yeah. Did you feel like you always had leadership qualities? I know Andy Reid once said you were the heartbeat of the defense. That must have meant a lot to you.
Yeah, man. It really took me a while to grab hold to that. To be honest with you, I want to work first. I want to do my job. I want to go as hard as I can, be as good as I can, and do what I can. So if anything, I want to lead by example first. But then how it really happened is the mouthpiece of the secondary and the team left the team at the time, and that was Troy Vincent.
Yeah.
Right? When Troy left, then I had to step into that space.
Yeah.
And when I stepped into that space, I began to develop the type of leader that I wanted to be. And once again, I wanted to lead from by example first, and then usually any conversation that I have with a teammate is always going to be behind closed doors, me and that individual.
Yeah.
And so that's kind of my leadership style, right? And then also, I'm an encourager. Like sometimes it may be a little forceful nudge encourager,
Sure.
but I'm an encourager of my teammates around me, right? About things that I see that they don't see about themselves, that sometimes I'll speak into, and hopefully they begin to see what I see and go into, play ball, yes, but also earn some more money for themselves.
Yeah. What I think is interesting is Andy has almost always gone after that since you. It was you. You were the original for Andy. Then he came to Kansas City. He had Eric Berry. Then he brought in Tyrann Mathieu, and then they brought in Justin Reed. And I think a lot of those guys have some similar qualities where they are the leader. They're the guy in the secondary who he trusts. And I think Andy needs that guy because he's offense first and foremost, right? We know that.
Yep.
Defense, he let Spags do his thing.
Yep.
I don't know if it's the same way in Philly, let the DC more or less do his stuff. But I found that interesting that we were talking prior to the show going, he's always tried to find the next Brian Dawkins as far as the leader in the secondary.
Yeah, I mean, that's, again, when you say that, that's humbling to me, man. I don't look at myself in that light. But I would agree when it comes to that aspect of having that individual that's an energy source, but also a calming source.
Yeah.
Right? Like you mentioned Mr. Reed, what he's doing, right?
Yes.
Like I believe he's a tremendous chess piece for Spags.
Yes.
He does so many things well on that team, and he's what I like to call an eraser of mistakes. So he erases mistakes of other individuals as well. So that's a calming force for a coach to have, but also a team to have. And to give you my thought process, when I ran towards the ball, you can almost in your mind go back to the huddle. Why? Because you know I got it.
Yeah.
I'm not saying I do have it. I'm not saying not supposed to run to the ball. But that's the feeling that I wanted to then have my teammates have about me being on the field with them, right? So, and I feel like that's the same feeling that they probably have with him in that secondary, and I love that.
We were talking to Nate Boyer earlier this week, and he works with veterans and athletes and helps them coaching and transitioning, and a lot of athletes and a lot of ex-military. It becomes such a big part of their identity. And then transitioning to life after that can be a little bit difficult. How did you make that transition, and how did you continue on with some of leadership and some of and being an inspiration and some of those things after you got off the field? Yeah,
so ultimately is my hat, right? It's my faith, man. That is the main focus of why I did what I did, the way that I did it. It wasn't always the case. I'm not going to tell you that. Yeah. But, after some things happened my rookie year and I went to a deeper relationship, that was my major focus. I want to go out in such a way as to, first of all, bring God glory. Like everything that I do, the Bible talks about that. And so the game was no longer what I did. It wasn't who I was. It was what I did. Right? Yeah. It's what I did for a living.
Yes.
So I basically put me into football with my passion and my desire and my energy, all of that stuff. And when football was over with, I took me out of football, and now I'm applying me to the next phase of my life, right?
Yeah.
So that's kind of how I look at it.
Yeah.
So that that way you don't get stuck in the mindset of I no longer can play the game of football, or I no longer can, I'm no longer in the military, or I'm no longer doing those things.
Yeah.
What am I now? No, you're still a blessed man, right? You still can do things. You still give things that you have, right? You just can now use them in a different way, in a broader way, to be honest with you, because I'm not just thinking about my job on the field anymore. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
When it comes to Andy Reid right here, did you ever think he was going to get over the hump? Because I know a lot of fans.
I did.
I know a lot of fans in Philly.
I did.
Because I lived in Philly for 3 years.
Yep.
Okay, and when he came to Kansas City, I had a whole bunch of people from Philly go, "Have fun winning a lot of regular season games, but it's not going to happen." And now we're seeing that it's clearly happened. Do you think Andy changed anything? Do you think he learned? He grew? Or do you think he was just the same guy, just now he has?
No, there's no way in the world you can sit there and tell me that Andy Reid has not grown.
Yeah.
He has. Because we all do. Like if you go on to have any type of success in your life, there's going to be failures, there's going to be setbacks, and you're going to learn from those things. And you're going to apply things differently going forward. I say you go through things, we grow through things. You don't just go through them, right? So you grow through those experiences. And because of all of those experiences in Philadelphia, right, and then the other experiences when he first got to Kansas City, he began to do things differently.
Yeah.
His personnel, even that he drafts, are different at receiver. When he was in Philadelphia, who we have at receiver, I'm not, and again, I do not want to sound like I'm putting down those guys. But I'm just telling you that they weren't the Tyreek Hills. They weren't the young cat they have there now. Xavier Worthy, right?
Yeah.
They weren't those, right? Right. So he's changed the way he drafts when it comes to skill position guys, right?
Yeah.
And so the offense has changed, right? If a team is going to have him run the football, he will run the football down their throat. So there's certain aspects of Andy that has changed. And again, so I can't tell you I saw what he's doing at Kansas City coming, but I saw him winning at least one.
Yeah.
All right, we got to ask you before we let you go. You got a prediction for this game? Two great teams. Yeah. Eagles offensive line, great defense. Patrick Mahomes, Travis Kelce, Hall of Famers all over the place. Who do you think's going to pull it out?
Yeah, I believe that at the end of the day, that one play to be made will be made by Philadelphia this time.
Yeah.
So however that pans out.
It was close last time. Yeah.
Yes. I think it's going to be that same type of ball game.
Yeah.
It's going to be a back and forth, nip and tuck type of game. But I believe that Philadelphia will make that last play at the end to hoist that trophy.
Again, Brian Dawkins, brought to you by Burr Injure. Make sure you go to testyourkidneys.com.
Yes.
It is extremely, extremely important. Make sure you go to your doctor and make sure you ask for Take Two.
Yeah.
Brian, appreciate it, man.
Appreciate you.
Really
God
appreciate
bless
you. Thanks for coming by. Yeah.
God bless you.
You too. Oh, man, that was great.
It's true, because when I lived in Philly, he would be around, and he was symbolic with Philly.
Yeah, and you can kind of just talking to him, man. I mean, he's so inspirational.
Yes.
He's really genuine. Everything he says is genuine. It's hard doing Radio Row, doing all these interviews, keeping your energy up, and he seems like he's got it. I don't anymore. I'm running out of gas already, but he's got it in reserve.
Dude, it's early.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how you're already. I mean, we woke up early.
It's a long week, man.
Yeah, I get it.
I don't sleep very much.
It.
I got a kid.
Adam,
how you doing, Adam? Good to see you again, man. Yeah, good. Thanks for stopping by.
Yeah, I was the random guy outside by the Ubers, and I liked your guys' work.
I remember.
Yeah, the random guy.
Yeah, I remember.
You're like, get away from me, guys.
That's usually how I am with fans. I say, get away from me.
Yeah.
How dare you?
Yeah.
As you should, right?
Yeah,
because
that makes
you don't
a lot
want the
of
fans
sense.
to get too close.
Not me, dude. With the
acquaintances.
star power that I wield.
Sure.
You can't get too. You might get burned with all this star power.
Yeah, you need the private
too
security
hot.
and all those guys.
I actually feel it. It's warm.
It is crazy seeing the private security of some of the NFL players that are also gigantic, and then they have an even more gigantic player or guy who didn't play in the NFL guarding him.
Yeah.
I noticed that a few times, and you're like,
Myles
why,
Garrett?
why do you need a security. No one's going to mess with you.
Yeah,
dude.
the rest of us need security for
I'm
some of these guys.
5'10", 170. I need security.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
I need a lot of security. I should be like that. There's that kid online. I forget his name. That like just goes around and punks people, and then when people get mad, his security steps in.
Which one?
Yeah, there's a bunch of those little, and you hate those
snots.
guys.
Yeah.
But essentially, I need that.
Yeah. Talk to us about who you're working with here. Is it Circle?
Circle, yeah. I did a Super Bowl commercial.
Oh, wow.
With these guys.
Wow.
Circle Water. It's crazy. They're the biggest selling or the highest selling item in Walmart home goods history.
Whoa.
They're like flying off. It's $1 billion
Like you said,
company.
Home Goods, my wife just perked up. My
Yeah.
wife.
Huh?
She's
What?
like, okay, I'm
It's
all in.
Crazy, dude. And I didn't even know about it until they brought it to me, and it's just flying off the shelves. There's you put on this cartridge, and they have 100 different flavors. You can go from zero, which is just you're drinking water, and then you can crank up the flavor, and then it's tastes like you're drinking juice. But there's 0 calories, 0 sugar. It's actually delicious.
That's crazy.
That's
Yeah,
awesome.
it's wild.
Yeah.
It's like a
just
magic trick. I don't know how they
inventing
do
stuff.
they do it.
We need that right now, especially on Bourbon Street.
You
out
have
here.
to, for whatever reason, I can't put a finger on it. I'm very dehydrated
Yep.
here.
I don't know why.
I can't put a finger on it, but I'm wildly dehydrated
Must be
here
something
in New
about
Orleans.
the humid air.
It's the
It
crawfish.
must be.
Yeah.
It must be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
the crawfish.
It has to
It's
be
the
all the
gumbo.
salty gumbo and the jambalaya that I've been eating.
Couldn't be the Caesars last night. It couldn't be the
No.
Caesars Casino last night.
It
Couldn't be.
couldn't be. It's There's no possible way it was that
No.
or Bourbon Street in general.
So I'm a huge Workaholics fan. I love
Awesome.
it. My mom loves it. My dad loves it.
I love that.
Which is
Cool
funny.
fam.
Well, yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
I remember with Blake, my dad got a picture with him when it was like season 1.
I love
season
that,
1.
dude.
And so he was the one that kind of got me into it. And I'm
Uh-huh.
like, this is awesome. It's a family show.
I
some
love
people
that.
have like,
Modern Family.
Modern Family.
Yeah.
No, we're
Friends.
workaholics,
That's my kind of family right there,
right?
dude.
So I was want to know, how similar are you to your actual characters?
Well, it was based in. They say to write what you know, especially at the beginning. So they're just heightened versions of ourselves. Like we're not obviously those guys because we all would be dead.
You're not smoking on a rooftop all the time.
Yeah.
I mean, not all the time, but every rooftop I see, I'm like, that might be a good place to go up there and smoke something. So yeah, we're pretty close.
Yeah.
I have to ask you this question. You were in one of my favorite movies, which I think is an incredibly underrated movie called The Final Girls.
Oh,
And
yeah.
I love that film. I'm a bit of a horror guy. It's funny. It's got horror elements, and it's actually like a really well written film.
Yeah.
It's actually a story about a young woman dealing with the untimely death of her mother, and it's really humorous and interesting.
Heart-wrenching stuff.
I really get choked up watching the end of that movie. I'm obsessed with Betty Davis eyes now.
Yeah.
Because of that movie, and it was so good, and it set up for obviously a potential sequel. It hasn't happened. Have you ever heard anything? Is it? Do you ever
I don't
revisit
know,
that world?
because it's become like kind of a cult classic.
Yeah.
And I've worked with the director Todd Strauss-Scholzen on Isn't It Romantic? We did another movie together. And I love that guy. I love the cast. I met my wife on that movie.
Yeah.
So that movie means a lot to me. I would definitely, go back and do it again.
Do I remember correctly? You guys die together in that movie.
Yeah, we did. I died. Yeah. I died multiple times in that movie.
You do, but it was pretty.
I kept sending my family me with my throat slit or my spine snapped in half, and I'm like, "Isn't this cool?" My mom's like, "Quit sending this to me."
Yeah.
It's
don't
terrifying.
wanna see
I
this.
don't want to see this.
Yeah, well, if you talk to him, you tell him Patrick Allen said, "Please do a sequel."
All right.
It'll clean up.
The guy is clamoring for it.
Yes, yeah. One guy.
Well, but it's an important fella.
An important
That's right.
guy.
A very
wearing
important person.
wielding a lot of power.
Yeah.
Do you just ever walk around yelling Catherine Zeta-Jones? Because I do. I sing that song. It's been stuck in my head for
She dips beneath the lasers. Whoa.
at least a decade, dude.
I love that, dude.
It's just been stuck there. Stuck
Yeah.
in my head.
Yeah, that was cool. That was one of the first things that really caught on that people lost there, because I think that was the second or third episode, and people were yelling that to me. I mean, it still happens every once in a while.
That's
but
hilarious.
Yeah.
So you do a lot of voice acting now.
Mm-hmm.
So what goes into voice acting? Do you have to change your style? You just do you?
No, it's really fun. Voice acting is cool because you can do you'll do it usually all the way through the scene, and then a lot of times you'll go back and do like ABCs. So you'll just do the same line 3 times in a row. So you could change your inflection and change a little attitude with it. And the best part about it is you don't have to memorize anything. You can just read it right off the damn paper. So it makes my job very easy.
When did you realize that you wanted to be an actor when you were growing up?
I was pretty young. I had a bad accident when I was 11. I was hit by a cement truck when I was 11 years old. So I couldn't play sports. I was like convinced I was going to be a professional baseball player.
Yeah.
Like, every little boy thinks that, but
you probably would have been.
For me, I would have been.
Yeah.
I would have been.
Yeah.
But and then after that, I was my life was baseball, and then I was hit by the cement truck, and then after that, I was like, I'm not going to be a professional athlete. And I loved comedy, and so I just sort of like went all in on comedy, and I remember watching Evening at the Improv, which was a show that took place at the Improv Comedy Club and just showed comedians. And I got really inspired by the comics that weren't that good, and they were on TV. And I'm like, so you can be not even that funny and be on
that's
TV.
the level.
I'm like, if that's the level, I can do at least that. And, and here I am.
It's like what do you call the lowest grade for a doctor?
Exactly.
You call him doctor.
You're still a doctor.
You're still
exactly.
a doctor, yeah.
We cover sports here, but we also have a team of people that cover entertainment, and they really want to know any possibility, any update of a potential Workaholics movie.
No update, dude. We were so gutted. Paramount Plus, we were 5 weeks out. We wrote the funniest damn script. It was so good. We were so ready to go. They loved it. Everyone across the board was like, this is good to go. 5 weeks out, Paramount Plus pulls the plug and says it no longer fits our global agenda, which I think that just means we're going to give all of our money to Taylor Sheridan and make 12 Yellowstone spinoffs and not give the Workaholics guys anything. So we're like, we just want, just give us a little bit of money to make our show.
Yeah.
And so we were pretty disheartened by that whole thing. It really, really sucked.
How much do you need to get it done? Because Sterling hit a little bit at the casino last night. We can maybe
I'm surprised.
Pull some money
honestly,
together.
that might be enough.
Yeah.
I'm surprised it's still standing. Honestly, I thought they would have just had to
close it down.
Yeah, I mean,
Caesar himself comes down.
Those $15 blackjack hands, that really gets them.
Honestly, you wield a lot of power with that amount of money.
If you were ever cast in a football movie, what position you playing?
Water boy. Absolutely.
Two.
Yeah, Waterboy 2.
Waterboy 2. You could be the new Bobby Boucher.
Yeah, hoo-hoo. Put me in, coach.
Yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty good.
It's a pretty good Adam Sandler. I like that.
Everybody's got it.
Adam Sandler's the easiest one to do. Yahoo!
Yeah. Yeah. All right, so would you this is another question from our entertainment team. They want to know, would you want to reprise your role as Bumper in any future shows or movies?
I mean, I did a spin-off for Peacock called Bumper in Berlin, where I go to Berlin to try to resurrect my career. So I feel like I've done Bumper quite a bit.
Yeah.
But I love those movies, and I love the everyone that worked on that, all the cast and crew and everyone. So I never say never, but it's not probably top of my list right now.
Makes sense. You want to diversify a little bit. Did you have any comedians that you looked up to when you were growing up?
I mean, yeah, dude. Chris Rock was probably my favorite. He's just so damn funny. And then a lot of the guys, movie guys that wrote their own stuff. The Will Ferrells, the Adam Sandlers. I loved Farley. I loved. Jim Carrey was a huge one for me. I would practice just doing his faces in the mirror when I'm just in my wheelchair as a little boy, just doing Jim Carrey impressions. So, a lot of those guys. People that can write and produce and star in their own movies. Ben Stiller,
How much did that accident, did it influence you at all? I know you went through a lot. You did, you learned to walk again, basically, dealing with a wheelchair. I'm sure the kids at school were really kind about all of that stuff.
Middle schoolers are just sweet people.
They're really, they really are.
They're kind.
Yeah, they're just known for their kindness.
Big hearts. But a lot of people that go into comedy, sometimes they got picked on a little bit in school. I know I did. Did you deal with anything like that? And do you think it kind of helped shape your career path?
Yeah, I think so. I think it Well, I just took it. I was like, there's no one's going to kick my ass because you can't beat up the crippled kid.
That's
You're an
hidden benefit.
absolute monster.
You're
if you
untouchable,
beat up.
basically.
I was untouchable, so I could just let things fly.
Yeah.
And they couldn't do anything about it.
Yeah.
But, I mean, for sure it influenced. It also gave me time to figure things out when other kids were just wrapped up in going to, having friends in a social life.
Yeah.
I was just at home. I would call into the radio station every day and do different impressions and do different characters on the radio in Omaha when I was a little kid.
Yeah.
And they were like, I became part of the drive time hour
Okay.
That's awesome.
as a
Cool.
kid. And then they brought me in thinking I'm an adult man, and I show up as a crippled child to the
great.
radio station. They're like,
That's
well, we
great.
can't have you, we can't pay you. You're 12, 13 years old. We can't pay. But they paid me in concert tickets and Cranberry CDs. So yeah, it was worth
the
it.
real winner.
Yeah, it was all me, baby.
Adam DeVine, appreciate you. And also shout out to Circle.
Circle Water.
Yeah.
Circle Water. You can get it at Walmart and
Home
Home
Goods.
Goods.
It's all over the place
Yeah.
at this point. Yeah, I think you can find it anywhere. But if you want,
I found
you
it right
can
here, actually.
Yeah,
I
it's
did
right
this.
here. Yeah, you can take this one. It's if you go to drinkcircle.com, you can perhaps be one of the 100,000 people that receive the Circle Water at your doorstep on Sunday for the Super Bowl.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
Yeah,
Very cool.
so if you want a free one, I would get to drinkcircle.com.
Get over there now. Adam, thank you so much for stopping by, man.
Yeah,
Great to
take
meet
care,
you.
guys. Nice to meet
yeah.
you.
Thanks, man.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Nice to
Yeah.
meet you guys.
See ya.
Oh, yeah, I really hope he passes that info along
I
about
really
that
hope
sequel.
Workaholics movie goes. That was one of my
Yeah.
favorite shows. See, a lot of people, they love, again, with their family, they watch, heartwarming shows together. Me and my parents, we liked Workaholics. I don't know why.
It's so popular.
we
I
just loved
don't
it.
I don't know why you wouldn't want to do the show. Like I don't get it.
And in fairness for me, too, which I really liked, he did the Catherine Zeta-Jones because that has legitimately – Richard's shaking his head, yes. He knows. That has been stuck in my head for at least a decade now. About once a week I'll go, Catherine Zeta-Jones, she digs beneath lasers.
It's amazing.
Oh.
We've got a good we got Tedy Bruschi coming up. Shout out to everybody in the chat. If you're watching on YouTube, it's the Arrowhead Act podcast live from Radio Row. Hit the like button. What are you guys doing out there? I'm only seeing 2 likes on the YouTube. I know it's early. I know some of you guys are at work, but there's more than 2 of you watching. So let's get on that. Sean Browning says he could do Henry Winkler, Rodney Dangerfield, Robin Williams. Oh, absolutely.
Conway Liddy, again, I always love the name. Conway Liddy is one of the all-time best names in here.
Yeah.
It goes, will you eventually get Blake and Anders also? All 3 are there. I don't think we have them on. I talked to him yesterday.
Yeah.
At like the Uber pickup, just very briefly. But yeah, they're all great. Very, very nice people. And yeah, it's Anders, not Anders. I don't know if you knew that. It's Anders with a heart on.
I did not know that.
Richard liked that one. Richard's over here. My goal is just to make Richard laugh. If I can make Richard laugh, then I know I've done my job.
You've made him cry a couple times this week.
No, I have not. Don't be so hard on me. Okay, I'm a nice man.
Does it make you nervous that a guy like Brian Dawkins thinks that the Eagles are going to win? Because he knows what he's talking about.
He's also he's a Philly guy.
Yeah,
right?
that's
Like,
true.
No, Sean, don't shake your
Producer
head.
Sean is also a
Sean's
Philly
also
guy.
A Philly
Yeah.
guy.
Yeah, we're surrounded by green here. Look, I do think the analysis of this is going to come down to 1 or 2 plays. I've seen a couple outlets say like they think Philly's going to smoke them. That I don't think that's going to happen at all.
No one's getting smoked,
No,
I don't
no,
think, in this game.
no.
I would be perplexed. That would be shocking.
I mean,
shocking.
Look, sometimes teams come out and have bad games. And sometimes those games happen in the Super Bowl. I mean, you remember what happened to Peyton Manning and the Broncos. They went to the Super Bowl that one time. First play of the game, they snapped the ball over his head, and it was just a complete disaster there. So sometimes those kinds of things do happen. And the Chiefs have just been consistently so good over and over and over again that I'm sure that it does seem like, hey, eventually these guys are going to slip up. They're going to have a bad game at the wrong time. The Patriots got knocked out of the playoffs, by the Baltimore Ravens just running the ball down their throat a few times.
Yeah.
So sometimes things can happen. It's not impossible, but this team is so seasoned. They're so well coached.
They're perfect for New Orleans because they're so seasoned.
They are seasoned, yes, and they're never out of it. I think that the difference, and I've seen people in analysis this week talk about the pass rush of the Eagles and talk about the Chiefs' offensive line, and they point to that Tampa Bay game and they say, when they got to Patrick Mahomes in that Tampa Bay game. But I don't see that happening with this team.
No, the offensive line is much improved. It's not.
Well, and the offense is different now. They weren't equipped to deal with. It was light show down the field.
Oh yeah.
So, and we can ask Tedy about this as well.
Oh man,
Tedy, how you doing, man?
How you doing?
Great to meet
Sterling.
you.
Sterling.
Yeah, Patrick Allen. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet
you.
you.
Got one of the rings on right there.
I do.
It's a little shiny.
One of the rings.
07.
Yes.
We were just talking about this.
We didn't get a ring
I don't
for
know,
07.
It looks like it said 07.
01.
Oh,
You
My
don't
eyes
get
are
a ring
bad.
when you lose.
That was.
We didn't start off on the right foot here, did we?
No, Tedy, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I can't read, apparently.
Don't worry about it. It's okay. It's okay.
It's a really
How we
that's a
doing,
slick
guys?
looking ring. We're doing good. We were just talking about Super Bowl rings. They're obviously awesome. Lots of diamonds and gems and stuff. Do you ever wish you had like two? Like they gave you like one like that, but one that's like a little more understated that you could wear like on a more everyday basis?
Well, this is probably the understated of them all. I mean, this is from the first one in 01, so they only got bigger and bigger from there.
Yeah.
I mean, I saw the one for the 6th championship, and it's just, wow.
Yeah.
It's like, what do? You put that on a hood, I guess. But
Yeah,
it
it's a
just gets that
paperweight.
big. So that's why I always like to wear the first one because, probably because it's very, very meaningful.
Sure.
The one that we finally broke through, but also it's wearable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know you're obviously partnered with Abbott right here. Would love to talk about your partnership as we start here.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I'm here promoting Abbott Heartmates. Abbott Heartmates is a new program that Abbott has created for stroke survivors, heart survivors. That it's a community to where it's basically of support. You can talk to people that have had similar issues as yourself. Okay, for example, myself. Heartmates is new, but I've been connected to Abbott for 20 years. The device in my heart is an Abbott device. I had a device put in my heart after my stroke, after my 9th year in the league. So I am a stroke survivor, and it's so important to have community, to be able to talk to people that have gone through similar issues as yourself medically. I really didn't have anybody to talk to. I mean, say, hey, did you ever come back from a stroke and play professional football?
Right.
There was zero.
Nobody out there.
So, I mean, it's a community that everyone, caretakers also, you can relate certain stories. So it's a very supportive, absolutely fantastic thing that Abbott's is starting here.
Yeah. How hard was that during, obviously, 9 years in the NFL, that happens. Was it out of nowhere? How do you come back to that? How do you navigate that?
I didn't think I could come back. I thought stroke. It's like only word I used stroke was on a golf course.
Yeah.
I mean, how many strokes are you giving me here for that? But I was shocked. I mean, when my doctor told me I had a stroke, I got a hole in my heart. We have to close the heart. It's like, all right, my football career is done.
Yeah.
So because I lost the left field of vision in both my eyes, so I couldn't see to my left, and I knew I couldn't play if you can't do that. I couldn't drive, so certain things had to happen. My sight came back, thank God, and everything had to just work out well to where I came back, and it was, believe me, I was a mess for a little while.
I bet, man,
but
it's gotta
still
be
coming
extra
back was big.
Scary. You're a young man. You're at the peak of your athletic prowess, and then you don't think, oh, I'm at risk for a stroke.
Yeah, I mean, I would have loved to talk to someone,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? And that's why I'm so passionate about Heartmates and what it's doing is that if you join Abbott, it's abbott.com/Heartmates. And if you join, I mean, you can ask and be a part of a community that you can get these questions answered that I never got sort of answered, that I just my doctors told me I'm going into a data-free zone. And I'm like,
yeah, you're one of one.
So, okay, we'll just do it.
Man.
Do a lot of the Patriots players hate what the Chiefs are doing? Because I was talking to Ted Karras.
That's interesting,
I mean, he's obviously different iteration.
What did he say? What did Ted say?
Of the dynasty? Because we started off, he didn't really know I was from Kansas City at first, and he was wearing that green bounty jacket, and so I said, nice jacket. He goes, it's also my Eagles green, right? And I go, okay. He plays for the Bengals now. I go, because the Bengals. He goes, well, also because I don't want to see Patrick pass Tom.
Okay.
So I don't know how your thoughts are in regards to the dynasty that the Chiefs are putting together versus the Patriots.
I disagree 100%. I mean, I respect I respect the journey in which the Chiefs are going through. The teams that I was on, this was before Karras. All right, we failed going 3 in a row because we went back-to-back and we failed in the divisional round.
Yeah.
We failed going undefeated. We lost to the Giants in the Super Bowl. I think about those times, and then I look at what the Chiefs are doing, and all I have is respect. Yeah. It's like they're attempting to do something that's never been done before, and I want to see if it can be done. Wow. It's not about passing someone or someone's greater than the other. I mean, you could ask Tom himself, and he admires greatness and what you need to achieve it. So we respect that. I respect that. He respects that. And if they can do this, and Pat and the Chiefs get their 4th, this is 3 in a row, and it's just absolutely unbelievable that if they can complete this.
Yeah, and it's not like it wipes away anybody else's accomplishments.
What we did, no one can ever take away.
Yeah, 100%.
Anybody can never take away from that.
Yeah.
Winning 21 in a row, back-to-back, 3 out of 4, almost completing. The undefeated regular season, all of that stuff. Yeah. There is no one-upping or someone that discounts it. Now, there is one-upping. Actually, there is. I take that back. There is one-upping because, fellas, that's what we were trying to do in 2007. We wanted to win the championship. To where in a place like this, in Radio Row, when I go up to all these players and all of them have won Super Bowls before, oh yeah, but we got the undefeated ones.
Yeah.
Oh, but we got 3 in a row.
Yeah.
So champions look at that as in terms of this is the one I got, and it's better than yours.
Well, and that's why I was wondering because like the Dolphins, they still pop the champagne once the final team loses or the last undefeated team loses, right?
Right.
So I was wondering if there was a similar situation with some of the Patriots, but it sounds like at least you personally, you're not rooting for it, but you like witnessing and watching greatness in history unfold when it comes to some of the parallels you see, because to have a dynasty like the Steelers were in the 70s, like the Cowboys in the 90s, like the Patriots did for 2 decades, like the Chiefs are in right now, there's obviously things that stand out. But what makes a dynasty in your mind? What are some traits that really allows them to stay there at the highest pinnacle for so long?
The first and most important thing is the coach. All right, Bill Belichick, Andy Reid. You're talking, Bill Walsh. You're talking Chuck Noll. Those type of guys. It's got to be the coach. Then comes a quarterback that's probably exceptional, and then you got various other players that are along the way that have contributed in great ways. That's what happens because, this is a sport where the quarterback's not even on the field. There are 2 other units. So these teams have to be built and they have to be maintained. And that's why I knew that this Chief team, based on the draft they had a couple years ago, the young players on defense, and then continually see players like the Karlaftis, the Chenal, the McDuffies, all of these guys that are coming out of nowhere. I think it was Watson also. These players are getting better and better, and then they're the ones that actually, for the last 2 years, have bought Patrick and the offense time to develop while they're still winning football games. You're blocking kicks to win games.
Right.
You're blocking a walk-off block kick. Come on.
These
are squads and total units that have to contribute to this.
I've never played sports at a really high level, but as a fan, I remember thinking, man, if I just could see my favorite team win 1 championship, I'd be so happy. And I'm sure a lot of athletes, NFL players, man, if I ever get that ring, that 1 Super Bowl, I'll be happy. I'll be set for life. How do you, as somebody who's done it, and the Chiefs are trying to, how do you maintain that level of intensity and focus when, you're playing with house money in a way? Like nobody's gonna knock the Chiefs if they don't pull this off, but like they want it. They're at the top of their game. How do you maintain that level?
First of all, I'll tell you, to any of the fans out there that have a team that hasn't won it before, and they say all they want to do is win one. Once you win that one, you'll want another.
Yeah.
Get a taste.
I guarantee that you will want another.
Yeah.
And, it takes – sometimes people get it, and then sometimes people don't. So Patrick won his first championship, right? And then there was but they were always there in it, which is, first of all, it's amazing to me that how – he's been in it ever since he's been a starter.
So
right?
in the 7 years as a starter, this will be his, 5th Super Bowl, and then the earliest exit he's ever had is overtime in an AFC championship game. That happened twice to the Patriots with Tom and then against the Bengals.
See, that's amazing to me because we failed. I mean, we won in 01, and we didn't even make the playoffs. It's almost like we needed a slap in the face to remind us to, like, hey, who do you guys think you are?
Yeah.
You know, and these players, you need better players than what you got.
Yeah.
So we had to do that. And then we came back and won a couple more. But still, these Chiefs, they from day one, when Patrick came on, it's just so amazing what they've been able to do.
Yeah.
When it comes to Steve Spagnuolo, he is going to be the
What a
Eagles'
coach.
worst nightmare.
What a coach.
What are your thoughts on Spagnuolo? Would you have ever liked to have him use you as a chess piece? I know, obviously, you played with one of the best defensive minds, maybe the best defensive mind of all time in Bill Belichick. But Spagnuolo is, and I guess, would that have been 07? Sorry.
Yeah.
That's on me.
Okay.
I'm
It's
sorry,
okay.
Teddy.
It's coming with you. It's all right.
Yeah.
In 07, I saw his brilliance. I mean, when he shut down one of the greatest offenses in the history of the game in our 07 squad with Brady and Moss and all of those guys and Welker and the good offensive line and everything, and he shut it down. And I'm witnessing these plans of, was it Kavika Mitchell? I mean, linebacker faking a blitz, faking a drop, then he blitzes, all of this stuff, or just those four. I mean, it was, Brady said it was like throwing through the forest, you know what I mean, with Strahan and Tuck and all of these guys that were coming after him. And such a great coach, such great plans, and such guts. I mean, 4th and 5 versus the Buffalo Bills. Send the corner. This is what we are. This is what we do. See if they beat it. My players versus yours.
He sent middle linebacker. So middle linebacker Nick Bolton dropped into coverage. Defensive end Mike Dana dropped into coverage. Your best coverage players, Justin Reed and Trent McDuffie coming on a blitz. I've wondered this. Do you think he's able to do some of these more aggressive, unique blitzes because he has the rings to back it up? Because I do think some defensive coordinators, if that play doesn't work, I don't know if they have the stones after the game to stand to the media and be like, I sent a blitz on 4th and 5 with this. But Spags, this is what he has always done. I think he's going to live and die by it, and he clearly keeps living by it.
See, the Buffalo Bills and other teams see those plays and those moments as the crucial moments that their whole season is defined by. Right? That's just another play to the Chiefs. Because they've been there so many times and they've succeeded. When you've done that, it's like it's just who you are. All right? It doesn't matter the game. It doesn't matter the situation. What's the game? Play the game you're in. What's the call? All right? Execute the call. And with that, it's like, the Super Bowl's on the line, by the way. That doesn't matter.
I think it's a philosophy thing for him, too. If he's going down swinging. He's not going to go down being conservative unless he really thinks it can help him win. And you kind of have to admire that. You see a lot of teams lose by playing not to lose. And Spags plays to win.
Those players that faith in McDuffie and Bolton and all those guys that you drop, you don't, you rush and all that stuff. I know you've done it before. I can call whatever I want.
You got to love that as a player, the aggressive mindset. Well, we got to let you get out of here, but before we do, who do you think takes it home on Sunday?
It's Harrison Butker for the win.
Yes.
Once
there
again. Yeah.
I like that.
We appreciate it. Tedy Bruschi, Abbott. It takes. You want to get your heart checked out. Heartmates.
That's
right.
Come on, Heartmates.
Yeah. I started saying it takes two.
It's Heartmates.
We're talking to a lot of people.
It's Heartmates. You have to have a mate for your heart.
That's
because
right.
Teddy didn't have that when he didn't have a mate for his heart. He was on his own.
Yeah.
It's Heartmates.
It's a
Think
long
of
day,
that.
Sterling.
Appreciate it, guys.
Yeah,
Thanks,
we appreciate you, Teddy.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you for coming by. Yep. That was the all-time great.
I love
Tedy
a lot of
Bruschi.
the quotes in regards to, for the Bills, that's their season.
Yeah.
That's the biggest moment they have.
Yep.
For the Chiefs, they've been in that moment before so often now.
Yep.
That is just another play.
Yeah.
When he said that, it made a lot more sense. And again, it's why I think Spags can be more aggressive. Why Andy at times gets more aggressive. I would like to see him occasionally get more aggressive still, but more aggressive in the postseason than the regular season.
Yeah.
Because if it doesn't work, for example, you've won 3 Super Bowls already.
Yeah.
You've gone back-to-back. Again, you want to win, obviously, but I think you're afforded the looseness that a lot of other organizations and players aren't able to do.
Yeah. Well, and you saw it against the Bills in the regular season. They were a little more conservative on that fourth down call, and Allen was able to get out of the pocket and make a run. And Spags didn't want him to do that again, so he confused him. They forced him one way. He wasn't able to get to the edge. He had to make a bit of a Hail Mary throw. Credit to Josh Allen. He got it there, but the guys couldn't make the play. And at a certain point, if you're a Chiefs player, you just have to start to believe, right? You just have to start to believe that, like, we're going to make the play. You're never going to get nervous. You're never going to get tight. And I think until you do it, this is a team that's come back in every Super Bowl from down 10. I think until you do it, if you're the Eagles, you don't have that belief. You might try to fool yourself into, we got this, we're good. But in the back of your mind, just like with the 49ers last year.
Yeah.
Like, they know that's a bad man over there on the other sideline, and he's not going to make a mistake. He's going to get the points he needs. If he needs a touchdown, he's going to get it. If he needs a field goal, he's going to get it. So I think Teddy's right. Not enough people are talking about Harrison Butker and the kicking and special teams advantage that the Chiefs have. And all of these Super Bowls, either the kicking game or the return game or both, has played a huge factor. And everyone's talking about how talented the Eagles are and their offensive line. And they are.
There's a reason why they're here.
Yeah, but they're focused on that, and I think sometimes we overlook. And honestly, I really think the Chiefs as a team get overlooked. How good they are. You just hear this analysis of, well, the Eagles have the better roster, top to bottom. And, like, they have some big names, but they also have a couple of rookie corners. And they're playing well. But, like, what about the Chiefs, man? What about Xavier Worthy and what he's doing this year?
Well, I've wondered that because for as great as Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean have been, they have been phenomenal.
Yeah.
Absolutely outstanding. I wonder, in that big moment, was it Toledo for Quinyon, correct? And then it was Iowa for Cooper. That's not the biggest stage. You're not playing college football playoffs here.
Yep.
Will it be too big in the Super Bowl? So far, it has not looked like that in the playoffs. Is a Super Bowl, which is, again, the highest level, next step up, will the rookies have a little bit of that rookie moment? And the same could be said for Xavier Worthy, by the way. I know it's Texas, but it wasn't like Texas.
He could have a drop. He could have a fumble.
He was on that Texas team, at least.
What if Xavier breaks one off and he's run into the end zone?
Zay Flowers.
And he's like, I'm going to score in the Super Bowl, and then someone runs up behind him, peanut punch, ball comes out. So I think Chiefs have to have their rookies prepared for that. But I think the Eagles really rely on these young rookie corners, and I just think you're playing in your first Super Bowl, and you're going up against an absolute, like, you're not going, this is Andy Reid. He knows you're a rookie. Yeah. He knows you're playing his first Super Bowl. And he's going to have something for you.
And Mahomes knows that as well.
Right.
And that's what it comes down to.
Right.
Andy, yes, but also Patrick, and he understands some tendencies that I'm sure some rookies have.
Yeah.
Now, it goes twofold. Are they really rookies now at this point when you've played this many games?
Yeah.
The whole thought process, once you've played 12, 13 games, are you really a rookie anymore? Once you make it to the playoffs and you won playoff games, are you really a rookie anymore?
I think you are in the Super Bowl. You regress a little bit back to being a rookie in the Super Bowl. And I just think that –
And by the way, we're not mentioning Jalen Carter as much because I personally think that Jalen Carter's a little different.
Sure.
And I think edge rushers, you can get sometimes. But when it comes to a guy like Jalen Carter, I just think he's so darn talented.
Yeah.
I'm almost not even lumping him in that for the rookie.
You might get duped on, a play action or, you know what I mean? Some polling and those sorts of things. Speaking of offensive linemen.
Andrew Whitworth walking over right now. Andrew.
Man.
Good
to see you. I know this guy.
Let's go.
Huh? Mr. Clean.
What, you didn't want to shave the beard and
go
all
that
white?
far. Listen, we're both sexy bald men, I trimmed it down, though. That's what we did.
Yeah, I love this partnership you have with Mr. Clean, by the way. We got a video here, so folks on or listening afterwards, we have Andrew, and then we have Mr. Clean right next to him. It's gorgeous. Your guys' domes are sparkling.
Yeah, Mr. Clean and Mr. Clean 2.0. You know what I mean?
I love
There's a little bit of bummer, like you're a former Super Bowl champion and you're getting outshined by your
listen,
Mr. Clean.
You know what? Eyebrows and all, he's just a good-looking man. I can't complain. But, hey, listen, I got 4 kids, 3 dogs. I know all about messes. So this is a great partnership for more reasons than one.
Yeah.
Not just the bald heads. I know all about cleaning up messes. So it was a great partnership for today to come out and talk a little bit about the Magic Eraser.
I see you guys have Magic Eraser. Man, I use that stuff for
all the time.
Everything. Everything.
Anything.
Scuffs on my walls I can't get
You
off.
name it.
It's
Shoes,
incredible.
walls, tables.
My dog, I have to use it all the time. He
trust
jumps
me.
up, and I'm
Oh,
like,
man.
dude.
I know all about the dog messes.
Yeah.
Okay, I have to ask this question
Yeah.
because I've told people about this, and they say if you ever have a chance to interview Andrew Whitworth, I'm held to the standard now,
Okay.
so I have to do it. Don't kick my ass here. The sweatshirts under the suits.
Yeah. The hoodies.
The hoodies under the suits.
Yeah.
Sweatshirts, I don't know. You kinda
Sweatshirts,
try
no.
You try to lean it to your side.
The
and say
hoodies.
sweatshirts.
I'm sorry, it's
The
not
hoodies.
it's not for me, Andrew. Why the hoodies?
So
You're a big guy, so I.
So I always had wore a hoodie.
Okay.
I was a very large human.
Yes.
I'm still a large human, but I'm a less large human. So I'd always wear a hoodie because when you're big, you have big back, big neck. Collared shirts don't fit right. They like sprawl out, so they never
Sure.
look good. And so I hate it, and you can't button them for sure. So I hated wearing collared shirts. So I either wore a T-shirt or a hoodie with everything I did. And so when I started to do this job, I didn't know I was going to do TV, and we had a dinner, and I was meeting everybody there with Amazon, and I wore a hoodie under like it was kind of like a jean jacket type
Sure.
look, but it was like casual. And they're like, do you normally? I was like, yes, this is like how if I was going to go out to eat, I'd wear like a hoodie and put some kind of nice jacket over it. And they were like, wear it week 1 if you want. And so I did, and people loved it, and some people hated it. It became a thing, and now it's great because every week I love it. It's like half the people send like, you're disgracing football as you have a hoodie on. And then half the people are like in my DMs, just constant DM flood of send me the brand. Like, who is it? So it's just unbelievable. It's so funny. Some people get so livid about it. And then some people are like, this is my husband's birthday gift this year. Please send me the brand, like blah, 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 blah. So it's really been fun just to see people react to it. That's the best part.
That's
why I
hilarious.
enjoy it. And I wear a hoodie all the time, so I'm used to it.
I love leaning into your own style. That's what Sterling does. He's a little bit of a fashion guy.
Yeah. Look, to me, it's no different in the media space to playing sports, everything else in life. Like, the more you can find ways to just be yourself, I think you're talking about long-term success. And to me, I'm a person that the truest measure of performance is consistency over time in anything I do.
Yeah.
Sounds like an offensive lineman.
Yeah, and so that to me is like, hey, man, the hoodie is who I am. So if that's sticking to me, whether people like it or not, I'm going to feel good about the fact that when I walk away from it, I was always me.
Yeah.
I'd love to lean on your expertise a little bit. I mean, you played guard in the NFL and then moved to tackle. Joe Thuney is doing that for the Chiefs. They were really a couple of young tackles, weren't quite ready, struggling, giving up pressure really fast. Joe Thuney goes out there. Can you explain to our audience like how difficult it is to change? I think a lot of people think, oh, you're on the offensive line. You're playing here, you're playing there, but it's a whole different world, right?
It is. I mean, it's much like I like to relate a lot of things to other sports maybe that people have played, but to me it's a lot like playing defense in the paint in basketball and then all of a sudden saying, hey, you're going to go to the top and you're going to play out in the perimeter with guys. And now all of a sudden they got all the space in the world. They can cross you over. They can do all these things. They can back away from you. They can take off past you.
Yeah.
And you've got to now learn, where is the basketball goal behind me when I'm way out here past the three-point line, compared to that, like when I'm down under the key, right? So now it's like, all right, when I'm in that block and I'm a guard and I know where my walls are, I know how to kind of stay in front of you. But now I'm moving out to this massive space and you can kind of go anywhere you want. I got to be prepared for all the different things you could do to get to the basket.
Yeah.
That's what moving to tackle is. Now all of a sudden you're on that island and there's a lot of places this guy can go to attack you. And you really have to have a totally different feel for the down because it happens later. At guard, immediately when the ball is snapped, you're in action.
Yeah.
At tackle, unless you're a jumper, it's happening much later. So now your timing, your rhythm for when you're used to making contact and feeling out a guy, as you're playing through this process of a pass rush, totally different. Now, the run game, it's not a whole lot different. If anything, I'd actually argue it might be a little easier because he's facing lighter guys on the edges.
Sure.
But in that space, it is wildly different, and it's been so impressive how he's played.
Yeah, have you got a chance to watch him? Is he improving the more reps he gets out there?
He is. Obviously in the Houston game, those guys got after them pretty good, but you're talking about two guys who get after everybody, the best of the best at those positions. And they're a group that when we're playing that group, we don't need to have the ball in our hands for a whole long time because they're going to get to the quarterback no matter what, who they're playing.
Yeah.
So obviously different there, but like week to week, you just continue. The more reps, the more comfortable he looks. He's going to get a feel for certain moves that guys are going to give you. I think it's going to be interesting to see if there's something different that they'll really try with him and how they attack him, because you can see whether it's a bull or where it's certain moves, whether he's a little more vulnerable. I'll be interested to see if this group tries to compress the pocket a little bit on him. But yeah, I think you get more comfortable with that space, but also you start to show like, all right, maybe this. Oh, we saw something on tape where we go, this might be the weakness. Let's see if this can work.
So Lane Johnson and Juwan Taylor both have that pretty quick, borderline gray area, first kick, right? Juwan also sometimes has that borderline where he lines up. What are your thoughts on that obviously as a tackle? Do you like what Juwan does specifically? I mean, we do a lot of KC stuff here, but I'd love to get your thoughts on Juwan. Do you think he's getting picked on sometimes by the referees? Is some of it the reputation, or is he actually just lining up so far back that, hey, Juwan, maybe move up a little bit here?
I mean, there's definitely some times where he's too far, and he pushes the limits of that, obviously. And then even like sometimes gets called for it, and it's like the next down he's in the same exact spot. You're like, man, he loves to just push the limit with it. But so some of those are a little susceptible. I mean, I'm always just super jealous. Him and Lane get off the rock so fast. I wish I could move like that at any point in my career because it makes the down so much easier. But, really, to me, it's like some of those are tough when you're talking about moving too fast, because I think what's interesting is like you can get on a broadcast and try to do the audible of the quarterback. But like sound and all that in the stadiums and when it's loud and there's audible noise, like it travels different than you think. And so like they're always living in a world where they're having to anticipate the words when they're coming out. And you can't really say like, all right, well, when do you hear it and when do you not? And then, did the ball move? We can slow the camera down. And like, well, what if the center just audibly heard it a little later than him, and so he's moving the – so you just get into, in my opinion, that's a lot of what the ref stuff is.
Sure.
A lot of this ref stuff is, like people say, the refs aren't keeping up with the game. No, now we have a million ways to clip all these clips and slow it down and go, oh, my gosh, this ref didn't see what I can see in slow-mo and live action with 7,000 things in his face. Like, it's just stupid. Like, it's an excuse. And so, to me, it's like a lot of those things get a little silly. Now, lining up too deep, Juwan Taylor definitely needs to move up a lot of times. I'm always watching the games. I'm like, all right, come on, that's too much. Like, you're definitely getting away with stuff. But when it comes to the other stuff, I think we get a little picky and we try to find that stuff. And, yes, there's going to be some reps where his foot moves a little early. That's football, though, and I don't think there's a lot of reps. The end moves fast, too, and he's borderline. Like, is the ball moved all the way yet? I mean, we can get into that all day.
The nuances.
Yeah.
Oh, man, listen, how many nose guards are lined up with their freaking football from their helmet over the football? Go clip those off every season. You miss those, 100 of those every year.
Yeah.
Well, we got to let you get out of here. Before we do, we got to ask, who do you got on Sunday?
You know what? I go back and forth the last few days. I started probably 2 weeks ago with Eagles -2.5. I thought like that was my line. If I was going to set it, I think they'll win by a field goal or more. And as I get closer and closer to this game, I remind myself that every time I pick against 15, I'm dead wrong. But also, I go back and look at those games. And the one game that sticks out in my mind is the Rams game. And the reason is not just because I played for the Rams, it's because no one really who the Rams were this year. They were a team that they weren't some explosive offense, but they had long drives. They possessed the football for lots of time. Stafford would find first downs. Kyron Williams wasn't an explosive back, but he was really productive at getting first downs and chucking up yards. And they would kind of put you in that situation where if they can drive down, eat tons of clock and score, they make the game really short. And the problem for them was they're young on defense. They got exposed in that Philly game and the run game with some things. But they were the team that right there had the chance to beat them, came down to the last drive, right? That is what that's what Kansas City is. They possess the ball. They go on these long drives. That's what they do, except for they're playing with an all-world defense. Yeah. And so, to me, when I start to play that scenario out in my mind, and I go, man, you know what? If they just play the kind of game the Rams played, but they play with their defense, they beat Philadelphia. Yeah. And so I think, to me, that's what's made me start to lean towards 15 as I get closer to the game.
Andrew Whitworth hoping the game keeps it Mr. Clean. Whichever team is Mr. Clean on the field probably win.
There's no doubt about that.
Yeah. Thank you for stopping by. We appreciate it,
guys.
Yeah, Andrew Whitworth and the GOAT, Mr. Clean.
By the way, Quiddy Pay said you were the toughest guy he ever went up against. You maybe had 18 years on him, but he said you were the toughest guy he ever went up against.
Yeah. It was awesome, man. Great insight, especially on the offensive line play. You know, I love everybody's always talking about the skill position players. It's great to get that perspective from somebody who played at such a high level, won a Super Bowl.
I'm just glad I finally got to ask about the sweatshirt.
Yeah.
Finally got to ask about it. Jerome
There
Bettis
he is.
joining us right
Jerome
now.
Bettis.
Jerome,
How we doing, guys?
how you doing, man? Sterling.
Patrick,
Hey, how you
thanks
doing,
for joining
fellas?
us. We're doing all right.
I'm doing great.
Yeah.
I know you're here with the CDC Foundation.
Yes,
Let's
yes.
start there first. What are you doing with the CDC?
So I'm working with them, and we're trying to really shine a light on heart health and what that all factors in, and just showing people that you can make small changes in your life that can affect you, because we know hypertension is a killer, high blood pressure is a killer, all these things that we can help change with small things, changing your diet, going for a walk, every single day. Because these things are really important to me, because I lost my father to a heart attack. He was 61 years old. We just won the Super Bowl, and a couple months later, I lose, the patriarch of my family. So I understand intimately how important that is, just to make a small change in your life that can really change your quality of life. And so hopefully my story and other stories can inspire some people to just make small changes in their daily habits, because it will pay dividends in the long run. And if people want to know more about my story or someone else's, some other stories, you can go to livetothebeat.org/legacy and find out more information about it.
Yeah.
Very cool, very cool. Well, you know about accumulating things on a day-to-day basis. You accumulated a lot of yards. I just wanted to ask you. We've been interviewing all week. We've seen everybody's still in incredible shape. All the retired guys. If you had to play one more game, you get you give it 2 weeks to get ready.
Yeah.
How do you think you could do? You think you could? What do you think you could average? One game for the rest of your life.
I mean, it just depends. How many carries are we talking about?
How many do you want?
I mean, if once we get into it, you got to give me 24, 25. I mean, that's what I'm used to. I mean,
Sure.
you give me 12 carries, that's not feeding the beast.
Yeah.
I need to eat. So I take about 24, 25 carries. I think I would come close to a 100-yard clip, maybe 85, 90 yards, maybe not 100, but I think I feel good. I could pop one.
Yeah,
Maybe a goal line could use that, right? The Chiefs could use that right now. So.
Absolutely. Yeah. I think that's what they're going to get. They're going to get about 85, 90 yards.
By the way, just because you mentioned that, you're like, you need 20, 25 carries.
Yeah.
How hard is it in today's NFL? Obviously, Saquon gets his and Derrick Henry gets his, but, the Chiefs, for example, it's a lot of times splitting with Kareem and Isaiah Pacheco. Steelers with Najee Harris and Jalen Warren. How hard is that for these running backs now to try and get into a groove?
It is. It's a challenge right now, because a lot of teams don't really have that feature back. And when you don't have a feature back, you two platoon it, and now neither one of the guys really gets a lot of work. So I think when I was playing, you had a feature back. Every team had their one guy who was a bell cow. You gave it to him 25 times, got out of his way. Now it's not like that, because you can't find them in college. Now, when you do find them, you draft them. And people are like, you don't draft a running back in the first round until you find the right one.
Right.
And you saw that with Gibbs. You saw that with Robinson, right? Yeah. They're there, but you got to find them. They're needle in the haystack now, because offenses in college don't run the offenses that the NFL runs now. So it's a little different, but the running back position, I think, this year, more than anything, they've shown that if you've got a running game, you got a chance to be in this game.
Yes.
Yeah, and even the older guys, I think a lot of people, oh man, this running back's 27, 28, we gotta move on from him. And you see what Derrick Henry's doing. He's obviously special. But then the Chiefs, Isaiah Pacheco gets hurt. Kareem Hunt's sitting on the couch. They bring him back, and he's incredible for them. I felt like a little bit there that the NFL was starting to devalue the running back position. Do you feel like that's changing?
Yeah, well, you know what? They tried to devalue it because they wanted to defund it. That was the issue.
Yeah.
Because here's the big problem, and then you can work yourself backwards. The way the design was when I was playing, you had your running back that you paid the quarterback.
Yes.
You played your wide receiver one, and then you played your left tackle.
Yeah.
Right? That was kind of the hierarchy.
Yeah.
Well, now you've got to pay wide receiver two. But the one that really affects the running back now is you have to pay tight end 1, right? So now, wide receiver 2, tight end 1, where do you get the money from?
Yeah.
Because you still got to pay left tackle.
Yes.
And big money. So now the running back gets squeezed because financially you just can't pay all of those. So the running back was squeezed financially. It wasn't because they weren't productive.
Sure.
Right? But part of it was they couldn't find the running backs, right? So they said, well, we can't find them. Why are we going to still pay this number? Let's now pay a smaller number because we're not finding the quality running backs. But what you're going to see now, because of the resurgence of all these running backs, teams are going to say now we're willing to invest more capital in the running back because we see it's paying dividends in your wins and losses.
Well, I think you even see with the Eagles this year, their offensive line on the interior is not quite as good as it has been in the past. Still really good, don't get me wrong.
That's right.
But it's still taking a step back, and yet the run game has been more effective than ever because of you have a game changer in Saquon Barkley.
100%.
I do want to ask you, just obviously big Steeler guy, you're Mr. Steeler, right? What are your thoughts on Mike Tomlin and maybe some of the fan base's thoughts on Mike as far as can they get over that hump?
Well, I think the problem is the Steelers and Mike Tomlin, they're a victim of their own success.
Yeah.
And I say that because they're not able to get the first-round quarterback in the top 10 because they're picking 17, 18, 19, 20 because they're winning, having winning seasons, right?
Yes. Yep.
So you're not able to pick the running back that's going to change the franchise, right? So because of that, now you've got to try to find a quarterback. Maybe that's a retread. Maybe that doesn't work.
Yeah.
We know what happens in the NFL. If you have the quarterback, you got a chance to win a championship. If you don't have the quarterback, you're going to be in mediocrity until you find that quarterback.
Yeah.
And I think that's where the Steelers are. And so what they have to do is they've got to commit and say, if we have a quarterback that we like in the draft, we got to go all in, and we got to say we're going to invest in getting this QB1, and if that means packaging 1, 2, 3 first-round draft picks, you're going to have to make that decision and have to be able to live with it. And so I think that's the problem the Steelers are in because their draft picks are their lifeblood because they don't use free agency very often, right?
No.
So they go after their own in terms of the draft. So to package a couple would really cripple them, but they've got to make a decision because what they're doing now is not working.
Yeah. The Chiefs went from 27-10 to get Patrick Mahomes. It can be done. You just got to get your guy.
You've got to get your guy.
Yeah, we know we got to get you out of here. So thank you so much for stopping by. Just one more time, tell us about the CDC Foundation.
Yeah, it's important just to change some habits because we all want to live longer and healthier lives. LiveToTheBeat.org/legacy. Just get some information. You will not be disappointed.
All right.
Really appreciate it, man.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Very
really
cool to meet you.
Appreciate it.
Yep. Take care. Thanks for
guys.
stopping by.
Thank you.
Yep.
Appreciate it.
Jerome Bettis, the Hall of Famer, just one of the best to ever do it.
I believe it. I bet he'd get some yards still.
Oh, yeah.
He's still getting some yards.
Yeah.
All right, I know we got to do a change right here.
Yep.
Iain, Cody, they're coming in.
We're moving
so
out.
Patrick, myself, we are going out. We will take a
Arrowhead
break.
Act. We'll be
Come
back.
All right, we are back. Iain MacMillan here. Cody Williams joining us, the man, the myth, the legend, Reggie Bush. It's so nice to meet you.
What's up, fellas? What's up, Reggie? How's it going, man?
How's your week going?
It's going great, man. It's going good. I just got in last night, and, man, this is my first day getting into the action. But, man, I'm excited to be here.
You are partnered with Tostitos this week, so let's start right there.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I'm getting a chance to partner with Tostitos. We issued a nationwide Stop the Clock challenge for people to take part in an opportunity to be the person who presses the confetti button at the end of the game for the Super Bowl. So that's a huge opportunity, and all expenses paid for a trip. And yeah, so we found a winner. She'll be at the end of the game. She's gonna press the button. But in order to win, you had to stop the clock at 5.9 seconds exactly. So different ways to practice on your iPhone, or if you got a traditional stopwatch. But yeah, man, it's exciting to be able to partner with Tostitos, because obviously chips and dips are a huge part of just Super Bowls. For me and my family, it's like one of the main go-to food items. So,
did you try it yourself? How close did you get to 5.9?
Oh, I got 5.85, 5.86, 5.87.
Of course,
like really close. It's not easy.
No, absolutely not. So obviously, your former USC head coach Pete Carroll is now going back to the NFL, going to the Raiders. And big story with the Raiders, they're looking for a quarterback this offseason. Is there anyone in the draft or in free agency that you think Pete Carroll specifically would be really good for?
I mean, in a draft, Shedeur Sanders, I think, is going to be at the top of everybody's list. Cam Ward is going to be another quarterback at the top of everybody's list. With those two guys, you're getting a lot of potential. Right? You're getting great quarterbacks, great understanding of the game, good pocket presence. Cam Ward is a true dual threat quarterback. Anybody who gets any one of these quarterbacks is going to be, just tremendously happy. But those are the two guys I would start with in the draft.
Okay.
And I think the Raiders have one of the top picks.
Yeah, number 6. So they're in that. They're right in that mix.
So it's good. They're right in the mix. They can trade up if they need to. But yeah, those are two guys I would start with in the draft, man, because those guys have just a ton of potential, tremendous upside, can throw the ball, pocket presence. They got it all. Yeah.
I want to ask you about one of your other former coaches, Sean Payton, who's obviously with Denver now, and he recently said that this offseason for the Broncos, he's looking to add what he calls a joker position to the team. And he mentioned your name. He's like a player like Reggie Bush. So talk to me, like, what
Tell
is...
him, I'm one of a kind, baby.
That's right.
Replace me. Okay? Keep looking all you want. You're not going to find him.
He's going to look like a joker trying to replace you as the joker, right?
What is the joker position?
That's the X position. That's Mr. Do-It-Everything.
Yeah.
I feel like when I played in college, one of the things, when I get a chance to talk to young guys, I try to speak to them about being a player who does a lot of different things, right? If you're a running back, for example, Ashton Genty, who I got a chance to spend some time with recently, great running back, and he has a tremendous career in front of him. I would love to see Ashton Genty returning kicks. I would love to see Ashton Genty returning punts, right? Even if it's something he's never done before, but just because we are in the era of where we need our players to do more, right? It's not okay to just go into a team and say, I'm just going to play this one position and that's it. Unless you're the quarterback, which we don't ask the quarterback to do other things, but as a running back, as a receiver, even a defensive player, I'm trying to find ways to do more. And so that's why I played running back, I played receiver, kick return, punt return. I wanted to do it all. And that, to me, is what the joker position is, of what Sean Payton's looking for.
And obviously you were uniquely suited for that role because of all the success you had at USC. We're less than a year removed. You got your Heisman reinstated, man. And, as someone who was in the camp that you always had it. Yes. You know what I mean? How does it feel, though, to just have that validation back in your life that you are, back among the Heisman Trophy winners?
It feels great, man. It never should have been taken away from me.
Agreed.
And I'm happy that they did the right thing and gave it back to me. Because if I'm being honest, they really didn't have a choice. We were pressing them behind scenes with my attorneys, with all the facts of the situation, of everything. We have lawsuits that are now pending as well. So they did the right thing. And we backed them into a corner, and so the rest is history. And it should have never been taken away from me. And it feels great to have it back, man. And one of the things I'll never forget is when I walked into the room in Jacksonville to go get it back, all of the other Heisman Trophy winners that were in the room there waiting, to greet me, or who were there just to vote for me to get it back, right? So these guys took their time out of their busy schedules to come and support me. X amount of years later, I'm not even in college anymore, but they still felt the need, inclined to show up, and I love that, man. And to me, it's a brotherhood. The Heisman Trophy family is a brotherhood, and you got to earn your right to be in there. And I'm so thankful for the guys that were in that room that day.
Yeah, that's special. Well, Reggie, I know we only had you for a couple minutes today, so thank you for joining us.
Absolutely.
Enjoy the rest
Thank you guys, man. Appreciate you. Yeah, thanks for having me.
Yeah,
appreciate
absolutely. There we go. NFL legend, Reggie Bush.
Absolutely. One of the greats.
So joining us again here in a little bit, Cody, you and I are on for what, about an hour here before we swap out? We got Trey Hendrickson coming up in a little bit.
Yep. One of the guys that's going to make us look super small once again.
Yeah, and I mean, neither of us are. Yeah, this is the downside of doing in-person stuff in sports media is guys who are not necessarily big in the two of us. I mean, I'm 5'9", you are
5'9" as well.
Yeah, so. And there he is, joining us now, Trey Hendrickson.
Trey Hendrickson, man. Trey, thanks for joining us, man.
Yeah,
nice to meet you.
I'm Iain. Hey,
I'm Cody.
Nice to meet you.
Cody, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, man. So we'll start off. We'll get right into it. You know, Beagles defense had a big shift already this offseason with Coach Lou Anarumo getting parting ways with the Bengals, and you got Al Golden coming in. Have you had a chance to talk to Coach Golden yet? And what was that conversation like, if you have?
Yeah, he touched base with me when he got the job. I have a lot of respect for him, what he's done in the college football arena, playing on the biggest stage. Last time he coached in the NFL was our biggest stage. So he's coached in those big games. I think he's a great hire. Obviously, I love Lou and everything he's done. He's had me highly productive in his defense over the last 4 years. But he's going to do great things for Indianapolis. It's a business at the end of the day, and there are moves that are outside of my control. So, but I love him. I think he's great, and like you said, he's going to do great.
I mean, it says a lot about Coach Anarumo that he was on the open market for like 2 weeks, and he's got a new job, right? So it says a lot about him.
I mean, he was going for head coaching jobs and interviews about 3 years ago. I just don't see that change happening that quick. But again, those are decisions that are outside of my wheelhouse.
No, 100%.
Now, you and the rest of the Bengals have done something that no one else has done over the past 4 years, and that is obviously beat the Kansas City Chiefs in the playoffs.
Yes.
What is the key to doing it? Because it seems like time and time again, other teams, they have they're in the spot where they can do it, and then it just slips through their grasp right at the very end. What were you guys able to do differently, or what do teams in the future need to do differently to take down the back-to-back and maybe 3-time defending Super Bowl champions?
Yeah, I think it's difficult because, we played them in the regular season this year and fell short. It was on the last drive as well. So, I think they're a good team that they're always in the fight, and they have a great quarterback, and a good surrounding cast, and also having Andy Reid as your head coach doesn't hurt. So, I think they're a quality team. If you can put them away and put them away early, I think Tampa was another team that did that back in the day with Tom Brady. It's a tough one because he's incredibly talented, and I have a tremendous amount of respect for Pat Mahomes and the Chiefs.
Now, I'll tell you, as fans, we're sick of seeing the Chiefs win. It's the same team every single year. We want to see a new team get in there. As a player, do you feel that? Obviously, you're not going to cheer for them. You're going to cheer against them. But watching the playoffs, were you kind of cheering for someone other than the Chiefs?
I don't really cheer for anybody, but like if I had to pick out of the two, I usually tend to go in the AFC. That's our division and our conference, obviously. It's one of those things. I do respect that they're going for something like three-peating, and I think that's pretty cool. So for the game of football, it's great. For fans, not too great.
Unless you're a Chiefs fan.
At the end of the day, I think they're solid.
So kind of on that note, on the Chiefs note, I feel like the Bills-Chiefs rivalry in the playoffs gets a lot more attention than the Bengals-Chiefs rivalry, but y'all have the win. The Bills do not. Do y'all in the locker room feel a little bit of disrespect behind that?
Well, you have to make the playoffs to be in that conversation. Yes. So missing it the last 2 years has been a little disappointing. But there's a lot of positives to build off of. I mean, we had a 5-game win streak to end the season. We were close to putting our hat in the ring. But at the end of the day, winning a couple of those games early and often is going to be something we're going to turn around moving forward.
You're obviously entering the final year of your current contract. When that happened with the Saints, you had a bit of a breakout season that year, 13.5 sacks. Is that mentality when you're in a contract year, does that motivate you a little bit more, a little cherry on top of your motivation heading into a big season like that?
Yeah, and we're in discussions about, kind of avoiding a free agency type look,
right.
And my agent has been doing a great job communicating that with everybody. I love Cincinnati. My son was born there. My family my wife got a residency at the VA hospital there. She's got her doctorate in pharmacy. So, there's so many good things that Cincinnati has given me and the opportunity to play at a high level. So, I would ideally stay there and stay there for a long time.
So speaking on free agency, another big name is a free agent this year from your team, T. Higgins. And I know that a lot of, Jamar Chase and guys on some of your teammates have expressed wanting to bring him back. I'm not going to ask you if you want to bring him back because I'm assuming you do. Y'all are a close locker room. But at the same time, as a player, how do you deal with that kind of being out of your hands, like you said with Coach Anarumo?
You can only say so much, and at the end of the day, I think Joe Burrow's done a good job of speaking openly about it as well. But I respect T. Higgins. He's accepted the role that he was in. Some guys, complain when they don't get the ball.
Right.
As a wide receiver, too, that can be in wide receiver one all around the league. I think that's a special respect I have for him. Like I said, I have his jersey. The respect is earned. Never given, and he's done a great job handling adversity, and he'll provide for his family. For sure.
Now, you're obviously here with Old Spice, so tell us about your partnership with them.
Yeah, it's the Old Spice Total Body Dry Field Deodorant. It's their new product. They're doing great, as in keeping the NFL fresh 24/7. And quite frankly, we need a lot more guys to wear it. It's there for them. So that's the vibe for today.
What's the funkiest locker room experience that you've had where you're like, God, we could really use some Old Spice up in here?
Yeah, I've been throwing BJ Hill under the bus all day. He's my guy. I love him, but man, I told him he'd be repping Old Spice here soon because they gotta partner up here soon.
He needs to be at least.
No doubt.
Speaking of the locker room, bit of a weird question. I've asked some other players about this week, but who controls the music in the locker room for you guys?
For the most part, over the last couple of years, it was Joe Mixon, Orlando Brown. Those guys were in the mix, and then obviously Joe did great things with the Houston, so he's probably rocking it over there too. But yeah, Sam Hubbard will throw some mixes in there too. Joe Burrow as well.
Is that like a pressure position? Like if a playlist isn't hitting, is someone gonna vote them out and vote someone else in to
we haven't ran into any of that, so we've had some good vibes, so it's been good.
What are your thoughts on obviously the Super Bowl this week? Defense, I think, is going to play a big role for both teams. How do you see the game turning out?
I think it'll be close. I think they're both two teams that are solid in their own rights. I think the Eagles' offensive line is they've controlled games in the past and helped Saquon Barkley get loose. Anytime you have a rusher running over 100 yards as a defender, that's never a great place to be.
Right.
So, stop the run, have some fun, get the passer. I think that's what quarterbacks don't want to do on Sundays.
No, and you talk about the Eagles on the other side of the line, the defensive line. There's some monsters over there as well. And the Chiefs have had kind of shuffling around on the offensive line, but in the playoffs, we've seen Joe Thuney move out to the left tackle spot from the guard spot. As an edge defender, are you kind of licking your chops there with someone who's a little bit inexperienced there, or is that someone who, with Joe Thuney being who he is that someone where you're like, okay, it's just a different type of challenge?
So when you guys had Orlando, I think it was 2022 or 21.
Yeah.
Thuney stepped up and was the left tackle.
You said you
me.
guys. I'm not a Chiefs fan, so
yeah, that's one of our shows.
Sorry,
one of our shows.
Yeah.
No, I'm not a Chiefs guy.
But so he stepped up and was the tackle with me. I think they did great. The scheme is good. You have to change some things around, but he holds his own. He's doing great. And much respect for him.
100%.
We are not Chiefs fans. I'm a Falcons fan. I know you want to stay in Cincinnati. You got a bit of a situation you have to deal with this offseason, and hopefully, I know you want to get it sorted out soon. If you do go to another team, I do want to let you know the Falcons are a pass rusher away from being a Super Bowl
I'll keep that in mind.
So just keep that in mind moving forward. Outside of obviously all the contract stuff, in terms of actual training and preparation, what does the offseason look like for you?
Well, there's some guys that fly all over the country, could work with specialists. If that works, that's great. I just try to get faster and stronger. It seems like it's like a given.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's not. Training is something that I put a lot of respect in. Diet, sleep, those things are where you make your jump as a younger player.
No, 100%. And I think we've seen that pay off. You're coming off back-to-back 17.5 sack seasons. Both your career high. You set it and then you matched it, which is pretty impressive. And congrats to you on that. But like Iain said, you're trying to get something worked out with Cincinnati, but when you were in a contract year in New Orleans, and if you do have to play out a contract year, how do you better 17.5 sacks?
Well, it's like the discipline and fundamentals that get you here. And obviously I've been blessed by my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, to continue to do what I love and at a high level. So, at the end of the day, we'll see what happens. Let the chips fall where they will,
right.
And we'll go from there.
Awesome, man.
I want a prediction from you for Super Bowl MVP. The obvious answers are the quarterbacks. You could toss in Saquon Barkley, but what I want from you, name a defensive player from either team that you think has a chance to win Super Bowl MVP on Sunday.
Yeah, I think Jalen Carter's pretty special. Obviously they have to win the game. And also Chris Jones, very special. Both interior defensive linemen that I think can wreck the game.
Do you have a final score prediction for us?
Oh, man. It could go either way. It could be high scoring, could be low scoring, but I have no idea.
Fair enough. I'm going to say 24-20 Chiefs. I can't pick against the Chiefs. I've picked against the Chiefs the past 2 Super Bowls. I'm not doing it a third time in a row. I got to back the Chiefs this time.
Yeah, I mean, this is the world's premier Chiefs hater. Like, he's got Nick Wright calling him out on Fox Sports 1. It's been a year for him, and he's finally come over to the dark side.
I called the Chiefs frauds halfway through the season, and that has not worked out well for me. So.
That's great.
Trey Hendrickson, thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Nice meeting you guys.
Nice
yes, sir.
As well. Good luck this offseason, man.
Yes, sir.
All right, there you have it. My Chiefs take did not turn out well halfway through the season. We are here. When I said that, I said because I knew at that time I was going to be here for Super Bowl week, and I said it will be a nightmare situation if this doesn't work out for me and the Chiefs are back in the Super Bowl. And
here we are.
Here we are. The Chiefs are back in the Super Bowl. That has been my luck for a while now, Cody. And last night, my bad luck was on full display because we have a little bit of a break here before we have on our next guest, which is Deuce Mcallister. I already talked. Come on, you put me on with all these Saints guys. Reggie Bush, Saints guy. Trey Hendrickson, former Saint, and now we're going to have a Saint great and Deuce Mcallister. As a Falcons fan, it's a tough spot to be in.
I mean, it's not great for you. You do a good job. You keep it professional. I don't know if I could do the same if, we were interviewing just loads and loads of Eagles guys as a Cowboys fan. So, I appreciate your professionalism in doing it.
I mentioned my luck was on full display last night. We checked out Caesar Sportsbook Casino last night. Myself, you, Sterling Holmes, sat down at the blackjack table. The smallest limits we could find, $15.
Yeah.
We gamble responsibly. We're just having fun. I put down $60, lost off the table within 10 minutes.
Yep.
I did not rejoin, and as soon as I left, the table got hot, and you and Sterling made a ton of money.
Yeah, it was a good night for us. I appreciate the emotional support. You gotta have your buddies there emotionally supporting you, because if we were all three at the table, I feel like we would have just walked out even. So you took one for the team, and we greatly appreciate that. But
it's at least good to know that my bad luck doesn't necessarily rub off on other people to the extent that I at least could stand behind you guys, and you guys were getting good luck. So
no, 100%.
Because if it kept getting worse, I might have just had to walk away and just leave you guys and see if your luck was going to turn around. But
I mean, if our luck had started turning into your luck, I might have had to call security over there and say that you were harassing us. I think that might have been where we would have ended up there. But I think it was a good night, and also you have chances to go back there and win it back. Last night was my last night here. This is my last day here. So you got opportunities to redeem yourself.
Yeah, and actually, I just brought this up, not to switch to a different sport here, but as I was leaving, I wanted to place an in-person sports bet because I have not done that since I lived in Canada, which you can kind of, funnily enough, do at convenience stores, which Americans would probably find very weird.
Yeah, it blew my mind when he was revealing that to me last night.
Yeah, in Canada, you can just, at least for Atlantic Canada, you can just walk to a convenience store and bet on sports, which is crazy. So I placed my first American soil in-person bet last night. It was a 2-leg parlay on a 3-ball. For today's WM Phoenix Open, which starts today. The first leg was Rasmus Højgaard to beat Michael Kim and Will Gordon. Rasmus Højgaard 4 under through 6.
In the lead, it seems like,
in
too.
The lead.
Solo
and
lead.
He was my pick to be first-round leader. I do have a small bet on him that I placed early in the week. I did consider last night doubling down on that at the sportsbook, and I didn't. And I may regret that a little bit because solo lead, Rasmus Højgaard, 2-stroke lead. Obviously, it's very early. He was one of the first groupings only through 6 holes. But 4 under through 6 holes, Rasmus Højgaard.
Things can change in the desert pretty quickly.
Yes.
WM Phoenix Open, things can get a little loose. Has he played the 16th yet? That's my big question.
Yes. No, he's right now. He's on the 16th. He's on the Grandstand Stadium hole, the 16th hole.
I mean, that's kind of the make or break when you get there. Because if I'm not mistaken, this is Rasmus's first time playing the WM Phoenix Open. So, once you get the vibes of the 16th hole, things can change pretty quickly.
And if that leg hits, I'm certainly not out of the woods because I went a little bit for with an underdog with the second one. I took Andrew Novak to beat Mark Hubbard and Min Woo Lee. So I'm kind of going against Min Woo Lee, who is the favorite in that group, like Minwoo. I was high on Minwoo last year. I had a lot of Minwoo stock last year, as you know, when we were doing green on the greens last year. Did not live up to expectations. Now I'm flipping on him, and I'm gonna go against him.
I mean, maybe the Lululemon partnership wasn't what we thought it was going to be. Maybe that's what it worked out. But I mean, Andrew Novak's playing some fantastic golf to start the year. I believe he was top 10 in this tournament last year. So I don't hate that. Don't hate it at all.
So you said you are heading back tonight. You got to take your luggage here to Media Row.
That's right.
What has been your favorite memory so far? Your favorite thing that you've done in the few days that you've been in New Orleans?
I mean, we talked to Eric Dickerson yesterday, man.
That was great.
And it's like, and I told everyone after the fact, like, I felt like we could have sat there and talked to him for hours because, when he's bringing up stories about Bruce Smith, about hoping that they could get Warren Moon on the Rams and stuff like that, like, it's surreal that you're in that moment. It's something you can't take for granted.
Yeah, it is crazy. I mean, a lot of these, especially former players, you grew up watching.
Yeah.
And then,
I mean, Reggie Bush just now. Like,
yeah,
I mean,
that's crazy.
As a college football guy, like Reggie Bush is a guy who. I have a PS2 video game at my house right now that has Reggie Bush on the cover in his USC uniform. And, like, that's surreal to think about, that I just sat here and just had a conversation with that man.
It's unbelievable. Yeah, and it can't be understated how crazy it is to be here. It is both our first Super Bowl weeks and to see not only the people that we get a chance to talk to, but even just the people walking around Radio Row. It's the real who's who. I know Adam DeVine was on this show earlier with Patrick and Sterling.
Yep.
When I was waiting for an Uber yesterday, right beside me were just the 3 workaholics guys.
Incredible
which is crazy.
stuff.
I just felt like I was and they kind of talk and look and dress like they're actually in Workaholics. I felt like I was in an episode of Workaholics.
I love Workaholics.
Yeah.
I don't think there's a whole lot of acting going on that show.
I think it might just like dial it up like a couple notches,
exactly.
But like they're pretty similar to what they're like what they are like on that show.
No, 100%.
You mentioned Reggie Bush. Crazy to talk to him. He was one of those players that when I was like in high school and in college, you just toss on Reggie Bush highlights on YouTube.
Oh yeah.
And you could just you're at college, you get back from the bar with your buddies, and you're like having a couple more drinks to cap off the night, and you just toss on YouTube Reggie Bush highlights.
Oh yeah.
And just watch it, and it's amazing.
Some have called you the Canadian Reggie Bush. As
that was my nickname. Some people did call me that. Yes.
Yeah. I mean, I having seen your highlight film, can't argue with it. You were dominant in your day.
Nowadays, instead of when I get home from the bar after a few drinks, instead of turning on Reggie Bush highlights, I turn on Iain MacMillan high school highlights.
Just reliving
those glory days.
That's right.
When I peaked in high school.
I was talking with Joanne and Shaun, 2 of our producers here with us last night. We were walking through the fan experience, which if you are in New Orleans, go check out the fan experience.
I have not been yet.
It's overwhelming but super awesome over there. But they had the 40-yard dash, and Sterling was talking the other day about saying he could beat us in a 40-yard dash. And when I started talking a little bit of smack to both of you, I forgot that you were a former running back, and I might be in trouble if we do go run that.
I am a former running back. I was fast. I was also the finished 6th in the Nova Scotia Provincial 100-meter final.
How many people raced in that?
Well, in all of Nova Scotia, there's a lot of high schools. You have to go districts, regionals, and then provincials.
Look,
and I got to the final of the final.
I apparently know nothing about Canada, as I've learned
what
this
do you
week.
think the population is of Nova Scotia?
I don't
28?
know. 600,000 people, maybe.
I actually don't know. It might not be that much. I wish I knew there was a 40-yard dash thing. I mean, I could go do it. I'm not dressed the best for a 40. Also, these pants are a little too tight for me. I think my pants will rip if I try to sprint right now.
I mean, as someone who has pulled both hamstrings in the past calendar year, the 40-yard dash is probably not the smartest thing for me to be doing. But, that's the breaks of your mid-30s, I guess.
Knock on wood, I have never really suffered injuries. I've played hockey my whole life, football almost my whole life. I was playing sports in the summer. Never suffered a serious. Like I don't think I can get hurt. I don't think I can suffer an injury.
That's a poor mentality to have, because that's literally how I pulled both of my hamstrings.
My worst injury ever was turf toe, which does suck.
Turf toe hurts.
It hurts way more than you would
I had
think.
it in high school playing soccer.
Yeah.
And, turf toe does not feel good. But, yeah, this is embarrassing, and this shows that I'm just so incredibly washed.
Yeah, we're getting old.
My hamstring injuries both came playing slow-pitch softball.
That's tough.
Yeah, it's not a good look for me.
Just running to first base?
No, running to third base. I was looking at a triple because, I got a little power. I got a little power.
Of course, yeah. I mentioned Reggie Bush highlights. One player who I think about maybe once every 2 months who never panned out he was decent. I shouldn't say decent. He was a very good returner at the college level. Never panned out in the NFL. But his high school football highlights might be the best.
I think you're. Can I guess?
Guess.
Noel DeVine.
Noel DeVine.
Noel DeVine.
I don't think there's a highlight
monster.
tape I've watched more than Noel DeVine's high school football highlight tape. It doesn't even make sense, like some of the runs that he was doing in high school.
So no lie, I fired up Noel DeVine highlights. I think it's been like within the past month because Rich Rodriguez, who was the big head coach at West Virginia, is going back to West Virginia, and I started to I had to reminisce about the glory days of West Virginia and Rich Rod, and Noel DeVine's the first player I think of when I think of that.
Yeah, Noel DeVine, I think he was, correct me if I'm wrong, because I didn't follow American college football as much as you did back then.
Yeah.
But like he was a very good returner, but I don't think he was like he didn't like reach his running back potential.
He definitely didn't, and I mean injuries played a part in that for sure. Like I believe, and he was a smaller guy. Like,
yes.
Reggie, sit next to Reggie Bush. Reggie Bush is a big guy for being as explosive and as elusive as he was. Noel DeVine, I believe, was 5'8" and under 200 pounds. So, like, it's hard for your body to hold up at that, with when you're getting the workload that he was, because he was the type of guy you get him as many touches as you possibly can, whether that's special teams, whether that's in the backfield, whether that's in the receiving game.
So if people don't know, if people haven't watched Noel DeVine high school football highlights, I know it's high school football, I get it, but it's worth watching because it doesn't make sense how many tackles he breaks. Guys could not tackle.
No,
He'd break like 8 tackles in a run.
Guys who were great in high school, like have you ever watched Derrick Henry high school highlights?
Yes.
It's impossibly funny because like there's a grown man on the field with guys who are maybe going to be like the nerdy freshmen in their dorm the next year. Like it's such a contrast of, this is what greatness looks like in comparison to someone who's just going to be a regular dude like you and me.
Yeah, so I played high school football, obviously. The Nova Scotia only had a certain amount of teams, so you were split up in playoffs. It's changed because now there's been more teams, but you were split up either Division I or Division II playoffs based on how you did in the regular season. Mm-hmm. So we were a Division II school in terms of size, but we won enough games. We were the last seed in the Division I playoffs.
Okay.
So the first round we had to play against the best team in Nova Scotia. It's the Inner Halifax team. They're called Citadel. And I'll never forget the first play of the game. They had a guy at wide receiver. He went on to go play for Guelph, all Canadian. He was a very good college. Went on to play college football, and he was going up against. I was going to say his name. I'm not going to say his name. But a guy who is not athletic. He was a band geek, to be completely honest.
Right.
And they just threw a streak to this guy who went on to be all Canadian. And I was like, this game's over. Immediately.
Yeah, we don't have a chance.
We lost by 70 points.
Oh, my God.
But we did make the Division I playoffs, which was an accomplishment for a school that was as small as Central Kings Rural High School.
So I've got to be honest with you. And first off, that's hilarious.
Yes.
But secondly, whenever you tell me a story about Canada, and it's something I picked up on throughout this week.
Yes.
You'll throw out like words or like names of places and stuff like that. Like I'm supposed to know them. I'm horrible at American geography.
Right.
You think I know anything about Canadian
You're
geography?
telling me you don't know Guelph? You don't know Guelph?
That's not a word.
Go Griffins?
Guelph? No, absolutely not. Never heard of that in my entire life.
Shout out Guelph Griffins. Have you ever watched a Canadian football game?
I have. I've watched the CFL.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah, absolutely.
Speaking of CFL, later on today, it's not going to be with you. I'm going to be back on with Sterling. I get a chance to talk to the greatest CFL player of all time. We have talked to a lot of obviously big names. Reggie Bush today, Eric Dickerson yesterday, some of the best NFL players of all time. The interview I might be looking forward to the most is talking to Doug Flutie, who is a CFL. I think he's the consensus number one greatest. He was a cheat code.
Yeah.
Whatever team he was on
100%.
won the Grey Cup. And before I even knew about the NFL, I knew Doug Flutie for the Toronto Argonauts. I was born in 92. He went back-to-back Grey Cups with the Argos in 96, 97. So I get to talk to him later. He's actually in the Canadian Sports Hall of Fame. Canadian sports legend, Doug Flutie. Not Canadian, but Canadian sports legend.
Were you an Argonauts fan growing up?
Yes,
Okay.
I still am an Argonauts fan. Now, I do not watch the CFL as much as I used to, obviously.
It's difficult in America. It's honestly difficult.
Yes. When I move back to Canada, I'm actually going to move to Toronto, so I'm going to be going to some Argos games. I'll get back into the CFL a little bit.
Argos season ticket holder?
I'll look into it.
Yeah, I mean, it can't be like I'm not trying to disparage the CFL when I say this, but it can be that expensive. I mean, season tickets in America aren't as expensive as you probably think they are.
Yeah, so CFL, Toronto, definitely has fans. Where the CFL is massive is out west, actually.
Okay.
The Edmonton Elks, they were called something else, which they were team name change that had to be changed. Calgary Stampeders, Winnipeg Blue Bombers, those teams out west get like die-hard fans. So I bet you those tickets are a little expensive.
Yeah.
Toronto, there's Argo fans, but it's not obviously, and I think it's because there's other kind of big Maple Leafs, the Jays, like there's other big teams, especially in the summer with the Blue Jays. Most Toronto sports fans would rather go to a Blue Jays game than an Argos game.
Right.
So yeah, I could probably get season tickets at a decent price.
So, question for you, because obviously I've watched CFL on TV, but you don't always get the scope of that. We're in New Orleans. Superdome is absolutely enormous and seats 100,000 people or somewhere close to it.
Yeah.
How big is like the Toronto Argonauts Arena? Like, how big are we talking?
It's a good question. They used to play. I think they used to play the same place as the Jays, and I don't think they do anymore.
Okay.
I might be wrong in that. But the stadiums, especially, is it BC Place where the Lions play, would be as big as a stadium as around here. I think that might be the biggest stadium in Canada.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I will say one thing that I find funny every single time I go to an American football game is as soon as I see the field, it strikes me how small the field is.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Because the CFL field's much bigger. So the field I'm used to, the one that I played on, from end zone to end zone, it's 120 yards, plus 20-yard deep end zones, plus it's wider. I remember the first time I went to an NFL game, I went to Packers-Vikings in 2010. It was Brett Favre's. He was with the Vikings his last game at Lambeau, and I was went out and saw the field, and I was shocked how small an American. Which it surprises me that guys can be quick enough to find the edge and run around guys, because there's only so much room.
Yeah, and I mean the CFL, one of the things that does make it fun, but is also vastly different than the NFL, is all the motion and all the running and the get off time is it's just it's almost a different sport. It's still football, but it is a different version of football without question.
Yeah, 3 downs, 12 players. Now you'd think because it's 3 downs there'd be a lot more punting, but there's actually a lot more explosive plays because of how much bigger the field is, more room to kind of create some space. And the running start so if you're off the ball, so if you're a slot receiver, you can get a running start, and that kind of gives them a little bit of an advantage as well. So
I mean, just think about how many times you're watching an NFL broadcast and the broadcast team says something to the effect of, "Oh, he almost had the edge there."
Yeah.
CFL, they get the edge because they've got that little bit of extra room on the sidelines there.
Now, I don't want to spend too much time on the CFL, but people need to respect the CFL, because actually the NFL players who have gone to the CFL have talked about they went there thinking, "Oh, I'm going to dominate this league," and then Chad Johnson, Ocho Cinco, I know, has talked about that a lot. Ricky Williams.
I mean, let's be honest though, Chad Ochocinco's not a guy who really struggles for confidence. So
yeah, but he went to the CFL and he's like, man, these guys ball.
Yeah, no, 100%.
Because there's only so many spots on it. I mean, most of CFL rosters are Americans. Each team does have a minimum amount of Canadians they need on each team.
Yeah.
But there's only so many spots on NFL rosters, and there's not that. And some would say no difference at all between the last guy on an NFL roster and the guy who can't get on an NFL roster. Obviously the biggest gap is the stars, the elite guys, way better than the bottom of the roster guys. But there's top guys in the CFL who could be on an NFL team and
And honestly, I think that the CFL's reputation in America over the past few years probably took a little bit of a hit with a guy who's actually here this week, Matt Nagy, when he was the head coach of the Bears. Wasn't he a CFL guy?
No. So no, it wasn't Nagy. It was Trestman, Mark Trestman.
Oh, that's right.
Yes.
I apologize. I apologize. Sorry, Matt Nagy. I did not mean to insult you like that.
Mark Trestman was a legendary CFL coach, and when he went to the NFL, I was like, oh, the Bears are going to be great, and he, things.
It was not great.
Yeah, he won. He was Montreal Alouettes. Anthony Calvillo was his quarterback. They won a ton of Grey Cups. CFL legend, and then went to the NFL. But I mean, as a coach, I think it'd be harder to transition as a coach from CFL to NFL and vice versa than it would be a player, because you're talking completely different strategies.
Imagine Mike McDaniel in the CFL with all the motion he could run.
He would be unbelievable, I think. That's not something I thought of, but that would be very fun.
Because I mean, he pushes the boundaries of motion at the NFL level right now.
Are you a Mike McDaniel guy?
I'm torn.
Yeah.
Because there's obviously a flaw with what he's doing. Or else the Dolphins would be better. Yeah. At the same time, I think you undeniably have to respect the vision that he has. But at a certain point, he needs to adjust that vision. That's kind of where I fall on it. So I'm not trying to fence sit on that, but I do think there is the success, the numbers that he's put up with Tua, with Tyreek Hill, with Jalen Waddle, with all of these guys, and the individual numbers those guys have put up, the offensive success they've had. There's something there. I'm just not sure what needs to be adjusted?
My theory, and this could be dead wrong. I'm not in the locker room. I don't know these guys personally. I don't have any inside sources. But my theory from watching on TV is I think he might be too much of a player's coach, if that makes sense.
And I could definitely see that.
Because, yes, you need to have a good relationship with your players, but also there does need to be like you need to carry a sense of authority.
Mm-hmm.
And it just feels like the players like him, but they don't have that like respective authority that like players do need to have with an NFL coach.
Yeah, I mean, I think you see it sometimes with Tua, honestly. I don't think Tua is as bad as some people on social media will have you believe. I will never think that because I watch.
I'm a Tua defender.
Yeah, absolutely. But at the same time, I think there are some times where Tua probably deserves more criticism or at least a jolt from Mike McDaniel than he gets because Mike McDaniel wants to boost that confidence. And like I think that's I can see where you're coming from with that theory.
Yeah, and I mean, I think we see it with Tyreek Hill a little bit as well, where he just like says like he wants to leave, he wants to get traded. Like I think in one of the last couple of games, he like took himself out and like refused to go in. Like now Tyreek Hill is obviously a little bit of a character, but I do think generally, if it's a coach that demands respect like the great coaches do, that doesn't happen.
I mean, sometimes I also think it's as simple as maybe draft an offensive lineman. That might help you. Like the fact that, you know, Tua is, when they face a legitimately scary defensive front, like the offense looks a little bit different than it's supposed to.
I was very high on the Dolphins this year. They were my Super Bowl pick. That did not work out for me.
Oh, so you were a Chiefs hater from the preseason?
Yes. Well, I do this thing at the start of every single year because, like, at the start of each year, obviously being in sports media, I see people's takes about who they think is going to win the Super Bowl, and everyone's like, Chiefs, Eagles, Chiefs, 49ers.
Chiefs, Lions was
Lions
easily the most popular this year.
And it's like, of course. I always come into it, and I want to have a little bit of a unique take. Now, the issue with that is that, like, unique takes the past 5 years just don't happen. It's just the obvious teams make it.
Right.
So then, like, I look like an idiot when I'm like, I think the Dolphins and Cowboys have a really good chance to play in the Super Bowl this year.
Yeah, never pick the Cowboys. As a Cowboys fan, though, just don't do that.
My pick was the Dolphins to beat the Cowboys. And
that's horrendous, and you should have consulted me because let me tell you one thing. Even as a Cowboys fan, we could have the greatest roster ever constructed. They're going to lose before the NFC Championship game.
The Cowboys are the Maple Leafs of the NFL, so I should have known that.
Actually, I think that's why we're kindred spirits. Yeah.
Yes. What was your preseason Super Bowl pick? Did you just go with the obvious? Did you say Chiefs, Lions?
No, I believe I had Lions, and I want to say Bills. Okay. I want to say I went Lions, Bills.
And that was, I think, heading in the playoffs, the Super Bowl matchup that everyone wanted.
And I actually pivoted from it at that point because after I watched the Bills this season, I'd lost a little trust in them.
I wasn't super high on the Bills either. I think their defense was actually not as good as I think a lot of
people that's where I came down to is like that the defense looked a little bit better than I thought it actually was towards the end of the season, and even early in the playoffs.
Their defense kind of went on. Their success came from getting a lot of turnovers, and that's just not sustainable, especially when you play against a team like the Chiefs. So joining us now, we got our next guest, Saints legend Deuce Mcallister. He's just getting ready here. He'll join us in just a moment. The third Saint that the two of us.
Deuce Mcallister, thank you for joining us. I'm Cody.
I am Iain. Hey, nice to
Cody,
meet you.
Iain. I appreciate it. How are you gentlemen doing so far?
Oh, doing wonderful. How you doing?
Can't complain.
Love to see it.
Can't complain. Thank you for having me on as well.
Absolutely. Thanks for joining us.
No problem.
I want to start right away, and I got to admit something. I'm a Falcons fan, so I'm a little bit behind enemy lines right now. But I will say you played in the only game that the Saints beat the Falcons that I was okay with the result of it, and that was the 2006 game, the back in the Superdome game. Talk to me about that game because obviously as a Falcons fan, I was watching it. It's tough to admit, but I was kind of wanted the Saints to win that one. That was a powerful moment.
I've got to know Coach Moore pretty good. He was the head coach at that time, and he even said, I don't know how we got scheduled for that game because whomever it was going to be all odds were against you. And I'll never forget, Coach Payton saying the scene is set.
Yeah.
Everything is perfect for you. You just got to go out there and win the game. I mean, the reopening of the dome and just having the moment of it's almost goosebumps, and it was goosebumps. And so special for the city, recovering from Hurricane Katrina and just a really special and unique moment.
Yeah.
So as the non-Falcons fan over here, I'm gonna needle Iain here a little bit and talk a little bit about the Falcons and Saints rivalry, because on a national scale, you talk about the Chiefs Bills now, you talk about Cowboys Eagles and stuff like that, but Falcons Saints should be up there, and I don't feel like it's talked about in that conversation. So what makes that rivalry so special?
Well, it's more of a college rivalry, and from you talk about how close the cities are. That kind of builds into it as well, but it's probably not on the level of some of the other rivalries, is because of the lack of success that both teams have had in the playoffs.
Right.
Yeah. When you're winning or at least going to AFC championship games, you're on the national picture. I mean, outside of that, our game is just one of, 16.
Right.
One of 14 being played that week. When there's only 3 games on the weekend, and you're talking about, hey, this is the AFC championship game, or this is, the divisional round, all football fans are watching it. And so they kind of get to see what we kind of know overall. And so it's a really, really special rivalry. You're always going to have 40 to 60 trailways of the opposing fans going to that game. And a lot of times, regardless of the record, I don't care if you win 2 games or 1 game, you just have to beat the Falcons. Or, hey, you got to beat the Saints. You got to beat them. And so Falcons, the Aints, you got to beat the Aints. And so,
I've heard that from this man right here before.
I know how the rivalry goes. And so here's something special and unique. Some of my closer friends in the NFL probably came from that era. And, Michael Vick, shout out to him being the head coach, just getting that job. And, a lot of those guys, when you talk about it, I played for the Falcons. Once we're out of that rivalry,
right,
we're friends.
Right.
We're friends. We get it. We understand. And so it's a unique game. It's a special game, but it's one that you definitely want to win.
Yeah, now the Saints, who you obviously spent your entire career with, still looking for their next head coach. It's heavily rumored that it could be Kellen Moore. If it is him, what do you see in Kellen Moore that you think he could make him the right guy for New Orleans?
From an offensive perspective, what he's been able to do not only in Philly, in Dallas, and even when he was with the Chargers has been really, really impressive. He's a young guy, has worked with different style quarterbacks. Definitely. I think that's something that, New Orleans is intrigued by. But then, you see how the league has been playing now. A lot of guys, hey, I want an offensive mind. I want an offensive mind. He fits that mold. For me, I just want somebody that can lead men. I want him to be able to connect with players. He's young enough where he understands, hey, they're technology driven. So if you don't understand that, it may be hard to connect with some of those guys. And so different things and aspects of that will play a part. The rest of it is, who is his DC? What's the philosophy offensively? I know what you've done in the past, but, your team led the league in rushing. Now, a lot of that is because this year, a lot of that is because Saquon Barkley and the offensive line that you have, but it's there. So, what's that philosophy look like from a head coaching standpoint? And if it is I think it's a pretty good hire for the Saints.
So speaking of head coaches, you spent the last 3 years of your career in New Orleans with Sean Payton, and he came back to the Denver Broncos and orchestrated a pretty impressive, a quick turnaround in Denver. What about Payton that you learned from him really did you have confidence that was going to happen, and what about him led to that?
You didn't know. When you got Coach Payton, he was a lot like Kellen Moore.
Yeah.
A guy that had been the offensive coordinator for the Giants, had been the offensive coordinator for Dallas, kind of like Kellen Moore, got the play calling kind of stripped from him. Yeah. Sean Payton got the play calling stripped from him. But, there's a lot of similarities in those two. I think with Coach Sean Payton, he was demanding, but he was also a guy that you love to play for. Right. And so he was a guy that was going to instill confidence in you, even probably when you should not have been in some games. And so very brash, probably talked a little bit too much, and you wanted to back him up, because it's like, did he really say that? Yeah, and you guys better go out and do it. And so you like that confidence. And so he's done a really good job. He knows that they have to get a little bit better. They're in probably one of the toughest divisions in football, and a lot of good quarterbacks, young quarterbacks in that division, but a really, really good guy as well as a special coach.
A lot of good coaches too in that division now.
We were just talking about actually new young coaches, which you mentioned coming to the NFL, and we're curious. Some of them seem like they are maybe too much of a player's coach, that maybe they don't hold the same authority that guys like Sean Payton does, like you just mentioned. How important is that kind of sense of authority for a head coach? And do you think some of these younger head coaches do kind of potentially run into that issue where they want to be liked too much by the locker room? They're almost like, is there such a thing as too much of a player's coach?
I'm your coach. I'm not your friend.
Yeah. Right.
There's a line.
Yeah.
You've got to respect me as your coach. And if you don't respect me as a coach, I can't lead you as a man. I can't get the best out of you as a player. And so there's a fine line that we have to be able to play. I mean, obviously, you're going to have some flexibility with that. I mean, you look at it from a basketball analogy. If a guy's putting up 25, 30 points a night and he's going to get me 7 boards, yeah, he's got a little bit more leeway. You know, and that's just being honest. I mean, and same thing is no different from a football team, but my team has to understand that we've got to be a tough physical team week in and week out, and I have to be able to have their respect. And if I don't have their respect, we won't win very many games.
Now, you're partnered with NFL Alumni's new On3 Obesity campaign. Talk about that.
Yeah, and it's one really for not only former athletes, but really Americans in general, you know, to make sure that we're watching and taking care of our health, particularly with former athletes, you know, making sure that you keep the team. You're used to having a schedule. When you step out of that game, it's a little bit different. Making sure that you're doing what you need kind of to take care of your body. I think that's probably the most important part. And so from a hydration standpoint, you know, making sure that I'm getting, 120 ounces of water, making sure that I'm eating some health. It doesn't have to all be healthy. You know, we're not asking you to go out there and be an Olympic, bodybuilder or anything, but making sure that you're in the fight long term. I think that's what really the On3 campaign is that, we're kind of promoting and pushing.
Is there somewhere people can go to find out more about the On3 campaign?
Yeah, well, it's really NFL, the NFLPA website, NFLA, that's for the retired .com. It's on3.com that they can go to, and they can look at the site and just see some of the studies. There's plenty of information out there as well, some of the things. But I would always kind of say, hey, consult with your physician as well, because, what I eat may not be a little bit different from what you can eat. And so, understanding what my body processes, understanding, what my body does with different types of food definitely helps. And so from that standpoint, just trying to put them on the right track to make sure that we're here for a long time. And, you were fortunate enough to play that game. Now we want you to kind of enjoy some of the things that comes with that and after that as well.
Well, thank you so much for joining us. We got to get a Super Bowl prediction from you before we head out.
Close game.
Yep.
And if it's a close game for me, I think KC wins it.
Yep.
Now, with the better overall talent, that's probably the Eagles. The Eagles have the better overall talent, but if that game is close, I'm not going against Mahomes.
I used to. I will not be going against Mahomes anymore. I can't do it anymore.
That's the same place we landed as you. So, yeah, we're right there with you.
All right, thanks so much, Deuce. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Nice to meet you.
Thank you. No problem. There we go. Deuce Mcallister, NFL legend, Saints legend. Like I said, I had to root against him for a handful of years, but I was always a Deuce Mcallister.
Oh, yeah. I mean, he was a guy, one of the guys that I always enjoyed watching him play the position. So it's another opportunity that I'm not taking for granted and just soaking it all in, man.
Yeah, and I didn't mention it to him, but same birthday, Deuce Mcallister.
Oh, you should have mentioned that to him.
Not same year. Both December 27th, guys. All right, we are going to swap out here. Cody and I are done for a little bit. Both of us will be back on later at different times, but I believe it is the Sterling is coming back on and Patrick. So a little Arrowhead Addict back on after an hour-long break. Stay tuned.
Make sure looks like Bill Lumbergh from Office Space this week.
Stay tuned.
We are back here on Radio Row after not a long enough break. Patrick Allen, Sterling Holmes, grinding.
Stop complaining. Why? This is fun.
I'm wiped, man. I'm running on fumes, but that's okay. We are gonna push through, and we're gonna get you some fantastic interviews here. Great morning slate. Really enjoyed talking to everybody. Brian Dawkins, super big highlight for me. But we got Jeff Saturday coming up. Peyton Manning center. It's a pretty important job to have for a little while. So we'll talk to him about that. I'm anxious to ask him about Creed Humphrey, what he thinks Creed Humphrey brings to the game.
Well, and also just that few games he coached with the Colts.
Yeah.
I would love to know that thought process, what went into it, how that happened, what transpired.
Totally.
Yeah, man, there's so much interesting tidbits when it comes to Jeff Saturday, one of the all-time great centers, right? I don't believe he's in the Hall of Fame.
No, he's not. I think there could be an argument for him. But.
I think there is an argument. Obviously, Colts Ring of Honor, two-time first-team All-Pro, two-time second-team All-Pro.
Yeah.
Super Bowl champion, right? I want to know when he became eligible.
He had a bit of an Iron Man streak, too, Jeff
Yeah.
Saturday. He played, I'm going to ask him about this. He played, 188 out of 197 games for the Colts.
Did you say 198 out of 180?
188 out of 197.
Okay, sorry. I think you said 198 out of 197.
I might have. I'm a little loopy.
How are you so loopy? Drink a beer,
know.
grow
Yeah,
up.
yeah.
ICB. Come on, baby. It's time.
Tell Hunter to get us some
beers?
Some beers over here. We need a KC beer. Come down to the Super Bowl.
You want some beers? Okay. By the way, had a very, very fun interview with Josh Jacobs and A.J. Dillon by Bounty.
Oh, nice.
Phenomenal. Great time with those guys. Take a look out for that wingman.
Yeah. Who was it that was telling us yesterday that Josh Jacobs is one of the hardest guys to hit?
Oh, dude.
I think it was one of the linebackers.
He is a very strong guy.
Sturdy.
They both went with the Chiefs in Sunday's game. But
That's good.
Josh more begrudgingly, but in a fun way.
Yeah.
Right? One of those, he even mentioned it, like, the Chiefs always got me when I was with the Raiders. I can't root for those guys. But I respect the hell out of what they do.
Yeah.
I didn't know you're from Oklahoma, so he grew up, right there, just south of KC. Talked about Grand Lake a little bit, but yeah, nice guys. And what's so fun, at least what I really enjoy about Radio Row and all of this, peeling back the curtain into the lives of a lot of these guys.
Yeah.
Some guys, you don't get a lot. Full transparency, but other guys, you build a rapport and you really get to know them and you see them for not just the athlete, not just the guy on the field, but as more than that. And I think that's what's sometimes so special is you realize they're just like us. They like to joke around. They watch these games. I think that's really interesting to me.
Yeah, it's cool to meet people that you watched play football for years or you watched on television and you maybe wonder a little bit about them, what kind of person they are, and you feel like you know them a little bit. You know some things about them. They don't know you, of course. It's great to come out here and meet some of these people. It's very exciting, and it's fun to talk to them and hear. I'm glad that Josh Jacobs was cool and still picked the Chiefs, even though maybe he doesn't want them to win. He's not going the old Jamar Chase salty route.
No, not at all. And by the way, with Warren Moon, I know Ian's probably jealous because Warren Moon, Canadian legend.
Yeah.
5-time. Not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, but 5 Grey Cup champion.
Okay, we got Alexander Mattinson coming up, who we didn't prepare for, so this will be fun. Trial by 5.
He's fun. We talked with him last year.
Yeah.
Very enjoyable.
There he is.
Yes. I like it when they're excited. She's not even drinking mimosas and she's excited.
Yeah.
See, this is when you know it's fun. This is when you know you're going to have a good time.
Yeah. How you doing,
Alexander Sterling.
Yeah, Patrick. Good to meet you. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, no problem.
Who are you working with today?
I am with Soul Taco.
Okay.
Hey.
We got Bachelor guys coming here, too. How can we compete with The Bachelor?
My man's got that vest on. I saw that in the shop.
We can't compete with The Bachelor. Come on, man.
No, you can. I can't. Look at it. I got to wear the suit to make me look good.
I think you could go on there and you could
You think
be.
so?
I think
He's hyping me up. Look at the camera. I think I could go on. See, he kind of.
You got the look where you could be on there.
Yeah, he's rocking the stash.
I've ever been
Yeah.
told.
You know.
Yeah, they'd love the stash.
They love the stash. So you're here with Soul Taco.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, so Soul Taco is a Korean and Mexican fusion, and they're wildly popular. They have 11 locations in Chicago and St. Louis and other locations by Chef David. And,
I've had it before, actually.
Yeah,
I'm from Kansas City, and so they had it in Missouri, obviously. I've had Soul Taco. It is phenomenal.
Awesome.
Phenomenal.
It's really,
we should
really
go.
good.
I think in St. Louis is where we would have gone. But, yeah, I've had Soul Taco.
Okay.
And it is just delectable.
Yeah.
Especially if you like a little kick. You know, they got some stuff.
Yeah.
They got the kimchi rolling and some of that stuff. It's like all fusion.
So,
it's really great.
You know, I got to represent.
It's a good hoodie, too.
So I had a chance to talk with Josh Jacobs, right? You know, and he was a former Raider for a long time. You're a Raider now.
Yeah.
Talking about KC. He's not really pulling for Kansas City in this one. What are your thoughts on this? Being a Raider, are you very anti, or does it get to a certain point where you're just like, you know what? It's the NFL. I respect greatness.
I'm not. So I don't know that I would say that I'm anti, but I'm definitely in support of Saquon Barkley.
Yes, there we
so
go.
that outweighs any opportunity for me to root for history to be made. You know,
Sure.
I mean, I can't hate on history, right? I can't hate on records to be broken and things like that. So, I mean, a three-peat, what that does for the history of the NFL, what that does for Andy Reid's legacy, what that does for that organization's legacy, that would be crazy.
Yeah.
But Saquon Barkley and his story and what he's been through, and the opportunity for him to bring the ultimate value back to the running back position.
Yeah.
And that's what
I
it is.
have to go for that.
Right? It feels like every single running back is almost rooting for Saquon because you mentioned it. It helps bring that value back that was seemingly lost for a little bit.
Yes.
It's just hard with the evolution of the NFL, with the importance of throwing the football, with the importance of cornerback, wide receiver. You know, money was getting allocated elsewhere, but when you see an offense and the focal point is the running back, well, then it has to make all you guys pretty darn excited.
Oh, yeah, extremely excited. I mean, at this point, it's been quarterbacks for the MVP for I don't know how long. I mean, was it like Adrian Peterson, the last one to do it?
08, I think.
Yeah. So, but before that, you know, it was a running back is up in the mix. But you look at, you know, receivers and quarterbacks and what they've been doing is just like one-upping each other.
Yes.
And it's like, hey, we're still here.
Yeah.
And I think Saquon, Derrick Henry, you got a lot of guys that are just showing like, hey, like we're still here. Not just like quietly, like don't forget about me, but like, no, we need our respect.
Yeah.
Saquon has been a really great running back for years now, but what do you think made this season so special for him?
I think when you have a team, right, that is dedicated and an offensive coordinator and, you know, I got to tip my hat to Boise State alumni, Kellen Moore over there, that's dedicated to having the best overall offense and contributing that to having the best run game and having a complementary pass game rather than it being the other way around.
Yeah.
I think that just fuels an offensive line, a hungry offensive line that is actually like, you know, you could argue the best or one of the top offensive lines that are put together right now. Yeah. You fuel that. You fuel that offensive line, you fuel that running back, and you fuel that team. And I think that's what's gone on this year is like they committed to it, and they stuck with it. And there's teams out there that commit to it, but they kind of like pull away or they get a little happy, a little trigger happy.
Against the Chiefs.
Yeah, you stick with your guns and you do what you're good at and be great at that. And then you add on to that with everything else that you can do. And I think that's a part of what has been so successful for them is that they've come together, they banded together from the beginning and committed to what their identity was going to be, and they've run with it.
Yeah, I think fit and scheme are so important for any player, but especially at the running back position. I mean, you look at a guy like Derrick Henry. His last year in Tennessee, maybe not putting up the eye-popping numbers, still looked good, but people, Derek's slowing down. But you also had a team that wasn't very good, that was trying to find itself. He goes to Baltimore and reminds everybody he's that dude.
Yeah, exactly.
And I think a lot of people think, well, running backs, you turn 27, you turn 28, that's it. It's over. And it's nice to see a guy like King Henry out there turning heads still.
Yeah, definitely. And it helps guys like me and other running backs out that are, looking to continue to just, turn the pages and continue to stack the years. And, I mean, if you feel good and you can play good, and what's stopping you? Yeah. And I think – as you mentioned, the scheme that you're in matters, the team that you're on can contribute to that. So it's just great to see that these running backs are also probably putting that light bulb on in some offensive coordinators' heads of how to run the ball, what way to run the ball with what type of back you have. And hopefully that just opens the floodgates for running backs to step back on the scene and get the value that we deserve.
Well, maybe Ashton Genty, right, with Boise State right there.
Yes,
so kind of keeping that Boise State running back tradition alive right there.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, one, I would love to hear your thoughts on his season and what he did to carry that college football program. Two, do you like the blue, the Boise State blue field? What's that like playing on?
Oh, I love it. Yeah. I love the blue, man. It's
doesn't hurt your head? You don't?
No, not at all. Not at all. In person, it's actually pretty awesome to play on.
Okay.
Yeah, it makes you appreciate green grass too, because once you're playing on blue for a while and you get to an away team and you're like, dang, this is nice, but you just forget that that's normal, and that we have the opposite stuff.
Yeah.
But no, it's a different culture, man. That culture is contagious. It's a winning culture, and I'm just so proud of him and the way that he's been able to go out there and showcase who he is and put Boise State on the map when it comes down to what they're all about, what we've been about, and introducing that to the world. I'm just so excited for him and his career and what that's going to do for him, and what going to the playoffs did for the program. What that did for them is huge.
Yeah.
Do you think he should have won the Heisman?
Definitely.
Yeah.
I 110% think that it was a snub, but it happens.
Yeah.
And I think him being a runner-up is more than he probably could have dreamt of as a kid. Right, to be in the race, to be the runner-up, and to have this opportunity to continue his dream in the NFL, I think he's extremely blessed, and I know that he's one of those guys too that I've talked to him that he's he's extremely proud and honored to have even been in that position.
Yeah,
whether he was supposed to win or not.
Yeah. How hard was it this year for the Raiders? Your first year in Vegas. Still weird to say Vegas. I'm still old, but first year in Vegas. New team, you have Antonio Pierce. I know a lot of the guys, before you even got there, they loved Antonio Pierce. That's why he went from interim head coach to the head coach. Didn't make it throughout the season, but I just don't know what it was like in that locker room, because it felt like a lot of the players were still very Antonio Pierce.
Yeah.
I don't know again, I know you were there only a year, but what was that like there?
It was interesting. I think as a player, you can just tell when there's a little something off with the connection, as far as it goes from up top. And I think it was just there wasn't the right synergy between the third floor. We always call it the third floor. And also the injuries.
Yeah.
I mean, Malcolm Kuntz. You got Christian Wilkins. That
was a big one.
It was a season where it was just we couldn't catch a break with guys, being out and then maybe returning later, or being out and being done. I think it's hard to see. I think he was dealt a bad hand when it comes down to that part of it. I personally thought that he would have another chance to, have a healthy team, healthy roster, get some new talent in the draft and build something. But it just shows you how cutthroat it is. And I think around the league this year has been extremely cutthroat. You see a lot of different coaches, a lot of different staff, change-ups.
Have you talked to Pete Carroll yet?
No, I haven't.
Not yet?
I haven't, yeah. But
it's a pretty different change right there. I mean, because I feel like Antonio Pierce was Raider football. That's what he was trying to bring back.
Yeah.
Pete Carroll's a lot different. Pete Carroll's California, don't get me wrong, but it's a little different
West
here.
Coast for sure. I think it's going to be interesting. I think you can't show anything but respect to the coach that he has been, to the winning culture that he brings. But I don't know. It's interesting to see him as a Raider. It's interesting, but I think it's going to be a fun time to play for a guy like him. I think he's going to bring a culture there that can help the Las Vegas Raiders be the Las Vegas Raiders. I think what it may have been, just from an outside perspective before I even was a Raider, is that, it's Oakland Raider tradition, Oakland Raider culture, and I think it's time to establish a Las Vegas Raider culture and tradition. And you can still have that, right? There's teams. I mean, it was the Los Angeles Raiders before that, right?
That's right.
Yes.
LA,
So you can have the history of it, but you can't bring Oakland to Vegas and think that it's going to still be Oakland.
Yeah.
And so I think that's where, people and cultures and everything has to evolve. When you look at the Rams, when they're St. Louis Rams and L.A. Rams, I think they've adapted the L.A. Rams identity.
Yeah.
And you can kind of see that shift. So if you look at it from that perspective, like from an outside perspective, I see where there needs to be an identity created in Las Vegas.
Yeah. What about growing up? We all have heroes. You're a running back. You're playing football. Was there a guy that you looked up to growing up, or somebody that you modeled your game after?
3 names: Adrian Peterson, Marshawn Lynch, and Jamal Charles.
Yeah.
Those are my 3 guys that I watched. Those are 3 guys that I shaped my game after, that I admired, that inspired me to be a running back and inspired me to make it to the NFL.
Yeah. Which one of those guys do you think your game is the most like?
I'm not sure, honestly. I legitimately feel like I'm like a mix of them. Like, and I think it's because I watched all 3 of them that there's different aspects, and I would probably lean towards like more of a mix of like a Marshawn and Jamal Charles mix, because AP was kind of like his own breed. He was like his own breed. He was the inspiration, but I don't think that I was like ever like genetically inclined to be like him in that sense. But like Marshawn and Jamal Charles, I could see myself, and looking back on how I played and how they played, like a mix of those guys.
Cool.
Alexander Mattinson, again, Soul Tacos, which if you've not had Soul Tacos, I am telling you, a lot of Chiefs fans here, go parts of Missouri. You said around Chicago too, right?
Yeah.
Oh, man. I actually highly recommend Soul Tacos. That's
some Soul Taco.
Yeah, Alexander, appreciate it, man.
I appreciate you.
Good luck
Thanks
next
year.
year.
Brother.
Thank you so much.
Best of luck next year.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Hey, take it easy.
Alexander Mattinson.
Yeah, you too.
Yeah. Really, really interesting running back. I think he's actually going to be entering free agency. So
yes, right over here.
Yeah.
Good. How are you? Sterling.
Patrick Allen. Nice to meet you.
Now, see, you're very classy.
Yeah.
Very classy.
Yeah.
Quarterback has to look like a quarterback.
That's right. Yeah, you're the executive of the offense. Yeah. All right, we are. So you're working with the Gear Up Against Cancer program, is that correct?
NFL alumni.
Fantastic. Can you tell us a little bit about what you're doing?
Are we on the air now?
Yeah, we're
good.
right now.
We're rolling.
I didn't know we were on the air. I'm sorry.
We keep this thing live, baby.
I thought we were just shooting the bull.
No, we keep this thing live.
No, I'm with NFL alumni, and we have a campaign called Gear It Up Against Cancer, and we're trying to encourage people to get out and get screened for the different type of cancers that are out there, because there's a lot of cancers like colorectal cancer, one of the leading causes of death in this country from cancer. A lot of people are walking around, don't even know they have it because it's very highly undetectable. So the only way you really find out is you go get screened. So that's what we're trying to get the word out for people to get out and get screened and make sure they're healthy, because cancer affects a lot of people in a lot of ways, not just the victim of cancer, but the family, the friends, everybody gets affected by it. So we want to try and make sure we cut down on as much of that as we possibly can.
Yeah,
until they find a cure.
One of my cousins actually, she had stage 4. She beat it. It came back, and she has actually had brain surgery about a week ago to get the majority of it out. So we've all been rallying around her, although she is an Eagles fan, so she's trying to, I'm a KC guy.
I am too.
Of course, yeah.
I played there.
Of course, you're a
That's
KC guy.
That's my team.
Right. So that's your team then.
Yeah.
You still kind of go with.
I'm a season ticket holder.
Wow, I did not know that.
That's incredible.
I go to probably 3 games a year.
Well, then I would love to hear your thoughts on how the quarterback position has evolved. It just especially with Patrick Mahomes almost being this next iteration of the evolution of the quarterback.
Well, the quarterbacks today, you better be able to move and be a little bit more athletic than they used to be. Defenses are so fast now; they're so quick. As a quarterback, you got to be able to make somebody miss and elude the pass rush, get outside the pocket, buy yourself a little bit more time to throw the ball down the field, or take off and run the football with your legs. And we've seen Patrick, we've seen Josh Allen, we've seen Lamar Jackson, we've seen even Joe Burrow, who likes to sit in the pocket, but when he needs to, he takes off. And there's so many other quarterbacks that have that ability today. The ones that can do that are the ones that have been the most successful here in the last decade or so. So that's where I think the quarterback position has evolved to just a much more athletic guy playing that position. But he has to have the ability to throw from the pocket. Yeah. Because when all's said and done and you got to make those big throws at the end of a ball game, you better be able to sit back in that pocket and make some big throws happen.
Yeah, you put up some eye-popping numbers, especially for the era that you played in. Do you think that your game would have translated well to this era of quarterback?
Yeah, my game is this game.
It is.
When we turned to the run and shoot, I think back in 1990, a lot of what they're doing today with the 4 wide outs, the 5 wides, the way the game has been spread out in a more quarterback receiver-friendly type of game, that's what we were doing back in those days. The back shoulder throws, we were doing that back in 1990. The adjustable routes and things that they're doing today, all that stuff we started doing in that offense. So I like to say we had a little bit of a say-so in the way the game has changed a little bit.
So you're from LA, obviously played in Canada, then Houston, then Minnesota, then Seattle, then finally obviously finishing up in Kansas City.
Right.
But why still Kansas City? I feel like we've seen a lot of players who've gravitated to maybe a year or two, even if it wasn't always the most successful period in Kansas City. Is it something about the organization? Is it the city?
Yeah, it was the organization. At that time, Carl Peterson was the president of the organization. Of course, Lamar Hunt was the owner. And Carl had recruited me to go to UCLA out of college. So we had a relationship over the years that I was in the game. Even when we played against Kansas City, we always talked to each other or whatever. So when he came after me, when Seattle was going to make a change, when Mike Holmgren came in, he wanted to go with a young quarterback, and I was 41 at the time. So I decided to go to Kansas City. Maybe that could be a place for me to finish. I had always played there. Tremendous support in the community there. One of the loudest, toughest places to play in the league each and every year. 80,000 people in red. It was an amazing place to play. I had one of my best games ever, though, in that stadium. So I was able to tame that crowd that day, but a tough place to play. And it's a great community. And so I enjoyed my 2 years living there, and I still go back there, like I said, as a season ticket holder, and I still do things with the organization from time to time when they ask me.
Yeah, I was reading about your transition into the NFL, and you really thought being quarterback was the best spot for you. Was there anybody that you admired growing up to play the quarterback position? Anybody you modeled your game after?
I loved Roger Staubach because he was a guy that kind of fit what my skills were. He's called Roger the Dodger for a reason. Yeah. He could scramble, but he also could throw it from the pocket, made big plays at the end of ball games, and that's what made him special compared to other quarterbacks during that era. He was a guy that was in the military, had an outstanding military career. He was a man of faith, big family man. So I just loved everything about his game. So he was somebody that I really looked up to and watched his game. And it seemed like the Cowboys were on TV no matter where you were each and every week. Even though I lived in L.A., I always watched the Cowboys. And then Roman Gabriel, who was the quarterback of the Rams when I was growing up, another guy. He was a minority. He was Indian. So he was somebody I could relate to, being an African-American, that you didn't see a lot of minorities play in that position.
Yeah. When it comes to your stint in Canada, I know there was, I guess, why did you go to Canada first and foremost? There was thought that you might get drafted in the NFL still, but did you just decide that was the correct route for you, or?
All the due diligence we had done, a lot of teams wanted to change my position. It was the same way when I got recruited out of high school. They wanted to change me to wide receiver or defensive back.
Well, that would have been dumb.
I was a quarterback, and the same thing coming out of college, you know. I'm the Pac-8 player of the year. I'm the Rose Bowl's most valuable player, but they're still telling me you're probably going to play wide receiver. So I said, who's going to let me play quarterback? And the Canadian Football League was going to let me play quarterback, and that's why I decided to go there. I was not going to change positions.
Well, and you won the Grey Cup 5 times.
Yes.
So that that did prove your point.
Yeah.
At what point were you like, okay, teams are now looking around, they're starting to call you? How long did that take?
Probably into that 5th year. And then
Really?
I had one more year on my contract, so I couldn't leave.
Okay.
A lot of teams wanted me, but I couldn't get out of my deal. Actually, teams started wanting me after about my 3rd year. And then I couldn't leave because of my contract that I had signed. And once I negotiated myself out of the last year of my contract, I was able to go and go to the NFL. And I had about 8 teams that were bidding on my services at that time. And there was no free agency, so I was like a true free agent.
Wow.
Nobody had my rights, and that's why I was able to command the salary that I was able to command. So I go from a guy that they wanted to play defensive back or wide receiver to the highest paid player in the National Football League when I came into the league as a quarterback.
That is incredible.
It just shows if you stick to your guns and believe in yourself and keep working hard, good things can happen for you.
You had to overcome a little bit more than your average quarterback out there, right? There was a lot of prejudice against black quarterbacks. People didn't think that black guys could play quarterback. That was obviously completely foolish. My good friend Jason Reed over at Anscape and ESPN wrote a great book, Rise of the Black Quarterback, a couple years ago. How cool is it now, being one of the trailblazers at the position yourself, betting on yourself, to see the best quarterbacks in the league, Patrick Mahomes, Lamar Jackson, Russell Wilson, kind of taking over the NFL and showing that, that we've probably missed out on a lot of great quarterbacks over the years.
Yeah, I did a lot when I played in my career as far as, stats and honors and all those different things. But the thing I'm most proud of is the fact that I was one of the guys that kind of helped make change at that position and create more opportunities for young African Americans and minorities to play the position. And when I look at these guys go against each other each and every week, or in the Super Bowl this year, 2 African American quarterbacks going against each other.
Yeah.
A couple of years ago, the same thing when they were here. That just kind of makes me stick my chest out just a little bit more and say, I had a little bit to do with that. And it really makes me proud to see the way they're playing, the way they're carrying themselves, the way they're using their platforms and their communities and things like that. It's something that really makes me proud.
Yeah, when you look at Patrick Mahomes, he's just a pinnacle of greatness both on and off the field. There's never controversy with that guy. He's always so...
I got a chance to meet him coming out of college because we had the same age at Lee Steinberg. So I watched him as a rookie, but I also watched him at Texas Tech, and I thought he had tremendous ability. It was just a matter of reining him in and getting him in a system that best suits his abilities. And him going with Andy Reid was probably the best thing that could have happened to him.
Were you surprised they were able to rein him in so quickly?
I think watching Alex Smith for a year really helped him, because Alex had a totally different style of playing the game, and I think that helped Patrick. But Patrick is still Patrick. He still makes some really crazy plays out there from time to time. I've seen him throw the ball left-handed. He's throwing the ball underhanded. He'll do whatever it takes to win games, and that's the thing that impresses me so much about him is his toughness and his competitiveness. One of the most competitive guys you want to see at that position.
I think that's the big thing with him, right? Obviously, he has the physical skill set. He's able to read defenses. He's able to do all the things upstairs. But I think what separates him from other talented guys is that he's a killer, man. He wants to win. He really, really, really cares. And when it comes down to it, when it's crunch time, when his back's against the wall, he sort of enters a different plane. It's absolutely incredible. And I think I'm curious to know if he wins this game and he completes the three-peat, where do you think he ranks all time?
You got to say that. I don't think there's a quarterback in the history of the game that's gotten off to a better start in his first 7 years as a starter. Would it be his 5th Super Bowl in 7 years? This would be the 4th win in 7 years. He already has, I think, 2 MVPs in the season. I think he has 3 Super Bowl MVPs. Who knows, maybe he gets a 4th if they win it this year. For that type of start, you'd have to say he's one of the best to ever play the game because he's only about halfway through his career.
Right.
If he plays another 7, 8 years, 15 years in the league, who knows how many more Super Bowls he might have. So you got to put him up with the top players that ever played this position just because of what he's done in this first 7 years.
Yeah. That's outrageous. Warren Moon, we got to let you go. NFL Alumni Association, part of the Gear Up Against Cancer campaign. Check that out and make sure you get tested and prevent cancer. Warren, absolute honor to meet you.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah.
Thanks for having me on. Really appreciate it and helping me get the message out there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
Yeah, take care. Warren Moon, the all-time great.
And still season ticket holder.
Yeah,
for the
season
Chiefs.
ticket holder for the Kansas City Chiefs.
You might be able to see Warren at a Chiefs game then.
I hope they're not making him pay for those. Just saying.
Yeah, I hope not. Warren should be able to. You give Warren free tickets, especially doing it what he did at his age there in KC.
Oh my
was
goodness,
incredible.
Yeah, it was just cool, and I'm glad that he played for longer because, and potentially because of some of that prejudice, didn't get to start his career when he should have.
Had to in Canada. Just wild that story. The success he had in Canada. Jeff Saturday coming up from quarterback to center, right?
Yeah,
pretty
absolutely.
close, right? They're
tight. Those two I would have liked to have played together. Jeff, how you doing?
Howdy, Sterling.
Hey, Jeff.
Hey, Patrick. Thank you.
Hey, good to see you.
Sorry we made you wait for a couple minutes. We figured it'd be all right with you, Warren Moon.
Yeah, I can always wait with Moon.
Yes.
Well, I like it. We're a classy show now. Warren had the suit. You have the suit.
Yeah.
Look, we're a classy program over
That's
there.
what we like to church it up a little bit.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? We
Yeah.
can't just show up and schlep it in, right?
Yeah.
We got. We're professional.
Yeah.
Quarterbacks
absolutely.
and sinners.
Exactly.
Everyone always knows quarterbacks and sinners are the pinnacle of fashion.
Smartest guys, best looking.
Yeah.
I mean, the center gets hidden a little more, but once we break out of our shell, look at Kelsey.
Yeah.
Kelsey's turned the whole thing around. He's laying on bearskin rugs with his chest hair out. I mean, think about it, dude. This is what we do.
You might need to have a conversation with Creed Humphrey. I don't know if we're going to see him in a suit anytime
me
soon.
either. Yeah. Jergens has got a beef jerky I just got. I mean, it's crazy. These dudes they're branding out.
Yeah.
I like it. I like where we're at.
I like that. Yeah, at their position, it's not just a quarterback anymore.
No.
Yeah.
It's and again, I love the center's got it going, dude, and put it together, and the success of the run game coming back. It's all one great plan falling back in.
Yeah. All the running backs have talked about Saquon. We love you, Saquon. The offensive line. Look what we've done to set up Saquon.
Yeah.
But it all comes back to one thing: Saquon Barkley right here.
Yeah.
I do want to talk to you a little about Creed Humphrey. We do a lot of Kansas City stuff here. We think Creed Humphrey is the best center in the NFL.
Yeah.
What do you think that he does that really makes him great? What stands out to you about Creed?
I think his finish, like when you watch his fit and finish, which means like once he attaches himself to a block, he does a great job of the guy not being able to recover, right? So whether once he locks his hands on in the pass game or even second level, when you see him grab a linebacker or get up to that second level, his finish is incredible. And so I think where he separates himself, though, is pass blocking along with it. And as much as being asked, right, of when you start asking like one-on-ones and guys going to get guys and they had to move Tooney outside and now you got another guard in here and let's put together your head on a swivel. He does a great job of not getting picked on games. So like having spatial awareness when you feel, and in fact, it's how Jalen Carty got his last sack in the championship game against the Rams, right? He made the center believe he was going to cross face and give a pick stunt. Instead, he turns and it slaps his hands down and gets a sack. But I think Creed does a really good job of feeling, having that spatial awareness, and then making the block after that.
Yeah. You mentioned Joe Tooney slides out to tackle. Obviously, he's an all-pro guard, but the Chiefs had a need there. How big Mike Caliendo steps in, undrafted guy. He's doing his best holding his own. How big is it to have him playing next to a guy like Creed Humphrey? How much can Creed help Mike Caliendo if this really ferocious interior tries to go
It's immense, right?
Yeah.
And even with Tooney beside him, like understanding this guy's been here, right? Yeah. Like asking him, hey, you're gonna jump set this guy, you're gonna soft set him, making sure they're on the same page so you don't get edged or you don't get picked. Yeah. All of a sudden get knocked off blocks. I came in the league as an undrafted free agent, right? Like I love the pattern and what's being asked. And I think understanding what each guy beside you is doing. And so to have two all-pros at their respective position, I know Tooney not at left tackle now, but you know what I'm saying? Like, been an all-pro, been in these situations, is going for his 5th Super Bowl. He's been in these moments. Be expecting this, having those conversations. Alert, right? Alert. We're at the logo. Alert a blitz, or hey, we're at this. I've seen him do. I've seen him run the game out of this set. When this guy's 6 inches backed off of the line of scrimmage, they run these games. taking that information from 2 All-Pros, I think makes Caliendo's job much easier. You get put around another rookie, you get exposed quickly, right?
Yeah.
You get put around 2 stalwarts in our game, it makes you look better as well.
Yeah.
You had Peyton. Creed has Patrick.
Yeah.
That center-quarterback relationship is obviously massive here. But with Peyton, for example, all the, Omaha and all the crazy audibles that he does, how much of that was you as well, and how much you have to be on the same page? Because Patrick does some of the similar stuff as well.
Yeah.
Right, with Creed.
You got it's 100% communication. Like I tell people, our weeks were made Monday through Saturday, right? Sunday it's just the exhibition of it, man. Like you got to go make it happen. And so when we had those conversations whether we were talking about blitz pickup on a Wednesday night, or hey, on Thursday, okay, in the red zone, here's what I'm expecting. I want you to new mic it over here. So when we go to the line of scrimmage, we already have it in place. I'm already going to make the guy he wants. I've already thought through those things. We've already had that communication. No different than what Mahomes is going to do with Creed, right? Is understand this is what I want, and here's why. Get me there as fast as I can get there. And it skips so many steps, so you have more time at the line of scrimmage to make the changes you want to go take advantage of whatever he sees on the back end.
Yeah.
Now, you played guard when you first came into the league, did you not?
Correct.
Can you tell us how difficult it is for Joe Thuney, even though he's an all-pro offensive lineman, to slide out to left tackle?
Oh, it is a monumental task, and it's the spatial portion of it makes it difficult in and of itself, right? Is now that you have these guys who play like these Jet 9s, so they're way off. So your set changes, but also understanding how people play you. Right, it's not just getting yourself. It's okay. Are they hand slappers? Are they post and rip guys? Like what? And so understanding what's my weakness. Okay, I'm not the typical left tackle, so I'm going to get a lot more rips because my arms are shorter. Right, the guy's going to post me, and so him having to kind of fast forward the learning of how guys are going to play against him. That's the part that I've been most impressed with. Right, because listen, he's given up some pressure. Right, he's getting pushed some. They've helped him a little bit, but bro, he shows up, and he ain't a weakness, right? Like Mahomes isn't peaking anymore, which he was doing before that. And I think that speaks to the trust that Mahomes has for him, and that's worth its weight in gold. Because the minute that quarterback's eyes drop or peak, he's a second late on the next level, right? And that's where problems come in, tip balls, interceptions, incompletions, you name it, all because of those kinds of things.
Jeff Saturday of ESPN. I know we have to let you go. They're calling me to do this right here.
Oh.
Real quick, just very, very quickly, why do college players, quarterbacks do this? Why do they clap?
Oh,
why do they do that?
That's their signal, right? That's their indicator. Like in the NFL, you get so much of the leg lift.
Yeah.
They do the hand pop so that because usually a lot of guards for them are giving them their cadence as opposed to the center dropping his head and looking for that indicator. So it's all based on indicator and snap count, the timing and the rhythm. But I was new to that as well. I don't know necessarily love that one. I like giving my own cadence there.
Jeff Saturday, ESPN. Jeff, I really appreciate it, man.
Thanks so much.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
y'all.
Appreciate you coming by. Yeah.
Thank you.
Take care.
Making sinners. He popularized it. Not Jason. It's Jeff.
Yeah. I love it.
Not Kelsey. It's Saturday.
It is Saturday.
A lot of fun talking with Jeff. Okay, now it looks like we have Shaun Alexander.
Oh, man.
Shaun Alexander coming up
Alzheimer's
next.
awareness here.
Man.
A lot of good causes this week.
A lot of fun.
Yeah. I could talk offensive line all day with Jeff Saturday, man. I feel like I learned so much.
It's a blast.
Yeah.
Shaun.
There he is.
Sterling.
How you doing, man?
Good.
Patrick. Yeah. Nice to meet you.
All right. First and foremost, I know you're partnering right here with Stand Together. You're a Stand Together ambassador. Can you talk a little bit more about this great partnership that you have?
Man, I love being with Stand Together. Yeah, I am the ambassador for them. They are about 850 of some of the most successful business men, women, and philanthropic leaders in the country. They've put their talents, their treasures, their time together to really conquer some of the country's biggest issues, whether it's in education, all in community work. Some of it's been in families, children, and also even in juvenile justice programs. So what I've loved is they've always been the fuel behind people that are tackling some of the biggest issues, and they do a bottom-up kind of way of doing it. They look at the families and say, or the people that are doing the work, and they say, who in this community in Chicago, who in New Orleans is doing great work? how can we go fuel what you're doing instead of top down, which is, hey, I'm over here in New York and I'm going to tell you in Chicago how to go do your work. You know, they go find the aunties and uncles and grandmas that are doing great work and saying, oh man, you're impacting your community. How can we help give you a little structure? How can we help you do this thing at a high level? And it's been fun. It's been fun. I get to build the perfect tripod. There's people that do great work. There's people that can fund the great work. And there's people that can influence and bring and be able to tell the story.
Yeah.
So I've been getting all the NFL players, current and legends, involved with the Stand Together family and saying, hey, look, there's something in your heart that you want to see done in your community or in the community that you're in or where you're living at now. How can we help do that?
Yeah.
And what you're realizing is every guy in the NFL was thankful.
Yep.
There's it would be the wildest child of all of them,
Yep.
or the Mr. Angel. They're all thankful because we know none of us could have got to this beautiful league without the help of somebody else.
Yeah.
And we all trying to figure out what do we do, and we don't want to be like, well, man, let's go buy 500 turkeys. You know what I mean? Let's go do another Christmas giveaway.
Sure.
Because then we only really counting the turkeys and we're counting the toys.
Make it more specific, more individual. That
Can we
can
actually
feel
count
the
the
individual
kids?
impact.
That's right.
Yeah.
Can we actually count the moms that we're really helping, the dads? How many kids? You know, has it been 50 families that's now been like 300 kids?
Yeah.
Now we got real numbers, and that's what Stand Together has helped do, and it's impacting millions of people every year.
Yeah,
that's amazing. Well, listen, I mean, you know something about great running backs. We got one playing in this game.
Yeah.
Saquon Barkley. Just how special has he been this year?
Man, Saquon is in like that. He's in that amazing spot. I know what it's like when you're, I always say you just feel the ooze of greatness all on you, and you're looking around and you're like, no one can stop me in this game. And he's playing like that. It's so wonderful to watch. And because they've got Devontae Smith and A.J. Brown, they've got Jalen Hurts, who's a great quarterback. They're looking around and they're like, wait a minute. The running back's going to be one-on-one, and every great running back wants this, where I can be one-on-one, and if that guy misses me, long touchdown.
Yeah.
And that's what they have right now. And most defenses, their team is so talented. Most defenses are in trouble because they're in a situation where if they stack the box, you don't have just one great receiver. You got two great receivers. Yeah. It just creates a big problem with just numbers. And so the Eagles they're going to do great, and they have potential to really, really get it going offensively. The problem is that darn Patrick Mahomes, you just don't go against him. As amazing I just made the Eagles say, you're just like, but Patrick's over there.
Well, it's all these things, and then it just comes down to, but Patrick.
But Patrick.
But this jersey, I like this.
Like
so you got some Hall of Famers.
Yeah.
I'm shocked. No Priest Holmes on there. I've already got to put Priest.
That's my guy. I want to create one that's got like the 20s in a season guy group.
Yeah.
ULT. Priest.
You got Emmett, Marshall. It's not a bunch of us.
No.
And then I want to put the 100 club, the 100 touchdown club.
Yeah.
There's about 10 guys in that group.
Yeah.
Wow.
So Derrick Henry was the last one to join in, and so running backs are just special, man. And I think that I get to go around and kind of remind everybody, like do y'all know how hard it is to be a great running back?
Yeah.
Then they'd be like, oh, the running back's getting downplayed. I'm like, no, you just don't really see the great ones. You know what I mean? And so you got two of them right now that are playing, Derrick Henry and Saquon. You know what I mean? But you take my time. I got to play in Emmett's last games. You know what I mean?
Wow, yeah.
Yeah, so I got to see him live, and Marshall Faulk played against him. So it was like Marshall's team versus Shaun Alexander. I was young, but I was like, I remember Marshall versus Shaun. I remember Emmett versus Shaun. I got to play against LaDainian through my whole time. So you've got Hall of Fame, Curtis Martin versus Shaun.
Yes,
Hall of Fame type running backs, and it was like every other team had one. And so that's the big difference. It's not that there's not great ones. It's just that there's not on every team like there used to be.
Yeah.
Saquon got pretty close to breaking Eric Dickerson's rushing record. Sat out that last game. Eye on the prize, all that. But do you think they should have let him take a shot at it?
I remember my 2005 season. I had a legitimate shot. About 6 weeks left to go.
One fewer game.
We were playing against the Eagles on Sunday Night Football. If we won the game, we won the division. And we were like, we still had like a month still to play. We won in November. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it was early.
Early. And what I do remember is Lofa Tatupu had 2 pick sixes. You know what I mean? Yeah. And we were out of them in the first half. And Mike was like, "I've got to take you out. I can't get you hurt just off of the hump because we got a shot at the Super Bowl." And he's like, "And if we win that, your life ain't never gonna be the same." Yeah. You know what I mean? Yeah. And so you know.
In the moment, was that hard for you?
Well, yeah, because I wanted to fight for it. You know what I mean? I wanted that. You know. I mean, we also had six more games. You know what I mean?
Of course, yeah.
But I know I probably came out of 3 of the next 4 games, and in the fourth quarter. So I didn't play the fourth quarter the next 3 of the 5 games, and then the last game of the season I only played the first half. So I sat out about 7 quarters in that last thing, and still had 1880 and 27 touchdowns. You know, so. I think all of the records would have been broken that year, you know.
I always say thank you for helping ruin my childhood by breaking Priest Holmes' record. Okay, thanks.
So,
Appreciate that, Shaun.
I didn't do it on accident. So,
you knew there's one kid in KC. Gotta ruin that. Shaun, I know we have to let you go. Again, Stand Together Ambassador. Where can people go?
Yeah, go to standtogether.org. I tell people all the time, if you've got money, you can donate. But what we're looking for is you know, feet on the ground. You know what I mean? We're looking for great people that want to impact their community. Get online, look around, see what you like, and see what your genius can do, what your gifting can do to go help your community. And we will come alongside you and go do it from there.
That's awesome, man. Thank you so much for stopping by.
Yeah, you guys
pleasure
are
to meet
awesome.
you.
Thank you, Shaun.
Thank
Take
you.
care, Shaun.
Appreciate it. Go Hawks.
Yeah. All right, we're getting booted.
We're getting booted.
We'll be back.
We will be back.
We are here at Media Row, stacking the box with the Super Bowl week, Special Olympics. I'm Special Olympics athlete Malcom Harris-Gowdie from Special Olympics, Florida.
I'm Wyatt Spalding from Special Olympics, Nebraska.
And today we have here Hayes Adler, who is a 15-year-old freshman at St. Teresa High School. He is going to be representing the flag football on Sunday, the Play 60 kid at the Super Bowl. So how you doing today, Hayes?
I'm doing really good. Do I just talk into this?
Yeah, you just
go
talk.
ahead right there.
I'm doing really good today. I just met Kendrick for the first time, and yeah, it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool.
Awesome, Hayes. My first question for you is, how does it feel to be this year's Play 60 Super Kid? And tell us about your week on the road and how are you getting for it on Sunday? Like, how are you getting pumped for it?
I'm just going Sunday to bring the ball out on the field to the different teams. And what was the other?
Tell us about your week on the road, and how you getting pumped up, how you getting excited for Sunday.
I'm just getting pumped up right now. It's starting my week, yeah.
When you found out you were going to be able to take the ball out for the third quarter, what were your emotions when you found out you were going to be able to do that?
My emotions were cool, and my emotions were just overwhelmed and stuff like that.
You've been involved in a lot of exciting events and opportunities at the Super Bowl. Which has been your favorite event you've been a part of so far?
Football.
Yeah. Is there anything specific that you've gotten to do with football? Like anybody you gotten to meet or?
I met Barkley.
Oh yeah.
Nice. I met I'm at Kelsey. I'm at Mahomes. I'm at other types of people too. Yeah.
Awesome.
Awesome. So Hayes, have you ever been bullied? As athletes, sometimes we get bullied, and learning how to stand up for ourselves and encourage people to be more inclusive is something I'm always sharing with people. Do you have any tips for people to understand what they can do to be more accepting to those who are different?
Wait, so explain the question again.
Have you ever been bullied? As athletes, sometimes we get bullied, and learning how to stand up for ourselves and encourage people to be more inclusive is something I'm always sharing with people. Do you have any tips for people to understand what they can do to be more accepting of those who are different?
Yeah, just don't be mean to people. That's literally it. Just like be nice to everybody.
Yeah.
Thank you for your time, Hayes.
Yeah, thank you.
You too.
Thank you so much. Have fun on Sunday.
Yeah, good luck on Sunday. It was great.
So how was that for you, Wyatt? That was a lot of fun.
Yeah, that was really cool. That was really cool for I could get to experience all this at just 15 years old.
Right.
And that's gotta be a cool experience to bring the ball out in the third quarter for him. So now we got Taylor Daniels, Special Olympic Louisiana athlete. She's been in Special Olympics for over 5 years. She does track, basketball, powerlifting, and her favorite sport, bowling. As a competitor, Taylor has won Special Olympic medals in bowling, basketball, and track events, of course. And her success extends beyond Special Olympics. In 2024, Taylor broke multiple United States Powerlifting Association records for Louisiana. Alongside her achievements, Taylor is part of Special Olympics and just a great community for her. Taylor, thanks for joining us. How are you?
Hi, I'm good, thank you. I'm happy to be here too.
Yeah.
My first question for you, Taylor. I hear you love to bake as well. What is your favorite dessert to bake?
I think a few of them is red velvet cakes and I think easy drop biscuits mostly.
Awesome. So I hear you're also in college. How is your college experience going so far in the class and then just socially as well?
It's going good. I think like it makes more kind of a room for students to get along with the teachers, have a student-teacher relationship, and get more learning experience.
So Taylor, how do you stay fit and healthy to train and compete in the sports that you do?
I think I do a lot of dancing and working out with all of my activities that I do. I tend to dance for at least 3 to 5 or 6 hours a day.
Awesome.
Wow, that's a lot of dancing.
That's a lot of dancing.
So along with your dancing and all your accomplishments, how did it feel to break those records in powerlifting when you accomplished that goal?
It felt good. It brings more people to have the opportunity to get the medals that they want to go for what they need.
I am excited because you are a bowler, and I'm a bowler myself. So if you have any tips for me on my bowling game, what advice would you have for me?
I think just take your time and just keep your eyes on the game. Don't go easy into distractions. Don't lean more to making mistakes or anything else of that sort. Just have fun with it.
Awesome.
Real quick, what's your favorite kind of music to dance to?
K-pop mostly, and some other music too.
Awesome.
Awesome.
Well, thanks for joining us, Taylor, and good luck with all your competitions and all the accomplishments you've achieved. So.
Thanks for joining us, Taylor.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome. That was fun interviewing Taylor. Both of us, just us doing that interview. Just the energy we have. It's phenomenal. It's incredible.
She's really succeeded in sports and done really well with just all her accomplishments. I mean, she did that powerlifting all by herself.
I mean,
and just outside.
And she's a baker too. She loves to bake and everything also.
Yeah. So I mean, and then the dancing. She dances 3 to 5 hours a day.
That's a lot.
That's a lot. But congrats to her, and I bet she makes some great desserts too.
I'm sure she does.
Yeah.
I'm sure she makes a lot of great biscuits as well, Wyatt. And it's just that was fun interviewing Taylor for sure, definitely.
Yeah. So as a bowler, was it pretty cool to hear her advice on her strategy in bowling? And
Absolutely. It was, I loved her strategy. I just loved how she basically told me just to have fun with it, and that's what you got to do as a bowler, basically, for the most part.
Yep. Okay.
We got Justin Pugh coming up next. Here. Two. How you doing, Justin?
I'm doing amazing. How you guys doing?
Great. So we have Justin. He's a guard for the New York Giants. He played for the Syracuse Orange, and he was selected by the Giants in the first round in 2013. So how you doing, Justin?
I'm doing great. How you guys doing?
Great.
Good.
So my first question for you would be, talk about the transition from playing for the Orange, then moving immediately to the NFL. You still had a year of college eligibility remaining. What was that experience like for you?
Yeah, my mom was a school teacher. She made me graduate first. So I had to make sure I graduated, got my degree in finance, and then I was like, all right, we're moving on to the NFL. And then I didn't think I was going to get drafted in the first round. So that was pretty cool. Get drafted in the first round by the New York Giants, and then get to play in one of the largest media markets in the world. So it was really fun. Then I went on to play for the Arizona Cardinals, and I came back to the Giants. So it's been a full arc for my career.
So you spent time as an Eagles fan and a Chiefs fan for 24 hours. Which team do you think has the better fan base, and how does that help the team?
Oh, this is a loaded question. You're going to get me in trouble with these fan bases. So to give a little context, this is my first year not playing, so I went and sat in the stands with the fans at every Thursday night football game. So I went to the Eagles one, I went to the Chiefs on opening night. I rated the Chiefs as my number one experience.
Wow.
Because everything from the barbecue to the fans was the best experience I had in the NFL. But as a pure fandom, the Eagles fans are ruthless. They are crazy. There will probably be more Eagles fans here than Chiefs fans because of how just raucous they are.
Yeah.
So just from a pure fan to fan, one-on-one, I would say the Eagles are passionate. Maybe not passionate is the right word, but crazier.
How does that help the team, like on and off the field? I mean, obviously you experienced it in New York and other places. So how did that help NFL teams?
Yeah, the fans fuel the team, and I really believe that the atmosphere films. Like when we're sitting here, we're having a good time. We got energy. It's like a different dynamic than when your team's losing and you don't have that energy. You struggle with it. So that right there, you just felt it, is like what it takes to have a great fan base. And the Eagles actually, that's why there's a point advantage. Like when you go and you play an away game, typically it's 3 points on the score goes for the home team's advantage. And the Eagles is probably 4 points in their favor because of how crazy their fans are.
Wow.
What was your favorite fan experience, Justin, and what was the most unique? Any bad fans, who had the best food, and the best tailgating experience?
Best tailgating experience, I said the Chiefs. The craziest fans that I experienced were actually the Cleveland Browns. The Cleveland Browns are up there with the Eagles and the Steelers. I sat in the dog pound.
Nice.
The snow came down. Jameis Winston leads the team back to victory against the Steelers on Thursday Night Football. The best food was Philadelphia. Philadelphia has the best food. I'm a cheesesteak fan. But overall, like city, I love New York. So I went to the Giants and Jets games back-to-back weeks, and I love the New York City environment. The energy in New York is unmatched. So I give you a little bit of all of that.
So after your playing career, what made you want to go into YouTube and get into that career?
So I'm not like the biggest name, right? I'm not a Jason Kelsey or some of these other O-linemen that you see walking around here. But what I did was I want to own my own brand. I want to build my own business. I don't want anyone telling me what I can shoot, what I can't shoot. So right now I'm on your show. You guys are also on my show right now. So this is a double. Like, you guys haven't had that happen before. So I'm actually doing a little bit of a background on like what it's like to be an NFL player on Radio Row. Go experience this. So it's something that I felt very passionate about. I didn't sign with an agent. I didn't have anyone helping me. I was wearing my agent hat. I was wearing the marketing hat. I was wearing the YouTuber hat. So it's something that I enjoyed a lot, but I probably will sign with an agent because it was a lot of work.
Right.
I want to ask you one more question before we let you go, Justin. As a player, how did having the fan experience change how you view the fans?
So the reason I started this was to bridge the gap between players and fans. The dialogue gets lost at times when fans don't look at players as human beings, and a lot of times the players don't look at fans like, oh, you guys aren't an integral part of this. The fans make this thing go. If you aren't close to the fan base, you're messing up as a player. And then from the fans' perspective, I wanted to show them the human element. Like, we're not these robots. When you say mean things, it hurts. And that's something that I wanted to really convey with this series. And it was something that I was super fortunate to experience.
Thank you so much for your time, Justin. Thanks for joining us today.
Yeah, thanks for having me on. If you see Prince Street Pizza, there's some pizza walking around. Go get some pizza.
All right.
Awesome, Justin. Thank you so much.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Justin.
Of course. I'll see you guys next year. We'll go 3 times in a row.
All
Heck
right.
yeah, man.
Heck yeah. That was awesome.
Man, what a great guy.
Yeah,
But-
Justin Pugh's a great, a great guy, and just fun to talk to.
Yeah, like, think about that. He goes from on the field to then going to the fan experience, see, like, what they experience during the game. So he gets both sides.
Yeah, he gets both sides of it, and he has a YouTube channel, no less, too, Wyatt, as well. And he went to every Thursday Night Football game this year, too, as well, what he said as well. So that was amazing.
Yeah, and I bet you the fans really enjoyed him being there, too, because, like, he could tell them, like, hey, like, some of the stuff you guys say, kind of hurtful. Like, maybe tone it down a little bit.
And I loved how he shared about, his favorite food was Philadelphia. When he went to an Eagles game, that was kind of cool.
Yeah, and then, like, how he was in the dog pound. Who
Yeah.
would want to be in the dog pound? That's one of the, like,
Cleveland
old
is
school.
always, they are there for their fans. I mean, the dog pound, it's a sight to see. I would love to go to Cleveland. That'd be awesome.
Then he's got, like, the Chiefs and the barbecue. So
Absolutely.
But all right.
How you doing, man? You good?
Good.
How you doing, Garrett?
Hey, Garrett.
Good. How you doing?
Good.
All right. Now we're here with Garrett Wallow, linebacker for the Tennessee Titans.
Yes, sir.
Attended high school at Curtis Christian School in New Orleans. Played football for TCU. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, I appreciate y'all. Thank you for having me.
All right, first question I have for you, Garrett.
Yeah.
How has your recovery been over the past few months? You've had to achieve a lot of adversity.
Yeah.
Just like those with disabilities, we have to prove to many that we can achieve, and we have many abilities. What helps you have the mental and physical toughness to overcome those things?
Yeah, so I guess on the first part of that, my rehab has been really good. I was back in Dallas doing my rehab, so man, it's honestly been one of the easier ones that I've done. So it's been really good, but I guess what keeps me going every day in that rehab process is just noticing my goals and leaning back on my reason why. I'm sure y'all both, when y'all ever have days that are challenging, you always ask the question and go back to why am I constantly pushing through? Why am I constantly, trying to better myself? So, when I fall back on my reason why, it just makes it all easier, and that's just, to support my family.
So
Awesome.
you're from here. What does
absolutely.
it mean to have the Super Bowl here for you?
Yeah, it's crazy because I remember when I was a little kid, New Orleans had the Super Bowl where it was the 49ers and the Ravens, and the power outage happened.
Yeah.
But for it to be back here and just seeing something good happen in the city, it's a beautiful thing to see for sure.
I have a hot take for you, Garrett. We have to hear your thoughts on Sunday. Who do you want to win, and who do you think will win?
Yeah. I'm a little biased right now because I think I want the Eagles to win just to see them get one against the Chiefs, but I wouldn't be mad if the Chiefs won because I would like to see them make history with a 3-piece. So I think that would be pretty cool both ways, but I'm definitely pulling for the Eagles on this one.
Awesome.
Hey, so kind of real quick, back to your adversity. What advice would you give to just any football player, pro or even high school, and just kids younger, about facing ups and downs in the career of football?
Yeah, absolutely. I would just say when things like that happen, take some time to reflect. Take some time to focus on the things that you find most important in your life, most important that's going to still be there when all the other things go away. So definitely just finding time to enjoy the little things and just soak everything in. You know what I'm saying? Be grateful.
Well, thanks for joining us.
Thanks for joining us, Garrett.
Yeah, I appreciate y'all.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
And good luck next season.
Good luck next season.
I appreciate y'all.
Of course. You're welcome. Thanks, man.
Thanks, man. Well, that was
a great interview with Garrett.
Yeah,
I mean,
that
he
was great.
I loved how he talked about New Orleans.
Right.
I loved how he loved it. I loved his take on just how overcoming adversity is just amazing. I mean, it's
Yeah, and he really taught us about the adversity you face in football. There's so many injuries.
Yeah.
And it's got to be tough because he was on practice squad, and then you get injured, so you're trying to stay on a team.
Right.
And that's got to be tough, for anyone. But if you're into your career and you get paid, it's it's your livelihood. So.
Especially for us athletes and special Olympics, we have to overcome adversity as well too. We have to overcome injuries. We have to overcome obstacles. So it's so we're grateful just to be here. And be able to share it on this platform. So I'm just grateful to be here.
Exactly. So, so far, what have you taken away? What has been your favorite interview or interview that you learned a life lesson from someone?
I would have to say why my life lesson, my favorite interview was Adam Schefter on Open at Night. He gave me so much great advice on how to be a reporter and things like that. What about for you?
Oh, man, I think John Randall was pretty cool for me, like being a Vikings fan, and he's so nice. Like, he gave me a bracelet, so and he said I could come to a Vikings game and give me some tickets. So I'm just like, whoa, okay.
Yeah.
That's cool.
What's it like what's it like being a Vikings fan? Just share a little bit about that, like for you as a Vikings fan. I mean,
it's tough some days, man. It's really tough. Like, we'll do really well, and then we'll sink to the bottom, and maybe
all right,
next
Vernon
year.
Davis is in the building.
No, man, it's Max.
Max.
Oh, good, man. How about you? Oh, it's going good, man. Going good. No, I was here. I had interviews later in the day, and then I got interviewed. So this is Malcolm.
I'm Malcolm. Nice to meet you, brother.
Yeah, you too. You too.
How you doing?
I'm good. You enjoying yourself?
Yeah. How about you? How you enjoying this week?
I love it, man. This is my 8th time, so I come out here every year. So
nice.
Yeah.
This is my third Super Bowl in a row.
Oh, you?
He's a veteran, bro.
Veteran, man.
He's a veteran at this, man. So,
I saw a couple people say hi to you. I was like, oh yeah, he must have been doing this for a little bit.
Yeah, I've been doing a lot of interviews all week. It's been amazing, and just being a part of this every year, especially as a fan side, I really just they've done wonders for me, for Wyatt. I mean, for all the athletes, just giving us opportunities. I mean, we wouldn't be here. We're not here by accident. We're here for a reason.
Yeah, man.
I agree, man. I agree. So I lived in Colorado, so I helped with the Special Olympics triathlon because I'm a professional triathlete. So I do on the Paralympic side.
Cool.
So the one thing that got me involved with you guys is I always had somebody tell me like, oh, so you're a Special Olympics athlete. So we're always trying to educate people. Right. Educate people on who does what and the difference and everything. But I think you guys are doing amazing, bro. Like,
Thank you so much.
I love you guys. The interview we did yesterday.
Oh yeah.
It was great. Like
we missed out. I don't know where you was. You was probably somewhere being a superstar.
Yeah, he's too big time.
I mean, I've been doing so many interviews all week long. It's like, it's like Sports Illustrated, to here, to doing a lot of exciting stuff, So I'm just grateful to be here.
Yesterday we had, or in 2 days, I've done 48 interviews.
Wow.
48 interviews.
That's
in
crazy,
2 days.
man.
Yeah, I think in the last few days, for both me and Wyatt, I mean, we've done a lot of interviews.
Yeah, like 18 combined. Maybe?
Yeah, 18 combined interviews.
So,
in the past 2 days, I mean, it's been, Media Row has been phenomenal, and every year I've been here, it gets better and better every year.
Yeah,
for sure.
And I love.
I'm gonna go to LA next year.
Ooh, yeah, baby, we might.
Santa Clara. I'm looking forward to being there. It's my first. I've never been to Levi's.
Oh, really?
I've never been.
Me neither. So, have you? Have you been?
Have you? I've been a couple times. So
cool.
I've been,
Have you been to SoFi?
I have. But I'll tell you, have you been to the Raiders? Have you been to theirs?
Yeah, I was there last year.
Last year. That's nice.
Yeah, last year in Vegas was,
San Diego?
my God.
Have you been to San Diego?
No.
San Diego's was nice too.
No,
I'm from Dallas.
Okay.
So Dallas is nice until I went to our chance to go.
Who's your favorite team?
Baltimore, man. I'm a Ravens fan, bro.
Oh, nice.
Ravens fan. So
Yeah, that was
who you got? Who you think is gonna win the game?
I got the Chiefs winning the game. I got them getting the 3 people first time. I got them winning 34-31. I'm actually going to be at the game on Sunday covering it.
Okay. So I have the Chiefs winning by 9.
Okay. Nice.
But I feel like if Philly can go into the second half, at least 2.5 scores, I think they'll be okay.
Who's your MVP, not quarterback, for both teams?
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't even know y'all was.
Yeah, we're still live, brother.
Oh.
We're just waiting.
Yeah, we're just waiting.
I have Chief, I think, Chiefs by 9.
Okay.
MVP non-quarterback.
Yeah, for both teams.
you know, I would really like to see Saquon.
Yeah.
I would like to see him get off.
Yeah.
But, man, everybody is so focused on him, so I don't know if that's going to happen. But I would really like to see Saquon get off for Philly. Like to see him be the MVP for them.
How about for the Chiefs?
For Chiefs, I would like to see, what's that young man's name? The Speedster out of Texas. What's the fast dude out of Texas that they picked up?
Xavier Worthy?
Xavier Worthy. I would like to see him.
Yeah.
I would like to see him get off.
Me too.
Yeah. I would like to see like somebody who doesn't normally get off that deserves it, who works.
Who's on the radar?
Smith. I don't think anybody's expecting anything from Smith from Philly, bro.
Yeah.
Everybody's worried about Brown, and I think Smith under the radar, he could have a sneaky good game. Bro.
Oh yeah.
You think anybody for Kansas City's gonna have a breakout game? You think on Sunday?
Worthy, bro. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
I'm telling you.
They use him so much in motion.
Yeah.
And like Reed can put him in the slot, he can put him outside.
I think they do. So they have a lot of disguises, but they use him as a disguise. They use him not for what they intended to. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Like, they use him like a Tyreek Hill, bro. Come on, man.
I believe Isaiah Pacheco's gonna have a great game too.
You think so?
I can see that.
His energy,
I can see him having a breakout game.
Bro, his energy is just If you ever just watch him as a player, he gets hit, he pops right back up.
Yeah.
He's full of energy, he's full of go get it. Like, I like that.
We gotta talk to him. We
interviewed him
today.
this morning.
We interviewed him this morning at the team availability with the Chiefs.
Oh,
yeah,
nice.
so
we did.
he was super funny and like he was just really into it. You could tell too, he's ready to go.
Oh yeah.
Thanks for stopping by.
Thanks for stopping by, man.
You boys, for sure.
Thanks for everything you do.
Thanks for everything you do, brother. Thanks. Thanks,
too.
man. Appreciate you. All right, guys. We got Max. Yep. We got Max Siegelman coming right now. How you doing, Max? So Max is the founder of Siegelman Stables, is the son of a renowned trainer, Robbie Siegelman, who founded Siegelman Racing Stable in 1982. How you doing today, Max?
I'm amazing. How are you guys doing?
Good.
Awesome.
Happy to be here.
So my first question for you, Max, is tell us more about Siegelman Stables and the effects on those that participate.
Yeah, Siegelman Stable was started by my dad before I started doing the fashion piece of it. He started his own racing stable in the 80s, hence the 1982 on the side of all our hats. And the special piece of his story outside of just training racehorses was he opened up opportunities for different groups of individuals for equine therapy. So kids with special needs, veterans with PTSD, inner city youth programs, and giving them the opportunity to learn horsemanship that they probably most likely wouldn't have had the opportunity to do.
So what was it like when you guys got your very first client for your business?
Yeah, I mean, on the horse side, that's a good question for my dad. I'm sure he was super pumped. He always wanted to work with horses professionally. He chose to train racehorses for a living versus play professional soccer, actually. So he had the opportunity. But for me on the fashion side, probably the coolest thing outside of seeing the cool people wearing it and just the customers start to roll in and buy stuff is the opportunity to tell his story and the additional layer of the equine therapy piece and knowing how much that means to him. And even though now he's retired, it's still something he spends 99% of his time on.
Oh, Max, I would love to ask you this question. How are you making this world more inclusive for those with different abilities?
Yeah, I mean, I think the awareness that we bring to equine therapy and what it does for different individuals, whether it is the time they have in front of the horses to just take their mind off what their life has and what's going on in their life outside of that moment. But I think what we continue to try and do, it's not just about selling clothes and making really cool luxury pieces, but also about how much we can give back and give people the opportunity to learn horsemanship and do equine therapy and have an experience that maybe they wouldn't have had if we weren't doing this.
Awesome.
So you say your foundation helps, a lot of people, and one is kids and adults with disabilities. Have you ever been involved with Special Olympics or?
I personally have not. I know a lot of people have, and I would love an opportunity too. I know Dale Moss is a big person and spokesperson for y'all. I'm good friends with him, and I see all the amazing things that he does with you guys, as well as Tone House, a fitness center in New York City that does a lot with the Special Olympics in New York. So we'd love to figure out different ways to get involved.
Awesome.
If you had one piece of advice for those that are struggling with challenges, what would you tell them?
Everyone else is also. So don't always think it's you. Everyone's going through stuff, even though they might be happy-go-lucky and you see them from the outside or what they're posting on social media, but everyone's going through it. So deal with what you got to do and do it how you must, but everyone's kind of dealing with their own stuff.
Real quick, who do you got on Sunday, Chiefs or Eagles?
I think it's a three-peat. I don't even want to say it. I'm a Packers fan, but I think it's going to happen. Yeah.
Who do you see as MVP?
I mean, it's only right if it's Kelsey with all the Taylor Swift chatter, right? But I feel like who knows? I just hope it's a good game. I got no skin in the game, so hopefully it's a fun one to watch. What about you guys? Anyone? Who you got?
I got Chiefs.
Okay.
I got Chiefs getting the 3-peat. I got them winning by 34-31.
Oh, yeah. And you?
I got Chiefs. I got
3 for 3.
Yeah,
it's a lock now.
Yeah.
If we think that, it must be it.
Yeah, I got them 27-24. Kick a field goal to win it.
I love that.
So
there it is. 3-peat. You heard it here first.
Yeah.
Thanks for joining us today, Max.
Thank you guys. Appreciate it. Enjoy the rest of the week.
You too. Thanks. Thanks for coming on.
Thank you.
Of course. That was fun, right, Wyatt?
Yeah. What a great journey for.
Yeah. What a great journey for Max. I mean, just the way he talked about his journey, with Siegelman Stables and and his dad, who was the founder, and it was just amazing. Just interviewing him.
Yeah, and he does it helps several groups, people like us with disabilities, and then veterans. He said so. That is a great foundation, and I actually did something like that when I was a little kid. I rode horses, and it helps flex your hips and everything, and loosens you up with your cerebral palsy. So
of course,
yeah. So it was great, and so, but yeah.
Since we're talking about the game, for on Sunday with the Chiefs and the Eagles,
right?
It's Thursday. I want to know from you, what matchup are you looking forward to most?
Ooh, I'm looking forward to the Chiefs offensive line against the Eagles defensive line. Because the Eagles defensive line is one of the best in the league, and the Chiefs offensive line they've really grown that.
Yeah.
The Super Bowl where they lost, they struggled on the offensive line, so they obviously grew that. So we'll be interested to see if they can protect Mahomes.
Right.
And I think that's where the game's won, is on the line of scrimmage. And if Mahomes doesn't have time to throw, then Chiefs might be in trouble.
For me, it's the defensive line for the Chiefs against the Eagles' running game, which is going to be Saquon Barkley. To me, it's going to be can the front seven of Kansas City slow down Saquon Barkley? And if they can do that, then Jalen Hurts is going to have to be dynamic if the Eagles are going to win this game.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what Saquon Barkley is feeling, because it's his first Super Bowl.
Yeah.
He played on the Giants for years. Now he's on the Eagles. And so the division rival. The first year he goes to the Super Bowl. So it'll be interesting to see if he has a really big game and shows up.
I want to know from you about, I want to know, what do you expect, what do you expect the Vikings to do, for next year and also like that too?
Oh, here we go.
Here we go. Of course.
On the docket right now.
We're talking about the game, man.
We're talking about the game.
We're talking about where's the matchup that you're most looking forward to,
Bryce?
Yeah.
Honestly, the matchup that I'm looking forward to the most is the Philadelphia Eagles running game versus Steve Spagnuolo.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Yeah,
versus Steve Spagnuolo. Obviously, Philly is behind the freight train of Saquon and his locomotives. Obviously, the Chiefs, their defense. Spagnuolo, I think, is winning most of these games.
Yeah.
Spagnuolo is a great defensive coordinator. I think he's going to have those boys ready to go. So the matchup that I'm looking forward to the most are those two for sure.
Yeah, I said Chiefs offensive line against Eagles defensive line.
Yeah.
Line of scrimmage is so important in the game.
Yeah.
But, because you think about the one they lost, Chiefs didn't have a good line. So.
All right, Vernon Davis here. I'm about to get out.
All right,
thanks,
man.
Bryce. Thanks for hopping on, man.
Thanks, Bryce. All right.
All right.
And now we are joined by Vernon Davis. Played college football at Maryland. Drafted by the 49ers in 2006. Played in the Super Bowl with the Denver Broncos. Vernon, how's it going?
How's it going, Vernon?
Good to see you guys. Good to see you again.
Good to see you again, Vernon.
Oh,
we know
yeah.
Yes, we do.
know each other really well.
Great to see you again,
Good
Vernon.
to see you, man.
Yeah, Malcolm's a vet here, man.
Yeah, I'm a vet, man.
Everybody knows this guy, man.
Yeah. I want to ask you the first question right out of the bat, Vernon. You are a D.C. native. What do you think about the Commanders season, and what do they need to do to make it to go further next season? What do you think?
Yeah, I thought they did a wonderful job. They they beat a lot of expectations. And for what they had, I mean, you can't take that away from them. They did something that was few and far between. I think as they continue to go on and build on what they was able to do, they're only going to get better. I remember when I was in San Francisco and we had Jim Harbaugh come in. That first year, we made it to the NFC Championship. Then the next year, we made it to the Super Bowl. We didn't win it, but we made it.
Yeah.
So we had a 4-year run that was impeccable, man.
What do you think of Jaden Daniels? Is he the best rookie ever? Because he made it that far.
Yeah, Jaden Daniels is. Yeah, we're gonna have to. I think when it's all said and done, he's gonna go down as one of the greatest quarterbacks to play in the NFL.
I think so.
Mean, if he can continue to build on what we saw this past year, oh man, sky's the limit for the young man.
So let's talk about you. Go have a great NFL career.
Yeah.
You're involved in acting too.
I actually have a show coming out February 11th called Match Point.
Tell us more
Apple
about
and
that.
Amazon. Yeah, it's about two players who retired from tennis and decided to start a podcast.
Oh,
but
cool.
everything goes wrong.
Yeah, I'm a tennis player, so I'm pumped that there's going to be a tennis show on TV.
Yeah.
There's never a tennis show on TV.
Yeah, I never see a tennis show on Prime, so I'm looking forward to seeing that.
It's funny. It's going to have you laughing, man. You'll be if you're in your room, you'll be down on the floor on your back just laughing so hard.
Oh, Vernon, man. I know you are a mental health advocate. Ensuring that everyone has a safe outlet to talk about challenges and focusing on mental health is just as important as physical health. What tips do you have for listeners today? For Special Olympics athletes, we focus on our mental health as well, as we need to be fit on and off the playing field.
Yeah, mental health is it's a huge deal in life. I think it's been like that since the beginning of time, right? We need to take it more serious. It's very important that we exercise the same way we exercise our bodies. We exercise our minds, because without our minds, we can't do anything, right? So I think it's a big deal that we bring more awareness to mental health and continue to give people support when it comes to that, because you never know what someone's going through every single day. You know, I'm one of the guys that I struggle with anxiety. Anxiety has been a big thing for me. So my only hope and inspiration is to continue to improve my mental sharpness when it comes to my anxiety.
So what do you do to help with your mental health or anxiety? Is it acting? Is it watching football? Is it doing something outside of
I just do what brings me joy.
Okay.
Whatever brings me joy,
yeah.
I try to focus on that. I try to take life slow. That's one of the biggest things, taking life nice and slow and being aware of your surroundings and understand that life is short.
Right.
Life is short, and as much as we can do to really make sure that we take it easy and approach life like we only have one life to live, then I think we can continue to evolve and get better.
Yeah, I think we can relate with that, with some of the stuff we go through with, just having a disability, some medical conditions. So you never know what tomorrow brings.
Yeah. We're here at Super Bowl 59, in New Orleans, Chiefs, Eagles. Talk about the matchup on Sunday, and what are you looking forward to the most?
Yeah, I think, well, first of all, the thing that I'm looking forward to most is being here with Smirnoff. Like, we are here because of the longest tailgate.
Right.
We have Flo Rida performing. It's going to be a moment to remember.
Yeah.
They always got something up their sleeve. Like, people can find out more by going to Smirnoff.com.
Okay.
But this game, I think this game is going to be a unique game. We're going to see some hard-playing football on both sides.
All right.
I think the Kansas City Chiefs, they have this game, though.
Yeah.
I think they're going to definitely win this game.
Who do you see as MVP?
Yeah. Patrick Mahomes, for sure.
What's the score going to be?
What's the score going to be?
Yeah.
The score is going to be, I'm just going to say Kansas City Chiefs are going to win by 2 touchdowns.
All right.
All right. You heard from Vernon Davis, guys.
Yeah,
well, one player that I'm going to point out is that I really like on the Chiefs is Worthy and Hopkins.
Yes.
I think they're going to surprise a lot of people in this game.
We got to talk to Worthy today.
Yeah.
You did?
Yeah, we talked to Worthy.
was it?
It was awesome. We got to
really
talk
good.
to Samaje Perine today as well, and Isaiah
Mahomes.
Pacheco, Mahomes.
I saw Samaje in the hotel when I walked in.
Oh, yeah?
Yesterday,
Nice,
That's my old
nice.
teammate.
That's awesome, man. So that's going to be cool to see some of your teammates in the Super Bowl.
In the
so.
Super Bowl. So thanks for joining us today, Vernon.
Yeah, thanks, Vernon.
Thanks for having me, man. Thanks for having me.
Of course.
Good to see you guys.
Good to see you too. Enjoy the rest of the week. Hey, we got a football here for you.
Oh man, come on, man.
We'll
Don't
sign
do me
it
like
for
that,
you.
man.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
You guys give me a signed football?
Yeah.
Oh, come on, man. You sending me home nicely.
Yes. That's what we do around here, Vernon.
Oh, come on,
Yeah,
man.
we got you, man.
We got you.
Come on, man.
We got you.
Go ahead.
I'm in good hands over here. I know.
Yeah, we got you, brother. We got you.
Thank you, brother. Always good to see you.
Always good to see you too, Vernon.
You too.
Enjoy the rest of the week,
Really
all
nice
right?
to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well. Thank you.
Enjoy the rest of the week, all right?
Thank you.
Thanks. Well, Wyatt, that was fun.
Yeah, it was really cool to meet
That was
Vernon
fun.
Davis. I
that was
remember.
fun doing an interview. Interviews for an hour.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, that was really cool to meet all these guys,
2
hear
minutes.
their stories.
2 minutes. We're gonna wrap it up, and hand it. We're gonna take a break. Hand it off to to the guys. Patrick and Iain and Sterling. They'll be hopping back on. So we'll be taking a break.
But yeah, I want to thank you for bringing me along my rookie year
course.
doing this, and
Hey, man,
got to
you
meet
know
some
what?
really cool people in the last hour.
Right,
so
man. That was
some
fun.
Cool stories.
Let's see. Maybe next year we'll get to do it again.
Yeah, for sure.
It was a lot of fun doing this with you, Wyatt.
Yeah, you too, man.
Yeah.
You too, Malcolm.
Thank you guys for joining us. Here at Stacking the Box, we're gonna wrap it up, and thank you guys, and stay tuned for more.
Hello, everyone. We are back. Iain MacMillan here, Sterling Holmes. I'm just on for a quick little portion here with you today, Sterling. We're going to be on together quite a bit tomorrow, I believe. Tomorrow morning, we're going to be running the show. But right now, Sterling, I'm on for 20 minutes. And I specifically requested this time slot so I could talk to CFL legend Doug Flutie, which I'm very excited for.
I am thrilled about this. And I brought something up with Doug Flutie that I wanted to talk about, and you're like, that's way down the list because you're Canadian.
Yes.
The drop kick.
Yeah.
One of, in my opinion, the coolest things to ever happen in a football game.
And he did that with the Bills, is that correct?
I thought it was
Am I wrong?
Patriots. I thought it was Patriots.
Someone else did it for the Patriots later, I thought.
Yeah, you could be right. I mean, I've been known to be a dumbass. I've been known to be a dumbass.
He did do it for the Patriots. No, you're right.
Oh, so I was right.
You're right.
Oh, okay.
Who's the dumbass now? Me.
Yeah,
You can answer that question.
it is Iain. Iain has still yet to pay his bet, by the way. Last night we went to the casino, and I decided I would use mine first, my money, because I go, if I lose, then I have Ian's in my back pocket. Well, I won, and Iain was the one that
I lost quick.
He lost quick, about four hands.
What I planned was that if he went down early, then I was going to kind of give you some of my winnings because I expected to be up early. I was going to give you some of my winnings to pay back the bet.
Made
but the
sense.
complete opposite happened. You kept winning, and I lost my money within 30 minutes. Not even 30 minutes, 10 minutes.
Yes, and I felt semi-bad for you because then I'm now kicking the man while he's down, but it feels like I keep kicking you, and the universe is kicking you, but the universe is getting you back with Doug Flutie.
That's true. I've had some bad luck throughout the week. I did also almost lose my media credential earlier today, which was tough, but that was found. Last night was a perfect example of my luck that I've had so far this week, but things are going to turn around right now.
I like that. You know what? It's the mindset.
It is the mindset.
Here, fix your collar a little bit. You got a little collar.
Oh, thank you.
See,
looking over for me.
As a gentleman and a scholar, Iain should not walk around with a lumpy collar.
What do you think of the purple shirt today?
I like the purple shirt.
I did try to go pocket square. I could not figure out how to shove the pocket square in the actual pocket, which is a key part to a pocket
Yeah,
square.
what do you mean you couldn't? Let me open your pocket.
There. Yeah. I folded it right, and then I was trying to shove it in, but then as I was shoving it in, it messed it all up.
You could do a triangle. Or you could do the ruffle. I'm confused.
I think the pocket square might have been too big for my pocket.
Well, you can still make it work with the fold, so you can do one of these. I'm like a magician over here,
Just
guys.
like the the liner doesn't
See,
really
look,
work.
you could even do that.
Yeah.
How does that look?
That looks great.
Yeah, it's kind of fun, right?
You are the suit expert out of the two of us.
Out of the two of us?
Yes.
Yeah, I like that. I might go jackets off. Might do it. All right, let's talk about it. Upcoming game. You ain't a Chiefs guy, but you've started to come to the realization that it doesn't matter if you like the Chiefs or not. If you hate the Chiefs or not, 15 is 15.
Yeah.
I think you said you were going with Kansas City in this upcoming game.
I've placed a significant bet on Kansas City, yes.
That is bad for people in Kansas City that you did that.
But I bet on them last week in the AFC Championship.
Yeah.
The Chiefs have such good luck, such good mojo, such good voodoo. I can't even curse the Chiefs by betting against them, which I tried in the AFC Championship. AFC Championship week, if you remember that episode of Stack in the Box, I said the entire time I was being a little tongue-in-cheek. I was saying the Chiefs can't lose. They're the greatest team of all time. I'm going to bet on the Chiefs, which I did. I tried my best to reverse jinx the Chiefs, and it wasn't effective, which is my strongest and final tool I have in my toolbox if I want a team to lose, is to reverse jinx them. It didn't work.
I'm proud that you finally come to the realization that the Chiefs are just inevitable.
They are.
They're inevitable.
Yes.
And you're no longer doing this tongue-in-cheek, which I do appreciate.
It's no longer tongue-in-cheek. My last tool that I had, my Hail Mary, was the reverse jinx. It didn't work. And at this point, I bet against the Chiefs 2 years in the Super Bowl, lost. I bet against them last year, lost. I would be stupid to now be in the exact same situation for a third straight year and pick against the Chiefs again.
Yeah, that would be absurd.
Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. I won't get fooled again.
You've been fooled probably 6 or 7 times.
I've been fooled more than twice, but just
at some point, it's like, why do they keep fooling you?
I do have bad news, though. I have bet on the Chiefs in one Super Bowl, in all of these Super Bowl wins, and it was the one against the Buccaneers.
I hate this.
I bet the 49ers the first time. I bet the 49ers last year. I bet the Eagles 2 years ago. I bet on the Chiefs against the Buccaneers. That was when they lost.
No one has had worse luck or brings worse juju than you do.
It's my curse. I mean, it probably carries
over. You got to hold on your back. It's a curse that someone has to carry.
Someone has to carry.
Someone has to do it, and Ian's just generous enough to put it on his semi-broad shoulders.
I mean, the Falcons' 28-3 game might be my fault. The Maple Leafs not being able to get past the first round of the NHL playoffs might be my fault. I wish I could cheer for a winning team. It must feel nice.
I believe you.
We were at dinner last night, and Patrick was wearing one of the Super Bowl sweaters from one of the past Super Bowls. And Zach, who was next to me, was like, oh, yeah, is that from that year? Which was hilarious. Just like two Chiefs fans being like, oh, yeah, is that Is that from Super Bowl win number 2 or Super Bowl win number 4? Oh, yeah. Very nice. All your Super Bowl championship gear that you have.
You'll get there, Bub.
I don't think I will.
The Grey Cup counts, right?
If the Grey Cup counts, I got some championships then.
See, I think that should count.
Toronto Argonauts won this year, didn't they?
You're a Canadian guy, so that counts.
Yeah, I mean, I don't follow it as much as I had in the past, as I had growing up, as I had during the Doug Flutie era. But yeah, I guess you can I can count those Toronto Argonauts.
Were you old enough to watch Doug Flutie in? No, you wouldn't have been.
No, in Boston College?
No, not Boston College. I was going to say when he was in the Canadian League. That was 97.
Yes, that's why.
You would have been 5, though.
My first football memory was Doug Flutie. Before I even knew what the NFL was, Doug Flutie going back-to-back with the Toronto Argonauts is my first football memory.
That's
because I was 5.
That's incredible.
Which I think I think that's fair to say that's like the first time you start having memories.
Yeah, my first memory was 4.
Yeah.
I had to one-up you.
Yeah,
of course. But no, first football memory was just the Chiefs, the early 2000s, like early 2000s, probably 5 or 6. First sports was actually Lakers of all teams.
Yep.
First memories was actually Lakers playing the Kings.
Okay.
Don't know why that has always stood out to me, bright in my mind.
Are you a basketball fan? Who's
big basketball guy. Sixers, which is funny.
Oh, right, because you had some time to fill out.
We don't have an NBA team in Kansas City.
I was just going to ask, what team do Kansas City people cheer for?
Oklahoma City, traditionally.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
We were trying to figure out the answer to that question for NHL teams last night for people in Kansas City. I don't know if we really found out an answer.
Yeah. By the way, we've talked about this. Do you think the Chiefs and Spagnuolo will be able to keep Saquon under 100 yards? Because I think they do.
100 yards might be a little bit of a stretch. If you think they do, you should go bet that because his total's
like 120, probably.
Yeah, one. It's like high teens or low 20s, but under 100, no. Just because unless the Chiefs get up big early and they have to abandon the run game, they're going to give Saquon enough carries at least to where he's going to be able to get close to that number. Now, one thing the Chiefs do very well in terms of the run defense is limiting explosive runs. I think they're top 5 in opponent rushing plays this season, 20 yards or longer. So if they can prevent the explosive runs, the 60-yard touchdown runs, those types of runs, then to me that's kind of containing Saquon. Because no one's going to hold him to under 80.
There's only been one massively explosive run against Kansas City this year, and that was Jerome Ford.
Right.
63-yard run. They have about 5 runs, I believe. I think it's only 5 of 20 yards or more. The Chiefs don't give up explosive runs. So it is a little bit of who is going to be the one that wins this battle, right? Is it going to be the Chiefs' defense, which has been great, or is it going to be the explosiveness of Saquon? I think that's what it really comes down to. How you doing? Sterling.
There he is. Mr. Flutie, it's nice to meet you.
Sterling.
Hey, I'm Iain. Hi.
No, I like it. You got a caller on. Caller's a caller, baby.
Where's the 10th tee? Yeah, we're a little underdressed for this interview.
You guys look great.
I am pretty. Well, Doug, when you tee off, do you still just drop the ball and then?
Yes.
Yeah.
You have to let it bounce first.
You gotta let it bounce
first.
first.
Let it bounce, touch the ground, and go.
I'm sure you've got that way too many times that that's no longer enjoyable.
Do you know when you quote drop kick like on a golf shot, when you bump the ground behind it, by accident, and then you hit, the ball goes straight.
So
it straightens it out. It's still
so what you're saying,
like 80% distance.
you've actually changed the kicking game. Is what you're saying? Kickers should try the Doug.
Try
Flutie
the
method.
drop kick. Yeah, they'll lose about 30 yards on their kick.
It's a Rick Barry free throw.
Yeah.
I mean, just do it differently.
I like this.
I ran into Rick Barry at a golf event.
Yeah.
And we were just, I don't know, day 2, whatever it was, and we're just talking. And I said, I missed a foul shot my sophomore year of high school that cost us a game. And I became a 90% foul shooter because of that miss. I said I was a 60% shooter. He's like, as soon as I said I was a 60% my sophomore year, he started just getting all over me. He's like, how can you be, just... Like, I got better, I promise. I was 14 years old.
No, you get defined when you're 14 as a free throw shooter, and then it's all over from there.
I miss the front end of a 1-on-1, and they come down and hit the game winner.
Yeah.
And then never again. Never again.
Now, I got to tell you, Doug, I've done a lot of interviews this week. It was you who I was looking forward to talking to the most because I'm Canadian, born in 1992. So my first football memory was you going back-to-back with the Toronto Argo. So even before I even knew what the NFL was, I knew Doug Flutie with the Argo. So I want you to educate my co-host here about the greatness of the CFL.
Oh, it's what they're doing in the NFL right now with RPO game and quarterback run. We were doing in the 90s.
Right.
Damon Allen was in Edmonton. Are we on? Are we
Oh,
rolling?
yeah, sorry. Yeah, we're rolling.
We're still rolling.
We're perpetually rolling.
We started recording at the start of the day.
Love
We
it.
haven't stopped.
We don't stop.
Okay, Damon Allen we ran all our run game out of shotgun. And Damon started eyeing the backside end. And if he chased, he'd pull it and run a naked bootleg. I'm like, I can do that. So I started doing it. And then the guy would come off the slot receiver and make the tackle, and you'd only get 5 yards, 6 yards. I'm like, well, if he runs a fade and he runs a quick out, that takes them out of there. And if your guy comes off, I'll just throw the ball, RPO.
Wow. So what did you guys call it? Did you guys call it something? Or did you
No,
guys
we
call
just
it
called the run play. And I just told them, hey, run a fade and run it out.
Yeah.
And then I dealt with the rest of it.
Okay, question. Back then, did the offensive line, is there a rule? Like
About
1 yard?
downfield?
Yeah, downfield.
In the CFL, you got away with it a little bit more because they could be downfield as long as they're not engaged in a block. If they haven't hit anybody, then it's not. And they gave them like a 2 to 3 yard leeway there, even if they were engaged.
Sure.
So it really lent itself to RPO.
Yeah.
And and Chip will get mad at me, but Chip Kelly came up and watched all the film in Toronto of all the shovel. We did a bunch of shovel pass stuff off at RPO, and then he went to UNH and lit it up at UNH. Then he gets the Oregon job, and it becomes zone read stuff and all that, and off and running.
And the rest is history. I mean, but that's what's so fascinating about the game, and why, if you love the game, you should watch it everywhere, because it is where the future of things are coming. It's really amazing.
Yeah.
Is there one Canadian football rule specifically that you like the most that you would implement in the American game if you could?
They got so much speed, they don't need the rolling start by receiver. Here's the one rule that I've seen used in the last couple of years that even the Canadian people don't really know about. When you punt the ball in CFL, it's the same as a kickoff. Anyone behind the ball is onside, and you can recover it. So the punter punts it, and if it's a windy day and it's bouncing around, the punter can run down and jump on it. So on a windy day, you put a couple guys behind your punter and go cover it. I always wanted, in a desperate situation, last minute of the game, and you got 3rd and a mile, which is like 4th down.
Yeah.
3rd and 25. Run a quarterback draw, and just before I cross the line of scrimmage, kick it, roll it across and fall on it for a first down. All you got to do is get it across the line of scrimmage and fall on it. And I saw the team in Toronto did it a couple of times last year. They throw a wide receiver screen, the kid kicks it across the line, and dives on it for a first down.
Oh my
gosh.
That's
a great call. Yeah,
That
would be a great
Okay, so
rule.
what's the deal with Canadian football with the
I love
this.
Go for it.
I love it. Befuddled.
With all the poutine.
Wait, in the milk in the bags. Did you get milk in bags up there? I was told there's milk in bags.
I did not do milk in bags.
My milk growing up was all in
the bag.
All in bags.
Yeah,
they're
the vinegar,
weird.
the vinegar on French fries, the poutine.
Vinegar on French fries is fine. Poutine is fine. I mean, poutine's great.
Yeah, poutine's great.
Yeah.
And vinegar on fries is a great call. What's the deal?
That was always a boardwalk thing.
Yeah, 100%. 100%.
Jersey. That's a Jersey thing. Yeah. But you can at the end of the game, the field goal kicker can miss, but your team can still win if he kicks it past the
first year.
The Rouge.
Okay, think of it this way. So you don't. If it's a touchback, like a punt that goes into the end zone, a field goal that goes through the end zone becomes a touchback. Comes out to the 25, 30, whatever you want to make it now. That's a single point. If you don't return the ball out of the end zone, you get credit for a single point if you get the ball to the end zone and they don't run it out.
Yeah.
That's the way to think about it. My first year in the CFL, overtime. Louis Pasaglia, legend in the game, field goal kicker. Last play of overtime, we're going to kick a field goal, short field goal to win the game. Louis says, get it all the way over to the left hash. It's like college hash mark, so it's way over. Snap, hold. Louis kicks this ugly line drive to the left side intentionally out of the end zone. Single point, we win. I'm like, what the hell? I look at him, what are you doing? He goes, no. You don't want to kick it over here because if you hit the field goal, it's fine. If you miss the field goal, it goes out of the end zone, you're fine. But if you hit the upright, there's no single point.
Yeah.
So he didn't want to mess with hitting an upright or anything, and he kicks it out of the corner of the end zone, and we win the game by 1.
Oh, my gosh. And so coming from college, you're not used to at least some of these rule changes.
I was very lucky. A guy named Bob Abilovich was the head coach in British Columbia for me. That was a legendary CFL guy. So he and I would sit and just talk CFL rules and get through all the situational stuff, and he really helped me early on in that.
Yeah.
That's so
great.
cool.
That same story you had, in minor league football, we won our provincial championship. We were on the 2-yard line. Instead of running one more play, just punted it.
Punt it.
Now, the difference in that rule wouldn't work in the American game and why it works in Canada is because 20-yard end zone. So it's a little bit harder to get it over to the end zone as opposed
So
to
picture
American
this.
football.
This has happened many times. You're lining up for that game-winning field goal, right? It's a 20-yard end zone. You're trying a 45-yard field goal. So it's 65 yards to the end of the end zone.
Right.
So it doesn't get out. The other team puts their punter and a kick returner back there, and they punt it back out. And you catch it, and you punt it back in.
See, I love there's elements of Australian rules football in there. I love that. I love that. Let me tell you something. All of those rules are a lot better than the kickoff rule that the NFL put in this year,
no
and
doubt.
some of the other junk that we have to put up with in the NFL. So, just saying.
By the way, I guys know you're here with Taste of the NFL. Can you give us a little background about your guys' partnership here?
Sure. I mean, we've been lucky enough to have Doug with us the last 5 years, and it's really incredible. We have 80 players, legends, Hall of Famers, 1,500 incredible, voracious fans who get to attend a party with a purpose. All the money goes to ending childhood and student hunger. The best place to end childhood hunger in America is in schools. We have a place where young people gather. We can't afford not to solve childhood hunger in America. We're spending too much money just in healthcare on the big 4 processed food-related diseases alone. We have to teach kids about nutrition, about fitness, and feed kids that are hungry. Statistically, they say 14 or 16%, depending what state you're in. Nobody raises their hands and says, I'm hungry. There's a lot of shame and stigma, trauma, generational associated with that. I believe the number to be about 20%. That we have any children hungry in America is disgraceful. It's genocidal, considering that we have the solution for it. All it takes is a little bit of money. So Gen Youth is just an incredible organization that's in every school district in the country, and we raise money one day a year here, but are raising money doing events and in schools 365 days a year, trying to solve this massive problem for which there should be no one who is against feeding kids.
Yes.
So please, tasteofthenfl.com. You're listening to this. Go online, read something, cut and paste something, send it out to all of your friends. If you're at the Taste of the NFL this year or next year in San Francisco, come find Doug and I. Say hi. We have the best chefs in the country. We have legends like Doug, great current players, Hall of Famers, the whole 9 yards. Mix and mingle and have a great time. End student hunger.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much, Doug, Andrew. Appreciate it, guys.
Thank you so much.
The most Canadian segment we've done.
I love it. It's an honor.
I start talking CFL.
Come on, we didn't even touch the rest of the Canadian foods. Come on.
From Warren Moon to
Canadian
Doug Flutie.
bacon. All right.
Pea meal. It's called pea meal bacon.
There you go.
And it's good. A pea meal bacon sandwich is a good thing.
I'm learning a lot today.
There you go. Thank you, Doug. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Very nice meeting you. Oh, that's great. The most Canadian segment that has ever happened on this show.
Hunter, is Patrick going to jump in here?
Looks like you're going to stay for just a second here. Andre Reed looking like he's coming up in just one moment. That was awesome, man.
Andre Reed, who I played with Doug Flutie for a little bit there with the Buffalo Bills.
Yeah. No, that was just very – you like that. Did that live up to your expectations of telling your childhood hero
And like I said, we've talked to a lot of very famous NFL players and famous people here. That was the one I was most nervous for.
I got to take the tie off? Okay, I'll let it out a little bit. I'll let it out. There we go. Hey, if Andre tells me to loosen the tie, I'll loosen the tie,
baby.
I can put it around my dome if I need to.
Yeah, we'll get crazy.
Hey, baby, I'll put it around my head if I need to. We'll go
nice to meet you.
Old school. I'll just here.
Loosen it up.
Well, Andre tells me to.
Loosen up.
If Andre tells me, now it's tight. It is.
It's a podcast. Or see, it is tight.
It's both.
Yeah, you got.
There we go.
You got a little dot right here from that thing.
Oh, see, well, you know, it's not my fault, Andre.
Good man, you good. Where's it out of?
So we're nationwide. Okay. So we have all of these organizations. We have Twitter. We have 107,000 for our Chiefs podcast.
Okay.
58,000 subscribers on YouTube.
So it's in Kansas City.
The biggest one part is yes.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So we have a whole bunch of, and so we're live still. What we do is we just keep this thing rolling all day long, and it's been an
That's where
absolute
you got to lick that out a little bit. If it's all day long, you can't be of it.
Hey, that's great. Andre Reed. So first off, what are you doing here with
Celivate?
Celivate, great name.
Yes. It is a publicly traded company. Started about 10, 12 years ago out of West Palm Beach. Mike and his son started it. Right now they're with probably 5 professional football teams.
Nice.
I think the Vikings, Browns, Titans. So it is a focus, recovery, memory, inflammation, joint pain gummy, and the gummies taste good. So they're not like bland. So basically, like when I was little, used to put Kool-Aid into the freezer, into the little, the trays. That's what it tastes like.
Yeah.
The Kool-Aid trays. So
Please be cherry. You're talking cherry.
Cherry, grape,
Okay.
lime,
Yeah.
orange, blue. When you little, everything was
colors. It was
the
just
more
colors.
color, the better. But one thing about these gummies, I started taking them about 7 months ago.
Yeah.
And everybody's like, their product this. But let me tell you, man, of all the hits I took over the years, it has done a phenomenal job for me.
Yeah.
And that's no bull, no joke. Memory too, focus. They got like 3 different ones right now, and really good product.
Yeah.
So I'm pitching them today, and I'm good partners with them. So from West Palm Beach, Florida. So yeah. Celivate.
You just saw we had just had Doug Flutie on, your former teammate.
Yeah, Doug. Yeah, yeah. Doug was a player's player.
Yeah.
And all the way from where he started at Boston College and won a Heisman, and then, went to the CFL. And
we're learning Canadian foot. He's Canadian.
I'm
by the
Canadian,
way.
so that's.
We're at in Canada.
Nova Scotia, East Coast.
Never heard of it. Anyway. I'm just playing with you.
Oh, that's great.
I'm just playing with you. Because he went like this.
Yeah.
And then I said, never heard of it.
Yeah.
So offended.
No.
So
I'm just playing with you. I've been to Canada a few times. No, I've been to Vancouver, man. Vancouver's pretty cool. And Toronto, Toronto's right across the.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, Canadians are good, man. They support the Buffalo Bills pretty much.
I was just going to say that. A lot of Bills fans in the
At
Toronto
one
area.
point, they were going to maybe move to Canada.
Yeah.
At one point.
Yeah.
I don't know if that would have been a good idea because of just Toronto is it's like a tight city. I don't know if it would have worked. Bills fans going across the border, and
Yeah.
a lot of them would have got stuck across the border because they would have been all towed down. They wouldn't have been back across.
When you look at the Buffalo Bills fans,
Yeah.
they've been so passionate. I liken it to they're basically living in Siberia up there. They're by themselves. They're tucked away. It's cold, yet they're always out passionate.
They don't care, bro.
And most of the time, I'll honestly say this, they're a great fan base. Every fan base has their share of
They do.
knuckleheads. But Buffalo seemingly supports other fan bases so well. Even as a Chiefs guy, I can admit that Buffalo, I think, is a very good fan base. What was your takeaway playing in front of those fans for so long?
It was, when I came in '85, my first 4 years, we won like 12 or 13 games in 4 years. And it was sparse at most, maybe 20,000 fans. They've always supported that team. Ralph Wilson has done, when Ralph was alive. And when Ralph Wilson was there, he could have went to any other city.
Yeah.
Start a franchise. But he went to Buffalo, New York. What's up in Buffalo?
Wings
and Niagara Falls. So, but they will give you the shirt off their back. And, their fans have donated to other players' foundations because that's just what a Buffalonian does.
Yeah.
City of good neighbors.
Yeah.
Yep.
I know we only had you for a couple of minutes, so just one last question. What would be your message to the Bills fans who obviously another heartbreak this playoff?
Yeah, it's my message is, you know what? It's yes, January 29th. That's right. At this point, you know what you say is they've heard it before.
Yeah.
And I went to 4 Super Bowls and didn't win. And then they played the Chiefs 4 times and didn't win. Are they the most cursed franchise in sports? Right now, I would say yeah.
Yeah, it's up there for sure.
And do they have to go around living with that? I mean, it's hard to say something that, yeah, that's the right thing to say.
Yeah.
Because it isn't the right thing to say. Sooner or later, they're going to get it right. And when they do, they better shut down the whole country. I'm telling everybody right now.
No table safe.
No. Walmart, get ready. All the places that got all them tables better get ready because it's going to be crazy. I don't know what the franchise has to do as far as coaching goes. I don't think they'll do anything with Shaun. He's built a winner there. He's changed the culture there when he got there. As long as they got 17 there,
yeah,
I think they'll be okay.
Hall of Famer Andre Reed. Andre,
Yep.
really appreciate it, man.
Got it, man. Yeah. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Yeah,
Thank you so much.
Do you hate Kansas City, being a Buffalo guy?
Right now, yeah.
Yeah.
And that's what a resounding yeah.
Yeah, a resounding.
We always played up there. Kansas City, it was always tough to go into Arrowhead and beat them there.
Yeah.
That's when they had turf.
Yeah.
And Jerron Cherry and Lloyd Burris and
Oh, man.
Sally Amuya and
Yes.
Neil Smith. And, oh, man, they had, Derek Thomas. They had a team. And we always got them in the playoffs. So
Yeah, it was the opposite. It was almost
the
the
opposite.
opposite.
We always beat them in the playoffs. They beat us
Yeah.
in the regular season sometimes. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
But,
Andre,
thank you so
it's all
much,
good.
Andre.
Appreciate it, guys.
Appreciate it, man. Take it easy. Took the tie off. Had to take the tie off.
All right, I'm swapping out. Sterling. It's been a pleasure.
All right,
Thank you for having me
we
on.
can stay live. Wes Wilson coming in now. What's up, baby? What's up, player?
Ooh.
How are you? Good, dude. Oh.
Back over here. Thanks, Hug.
So Wes Wilson, we're just keep this thing rolling.
Are we rolling?
Oh, we're
Oh, boys.
We're perpetually live.
Wow.
Perpetually live.
You're like,
That's what this bucket is underneath me.
Yeah, I was just
We're
gonna say.
just perpetually live.
how's the week been? You good?
Oh, dude, it's been busy as hell. It's been a day.
Suit and tie or suit for every
I had
day
a
of the
tie.
week?
Yeah. I go classy with it.
Yeah.
Brought 4 different suits.
Yeah.
Had to rearrange.
Yeah.
The brand.
Yeah.
The brand. Your brand.
You look
is,
sharp.
Thank you.
Today, it's Snoopy pants made from an old blanket.
Oh, dude, that's electric.
Yeah, so I'm just trying to keep people on their toes.
How you been?
Busy boy.
Yeah.
But that's good, though. We'd rather be busy than not busy.
So?
And as a Missourian and a Chiefs fan, I love January and February.
So for those that don't know,
Yeah.
Wes Wilson, Summer House.
Yeah.
But he grew up in Columbia.
Yeah.
Chiefs guy. Played safety.
Montana State.
Montana
Both my
State.
parents are Mizzou Tigers, so I grew up in Columbia. Left though, and I left my Mizzou fandom at home after I graduated high school. But the older I get, the more I feel like, it's what I grew up on. So I'll embrace them as I get older.
Well, of course, as they win. So you're a bandwagoner.
Mizzou?
No, Chiefs. So you're a bandwagoner, baby.
I can't believe that we live in a time where that's a question I get asked.
It's hilarious.
Isn't that insane?
It's absurd.
And I just think my first thing is, the Chiefs didn't win a playoff game until I was a junior in college, my whole life.
Yes.
And people ask me that. I can't believe how our parents feel during this time period.
Oh, my dad, we always said we wanted to see one. And so that's why I've said even for the three-peat, if something happens, let's say the Eagles win, I'm going to be disappointed.
Yeah.
but I'm also like,
We're fine. We're okay.
We're okay.
Okay.
Like, I have to hold myself to my standard and my word.
Yeah.
Here.
Yeah. I do think the one thing that's interesting, though, and I never thought of until the last few years, the way the media compares QB legacy every single day. Like when the Bengals and the Rams played in the Super Bowl, I was like, oh, Bengals, Rams, I don't care who wins, whatever. But now every Super Bowl is Mahomes' legacy. And, like, if he loses a Super Bowl, which we know he's night and day better than Allen, Burrow, all these people.
100%.
But, like, people will run with it. So now you still, like, need a win so people shut up and quit doing weird stuff all off season and as the season starts again. Like, hopefully one more Super Bowl win, people will stop comparing Patrick Mahomes to other active quarterbacks.
Well, you know what's been really refreshing? Every single player, we've talked to so many former, current, ESPN reporters, all this stuff. Not a single person, not a single one has ever brought up refs. You know what that tells me?
Because they're
That's
adults.
a social media-driven phenomenon of I think adults is the best way of putting it.
I don't know if you saw, I went on NFL Network last Friday, which was kind of fun for me.
That's awesome.
And I was like, will you guys just give me like 30 seconds and ask me about the ref thing? Because I've just been sitting on it for weeks.
Smoldering.
Dude, and I sounded off. I was like, you people are so pathetic. And you can even get political if you really want to. We're not going to now. But like everyone now, instead of looking in the mirror and realizing your team's not as good as the Chiefs, you're tired of watching them on TV. You see a bad call here, there, in every football game.
Yes, of course.
You're tired of the Chiefs winning, so you blame external factors because you can't admit your team's worse.
Yes.
And it's lame. And so I'm going to go off here.
Go off.
The Josh Allen first down, they ran that sorry for cussing, QB sneak 4 times before that, didn't get it on that 2-point conversion, and then got half a yard every other time. No creativity, pathetic play call. They tried to, like, hurry it up. Kind of like a reverse ball don't lie situation where, like, they didn't get it before. You're not going to get that spot that time.
No.
It's so lame.
It's the worst
so lame.
excuse I have ever heard an adult use. And that's why I actually enjoy this, because none of the players, no one has ever questioned the talent. They all say the legacy, the history, the greatness. And that's what it comes down to. It's also social media isn't real life, which I know for you.
You asked me about that for a long time. I tell people all the time, like, it doesn't exist if you're not on your phone.
Yes.
This world of just the most negative, crazy people ever. But also, the 2 things. One, if you have a brain and you think about how could the NFL actually be fixed? Is impossible. Are they going to do all 32 teams? Are they in on it and want the Chiefs to do well? No. Are we taking the risk that every single referee is like never going to tell a secret or whisper to their wives that they're rigging these games? Like,
yes.
Like,
so
it's
dumb. Absurd. Well, who asked Clark Hunt? Was that you? Someone asked Clark Hunt about the rigging as like a whole joke, right?
Yeah.
And you know what he said? He goes, "Yeah, thanks for helping rig the entire Super Bowl for us every single year. Yeah, the 32 owners and I came together to help rig it for us."
It's so lame. And the people who've been doing it, who did it at Media Day the first night, you should lose your credential and not be welcome back because that stuff's so lame.
1,000%. By the way, Wes,
Dude.
are you going to go to the casino tonight?
I'll find you.
We're going to Caesars.
Where are you staying?
It was hot. We're staying at the Chiefs Hotel. Downtown Marriott.
Is Jason at the Eagles Hotel, did I hear?
Yeah, he is.
Tough.
Because he's a Eagle lover. Some
Jason.
say.
All right, well.
Some say.
We'll see. We'll see how he behaves the rest of the week. Rock
Wes
and roll.
Wilson.
Appreciate you guys.
Hey, I'll hit you up soon.
Yeah.
Take it easy, man. Appreciate you, dude. Yeah, we just stay rolling the whole time. Like, that's what we do. And so when we talk to all these people, a lot of times they'll come in here and they'll come in hot. And that's sometimes the best clip. And I'm like, they're like, when are we rolling? I'm like, no, dog. We've been rolling. Hey, see you later, man. Wes Wilson of Summer House, again, Columbia native. You'll see him a lot on social media and stuff. Great guy. Yeah, West is awesome.
I saw his. I don't know him, but I saw his rant on NFL Network, and I was like, "Who is that guy?" Fucking
yeah. So West. Yeah, he didn't go to Mizzou. He played. We're getting a lot of questions. We get more questions about West than anyone else. Yeah. So West played at Montana State, but he's from Columbia, and then he was on Summer House.
Yeah.
So let's go, Tet.
What's up, Tet?
How you doing, Sterling?
How you doing, Patrick?
Nice to meet you.
Yeah.
I know you're here with Sharpie, which, by the way, Sharpie. Yes! Tet! Yes!
Fantastic.
Can I get one of those white ones?
You can have them.
Tet!
Yeah. Pass by.
You're the man. Look, I need a new
Appreciate
pin.
you. Oh, these are nice.
Got my signature on
Oh, that's cool.
See this one? Not Sharpie.
They got my
Throw it away.
This is nice.
Don't want
They
it.
got my signature on there.
This. Oh, baby, Tet.
So when you get in the Hall of Fame, I need to hang on to this. Very cool.
How was your season this year? Because you guys really exceeded expectations. I mean, we're Kansas City, so Big 12, a lot of focus there. You guys just kept going up, and your production this year was just absolutely ridiculous. How were you able to do that?
Man, it was just a testament to my teammates and my coaches. Unfortunately, you know, this past season we didn't get done what we wanted to get done. We went 4-8, which is pretty bad. It was unfortunate to make a bowl game, but man, I was just glad that I got to play with my boys again.
The numbers you put up though were just absurd.
I feel like I had a better year the year before.
Yeah, you had
but
2 back-to-back 1,000.
Pretty
That's
good.
insane, man.
Yeah.
Appreciate it, man. Appreciate it.
Trust me, I'm a Mizzou guy. I was hoping Luther Burden was going to put up numbers that you're going to do.
Yeah,
Come
nah,
on.
he should have. I like Luther. He's a real good player. I like him. You know, we've been competing against each other since high school, so.
So you have been.
Yeah.
Are you guys pretty close? Is it, you know, that wide receiver, you know, I know obviously Travis Hunter out there in Colorado, you, Arizona, then you have Luther Burden out there in Mizzou.
Yeah.
Do you guys have a friendly rivalry? What's that kind of relationship look like?
Nah, I've never met him personally. Like, I don't know him personally. You just, you know, you only hear about the players you competed against. So we've been going at it as a number 1 receiver for years now.
Yes.
So, man, I wish him nothing but the best, and I'm excited to see where his future takes him.
Yeah.
There's a lot of great receivers around the college landscape. I know mostly you're focused on your game, but is there any other receivers out there that played this year that you admired? I know Jeremiah Smith was balling out in the national championship game.
Oh, you know, not really. You know, I feel like this year's receiver class was low compared to last year.
Sure.
I mean, last year was ridiculous. I think it was like 7 receivers drafted in the first round.
Yeah.
So, but man, I feel like we have some pretty underrated receivers this year. So
Yeah. Again, so that's my bad. 2023 was the year I was talking about record-wise.
Okay.
That was my fault. I know you're like, bad year this year. No, 2023.
Okay.
That was a very impressive season.
Oh,
for
thank you.
Arizona.
Yeah. Sure.
But what made you go to Arizona? Because I know you talked about Oregon originally. You flipped, went to Arizona, the highest recruit in Arizona, you know, history. That was what made you choose that?
Well, so I was originally committed to Oregon my senior year. A week and a half before signing day, the Oregon coaches left to Miami.
Yeah.
So my second option was Arizona. Obviously, my best friend was committed to Arizona, and two of my teammates from youth football were committed to Arizona. So I was like, man, come on, let's do it.
Yeah.
When you look at the landscape of the NFL right now, you don't have to say team, but is there a certain scheme that you would like to go to, or do you even care about that at all?
It don't matter, you know. I'm grateful to be wherever.
Yeah.
You know, but I was fortunate enough with Coach Fish to play in a pro style offense, so I feel like that's what I have. That maybe some of the other receivers in this class don't have. You know, being able to play in that Shanahan offense, being able to play in the McVay offense. You know, so
Andy Reid offense, maybe.
That's a little different.
Hey, I'm just trying.
That's a little different, but I feel like I've been fortunate enough to be able to play in a pro style offense, and I feel like that's going to help me in my draft process.
Yeah,
that's fantastic. So growing up, was there any like wide receivers you modeled your game after that you were a big fan of?
Shoot, I didn't really watch any players growing up, but I would say one player that I for sure liked was Larry Fitzgerald.
Yeah.
Is that the new kind of iteration of younger wide receivers? It always seems to be Antonio Brown or Larry Fitzgerald. Did you ever try to model your game after Larry at all? And obviously the Arizona connection right there.
No, not really. I just thought it was great that he had more tackles and drops.
That's true. That's true, man. He's unbelievable.
What part of your game do you think separates you from other guys in your draft class?
Oh, I mean, I would say I have the best hands in the draft class. But outside of that, you know, I have an advantage at 6'4", you know, being a bigger receiver. And I feel like I can run any route in the route tree.
Yeah.
You know, I'm confident enough that I'm going to go get the ball when it's passed to me, and I'm confident enough that I'm going to create enough separation to get the ball.
Yeah.
So,
Man, like I said, I feel like I got all the tools. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
You got it all.
You mentioned your hands. Obviously, everybody, you get to the level that you've gotten to, you've got natural ability, but, sometimes you have to put in a little bit of extra work. Drops are a thing that a lot of wide receivers deal with.
Yeah.
I remember the great Tony Gonzalez, we cover the Chiefs here, famous tight end. He led the league in drops his rookie year, and then he got in front of the jugs machine every single day after practice. He did that for the rest of his career. When he was retired, had some of the best hands in the game. How did your hand, have you always just been soft hands, easy catch, or have you had to put in a little bit of extra work to get to that next level?
Yeah, fortunate enough for me, I've been able to just grab the ball. I've been able to have good hands, and extra work will help.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, it's all about confidence for me. If you're not confident in your hands, what makes you think you can go out there and catch the ball?
Yeah.
So me being able to have confidence that I'm gonna catch the ball wherever the ball is put. If it touches my hands, it's on me because I feel like I should be able to grab it. I feel like that's what makes my hands so elite.
Is there a certain part of the transition from college to the NFL? I know it's obviously earlier on, draft hasn't happened yet, of course. Anything that you're looking forward to the most, maybe the part that you think might be the most difficult transition?
Obviously the most difficult transition will have to be the games.
Yeah.
You go from playing 12 games to 20.
Yeah.
Because obviously a lot of people say your first year in the league is the hardest because you got 3 preseason games, 17, 16 season games. So minimum, I'm playing 20 games.
Yeah.
So it's like that's going to be the tough part. Going from 12 to 20, I just got to, stay in the best shape as I possibly can and be able to play throughout the whole year.
Yeah. Do you like what a lot of these rookie receivers have done in recent seasons? Because it almost gives you a better opportunity year one. It used to be a lot of times rookies, you sit behind a guy for a year or two. You look, let's say, for example, Kansas City, Xavier Worthy. You look at the Chargers, Ladd McConkey. Just around the entire landscape, rookies are just really starting to thrive. Are you excited that maybe those guys have helped give you a better opportunity in year one?
Yeah, for sure. The game has changed tremendously. It's a receiver league now. You know what I mean? So, me being a receiver, I'm going into a good situation.
Yeah.
You obviously you mentioned all the rookies in the past couple seasons. Records are being broken. Every year. So that's a good spot for me to be. Obviously the standard's higher.
Yes.
But it's like, man, let's go get it.
Yeah.
So it's like
So
ready
for it. You got the draft coming up. It's a little bit of a crazy process. Everybody's poking your prod, looking under the hood. How's your draft prep going?
Man, it's going good. I've been training in Exos, Phoenix, and now I'm here at the Super Bowl thanks to Sharpie. They've blessed me with this amazing opportunity. I was fortunate enough to be 2025 Rookie of the Year for Sharpie, following the lead of Michael Penix and Rome Dunze.
Yes.
And
some great names right there. What does that make you feel like being in the same category as those guys?
I was fortunate enough to play them that national season,
that
national championship season. And man, we talking about guys, so just being able to put my name next to theirs, and put my name next to Sharpie, it's a real blessing. I'm looking forward to making my mark and signing my first NFL contract with a SGL Sharpie pen.
Hey,
no smear, no smudge.
Love that. Well, it's great for me. See, I got the collar. See, you don't want to. Boom.
There you go.
Boom.
Hey, I bless y'all with my personal signature Sharpie pen.
Yeah.
And hopefully, you guys can use that.
Hey, I will. I will be all week long, baby.
I like
Ted
that.
MacMillan with Sharpie. Ted, really appreciate it, man.
Appreciate you for having me.
Appreciate
Thank
you coming
you.
by. Best of luck in the draft.
Take care.
Yep.
Oh, I needed the pin. I needed the pin.
He likes to. I like to hold one when we're doing the
Thank
interviews.
you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I threw my the other one. I'm going with Sharpie.
Yeah.
I remember that last year we got a nice Sharpie pen.
Yeah.
They last.
Looks
a long
right,
time,
nice.
so pretty cool.
I've got terrible handwriting. Do you have nice handwriting?
Got a signature. No.
No.
This is the S of my signature.
Yeah, I look like.
Does that look like a good? Yeah, Rich, you like that? That is my literal start of my signature. What's that look like to you?
It looks like a doodle.
Yeah,
looped.
Doctors aren't even jealous of my handwriting.
Yeah, yeah.
So yeah,
I'm better off just like
SH.
the old school, the people that couldn't read or write, so they just put an X.
I like
That's what I should do. I can read and write, but I remember I don't know if they had this when you were growing up. You're a little bit younger than me, but we used to have handwriting. And we were graded on that, and I'd get sent home in the summer because my handwriting was bad.
Yeah.
He needs to work on his cursive. Dude, I don't even remember how to do, other than write my name, I don't think I could do the whole alphabet in cursive. Like, I don't think I remember.
We did cursive, and we were told we were always going to use it in college.
Yeah.
That's all you were going to use, and if you didn't use it, your teacher would fail you. And I never used cursive one time in college.
I never wrote anything by hand in college.
So I want to teachers that made me do that. You were wrong. I have never used cursive.
Yeah. What about math? You use math?
Calculators, baby.
Yeah, I try not to.
I'm bad. I try not to. Some numbers. Some numbers.
Yeah. You're watching the Arrowhead Addict podcast. We are live at Radio Row. This is our third stint today, Sterling. How you holding up, man?
Oh, I'm great, man. I'm enjoying this. I love these busy days on Radio Row. I really enjoy it.
Yeah, and it's crazy. You're going to the NFL honors tonight with Malcom Harris-Gowdie, our Special Olympics reporter. That's gonna be a good time, man. Is this what you're wearing, or you got a tux all ready to go?
This is what I'm rocking. I probably could have brought a tux.
I think you look good.
I'll put the tie back on, but Andre Reed was not having the tie. He wanted me to be more less tie.
Loosen up. This is he took it off.
He took it off. I mean,
no more Gordon Gekko.
I like the Gordon Gekko look, though.
Yeah.
I like the Gordon Gekko look. That's
because it gives you the opportunity to wear cufflinks. And that's the key, right? If you have a nice pair of cufflinks, you got to have the shirt. You got to bust it out every once in a while.
How you holding up?
I love
cufflinks.
cufflinks.
You sound like you were struggling even this morning.
I'm good, man. I'm good. I got a little bit of a stomach issue going on. I'm hanging in. And we're going to be here for the duration. After you leave, I'm going to wrap this whole thing up with our guy, Cody Williams.
Oh, man, that's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah. We got Jonathan Taylor coming up.
Jonathan Taylor coming up next. That'll be a lot of fun.
Bro, he's working with Dairy Queen. I am praying he brings like a dilly bar or something. I will scarf it right here. I'm hot. There's a million people walking around here. As you guys know, I'm a huge Dairy Queen guy. Verderam's a huge Dairy Queen guy. Are you an ice cream man? Yeah.
Big. Ice cream hates to see me.
People don't get it. Like I don't think people get the Dairy Queen and how good it is. I think they just think it's, if they don't have Dairy Queen around them, I think they think it's just a chain, and it is a chain. But I don't know what they put in it. Pound for pound, best soft serve in the world.
Oh yeah. No, I'm excited to talk to Jonathan Taylor too. I mean, the numbers he put up this year, he kind of went under the radar in regards to. You see Saquon, you saw Derrick Henry. But Jonathan Taylor had himself a absolute ridiculous season as well.
Couldn't the Chiefs have drafted him?
Don't do that.
I'm just saying, wasn't he on the board and the Chiefs picked?
Why?
Was that the Clyde draft?
Stop.
I want to know.
Stop.
Say it.
Don't do that.
Say it. Say your catchphrase.
Don't. It's a sunk cost,
it's a
Patrick.
Sunk cost. It is. I
think he was the same draft class as Clyde, wasn't it? Make
2020.
sure.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, that hurts a little bit.
I know it's the J.K. Dobbins class.
Let me see here. No. I want the draft. Give me the wiki for the draft.
Let me see. Yeah, that was.
And so when he went after.
Oh yeah,
he went in the second round.
Yeah. Yeah, it could have been fun.
Could have had T. Higgins.
But hey.
T. Higgins was there.
Hey, dog, who's still playing?
That's who's in the Super Bowl.
Patrick, you negative Nancy?
Neither. I mean, Clyde's not in the Super Bowl this year.
Well,
so.
Why is Clyde taking shots from you?
I'm not taking shots at Clyde. You're telling me you would have if you could go back in time that you wouldn't take Jonathan Taylor over Clyde though?
We aren't doing that. It's a sunk cost, pal. Gosh, you and the what ifs. You're sounding like a Bengals fan.
You're
sounding like Justin Herbert. What if man?
That's the most insulting thing you've ever said to me. I want you to take it back.
No, because you're sounding like him right now.
That's not cool, man.
I stand on STB. Stand on business.
Don't you compare me to a Bengals fan?
STB.
Jesus.
Stand on business.
That's disgusting. That's a disgusting thing for you to say. And I think the chat is going to be outraged on my behalf.
He's acting like a Bengals fan right now.
Bull.
He keeps living in the past. Like, well, what if this would have happened or if this? Yeah, sure. If the what ifs would have happened, the Bengals would be good.
Yeah.
But real life happens, Patrick, and the Chiefs are still good. Nay, historic.
They're about to do something really, really incredible. By the way, there's somebody, and I don't know if producer Richard has the ability to spin the camera. He might not want to mess with it. Somebody is painting. A Patrick Mahomes painting over there, like directly across from us, and it is pretty wild.
Well, you're going to have to describe it because Richard is not having the
No,
technology.
but you know what I can do is I can take a picture of it.
Oh, that'll look great.
And then I'm going to hold it up for the camera, and Richard can
Gosh,
zoom
this
in.
guy.
Look at that. Oh, hold on.
So there
Look at
is
that.
a plethora
Look at that.
of colors,
That's
a
pretty cool.
cornucopia
Yeah.
of colors. You have
I love
yellow,
it.
pink, lavender, dark purple, and then the grass is just a gorgeous shade, going from key lime green into a nice, lush forest green.
He's dropping back. They really need to put a Lombardi up there somewhere.
And he still might. He's still rocking the paint up
Yeah,
there.
he's running out of
You
room.
have Patrick Mahomes wearing the white top with, it looks like, the red pants.
Yeah.
Red helmet, and it is just a gorgeous painting.
You get
The
jealous
sky.
of people that can do art like that. Like this dude just rolled up on Radio Row and he's just like, I'm going to do a masterpiece.
Yeah, how do you do that? Do you just like, hey, I'm going to go to Radio Row and paint? Or
I don't know. Maybe they brought him. Does he have a cheese plate on his easel, or are those supplies?
Are you?
I'm hungry, man.
Richard, he just said, is that a cheese plate on his
It looks like
easel?
from here a cheese plate.
It's called paint.
I don't know.
Patrick?
I think that guy, if I was a painter.
Richard, he might be delusional. What do you call that drink we had last night? The Ashu Washu?
I didn't have that. I had the spicy margarita.
The Aaron Rodgers drink?
I'm a spicy margarita guy.
Because you sound delusional.
Yeah. We're still waiting on Jonathan Taylor. Hopefully he shows up. Sometimes people get backed up a little bit. This is the busiest day on Radio Row by far. Everybody's here. It's super crowded. You can't walk 5 feet without running into an NFL player, a media member that you know. It's pretty crazy. And here he comes, man. He's got the DQ shirt on, but I don't think he has any ice cream. This is
Oh,
brutal.
man.
I'm
Jonathan
devastated.
Taylor and Dairy Queen
How you doing,
walking
man?
up. Oh,
Patrick.
Jonathan. We are live right now. We had to let everyone know that as we just stay rolling.
Okay,
we
I like
stay
that.
rolling.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
we
listen.
keep it live, right? Why not?
I like it.
We're really jacked up that you're here, and we're excited to talk to you. But I got to say, I'm a little bit disappointed. I'm a huge Dairy Queen guy. I grew up in Northeast Ohio. We always went to the Dairy Queen after our baseball games. I thought maybe you would bring us some dilly bars or something. Sometimes people bring – I know it's Tarts ice cream.
No, you good. I'll make sure you guys are taken care of.
Oh,
Look,
my man.
DQ has been taking great care of me. I'll make sure you guys taken care of after this.
Oh, I appreciate
I'll make
it.
sure of it.
DQ.
Blizzards.
Did you grow up a DQ fan?
Yes, I did. I mean, after big – it's crazy because before it was really like just a treat after the game. Like, you know, in Little League and high school, like, oh, I'm going to go to Dairy Queen.
Yeah.
But now it's like a legit – like after like a rough game, like, man, we grinded out that win.
Yeah.
I had like 22 carries for like 70 yards, a touchdown.
Yeah.
I'm going to Dairy Queen. After
Yeah.
this. Like, I'm going to Dairy Queen.
Yeah. So what's your go-to at Dairy Queen? Is it a Blizzard, peanut butter parfait?
So
What's
it's
your-
a combo.
Oh,
It's a
okay,
combo.
okay.
I'm getting their sauce and toss honey barbecue chicken strip basket.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
With the Oreo Blizzard treat.
Oh,
That's a
man.
match made in heaven right there. I'm going there right after this. Like right after this, I'm going
dude.
there. It's
There's
been-
one close
yeah.
by?
Gravy, too.
There's one close by here? The
Yes,
convention
there
center?
is. I'm actually going there. It's taxing. I'm not running around on the field, but
Yeah.
this is taxing, so I got to fuel up.
I do want to bring this up because I feel like you were the most underrated running back this year. We're talking resurgence of the running back this year, right? We've talked about Saquon Barkley. I know CMC was injured, but he seemingly always gets his love. Derrick Henry did his thing in Baltimore, but you had 1,431 rush yards in 14 games. That to me is just so damn impressive, and yet it feels like maybe you haven't been thrown in that conversation as much as you should be.
That's all right. I'm just happy to see. It's crazy what a difference a year makes. You know, last year they're talking about how we're undervalued. You know, you don't need running backs, and then now we're the next best thing since sliced bread.
Yeah.
Guys like Derrick Henry, Saquon Barkley, Josh Jacobs put out elite tape. Elite tape this year, and then there's younger guys who are going to continue to push that false narrative out the window, like Gibbs, Bijan. Like, there are a lot of guys. So I'm just excited to see that those guys are getting the respect that they deserve.
Yeah.
We're help push that false narrative out the window, and we still got work to do, but, you know, we made a lot of progress.
Yeah, and it's a grueling position to play. A lot of the times these days you don't see the traditional bell cow backs like the Emmitt Smiths that you used to have in the back in the day. These teams want to protect their investments. They want to keep guys fresh. And honestly, like, just a lot of guys can't do it. They can't hold up. It's a grueling position. I would say you're one of those guys. You're one of those guys that could go out there, take 30, 35 carries. How do you do it, man? Like, how do you even get through the game and then get your body right sometimes 3-4 days later?
Number one, I think the offseason should be harder than the actual season. So your training regimen should be intense.
Right.
There's no way you can go out there and handle 300-plus carries, 17-plus games,
and not have a serious training regimen. Your body will break down.
Right.
So for me, it's putting myself in those stressful situations, really pushing myself to the max.
Yeah.
So when the season comes, it's easy. It's easy in a sense, well, hey, I know my routine, my body's prepared for it, so you're able to bounce back a bit faster.
That and Dairy Queen. You get a Dairy Queen after the game.
Listen, that'll
starts the
definitely
process.
put you back on your feet, for sure.
Do you prefer pass catching or just running the ball? What do you prefer?
For me, I actually, especially after this year, being with Shane Steichen and allowing him and him allowing me to kind of be very involved in the passing game, it's actually kind of nice. I mean, you know, you catch a couple passes, I'm like, wow, so I catch this ball, I have an automatic 20 yards right here.
Yeah.
I don't have to get past the line of scrimmage. Like, I'm kind of jealous of the receivers now.
Yeah. I've got you in a couple fantasy leagues, so tell Coach, keep PPR, keep throwing the ball.
Derrick Henry lied to me. I to start the season, I said, Derrick, you going to get the ball more out of the backfield? You know, catch the ball more? And he goes, man, I'm going to hope so. Yeah, that's the goal. It didn't happen. I'm like, Derrick, still had a good year. But just lied to just a little bit.
Almost went for 2,000.
Yeah, man, he did. He did not.
Insane.
You guys, when you talk about running the football, you guys have a dual threat quarterback back there. You pair that up with you. What can the Colts do to maximize sort of the danger that you and Anthony Richardson pose in the backfield?
Number one, I think Shane has done a great job of this so far, but just continuing to give options. You know, there's a threat. You know, I'll hand it off to JT. You know what? I'll keep it. Or you know what? Hey, actually, there's an advantage throw. So just continuing to give him options. Now that keeps the defense honest. It keeps the defense on their toes because you don't know where the ball is going. And I think that's what will make the offense unpredictable and allow us to be explosive.
Is there a guy that you've seen in the hole, like maybe it's a certain player in a certain team, like, dude, I do not want to go and play this team. This guy hits me. He rocks me every single time.
I will say this. Someone asked me this question too, like 3 guys. Well, one, I haven't played against them except, you know, in training camp and practice, Zaire Franklin. I mean, he comes downhill. But 2 guys who I don't share the same team with, for sure, Fred Warner and Roquan Smith. Those 2 guys, it's going to be a battle. You got to buckle your chin strap up. Yeah. I know what type of game it's going to be, but actually those are kind of games like you kind of like. You know, you want to go against them and you want to get the best of them, and you know they're going to bring their A game every time.
Yeah. We've talked to a few different running backs this week. It seems like they're all kind of back in the Eagles because they're pulling for Saquon. The Chiefs got running backs too. Kareem Hunt, the old head. You know, Isaiah Pacheco, he runs hard.
I love old head. He's probably, 28?
That's the way it is, man, these days. Yeah.
Oh, man. How
running back, you get
I'm
over.
saying 28. Oh, let's see. It's it's making us wait.
I think he's 29.
29.
Oh, yeah. That's
okay, so maybe he's getting a little up there.
Well, he's proven that, you know, you guys can still be productive into your later 20s and early 30s. Obviously, Derrick Henry's doing that. Who are you backing in this one? Who do you think's got the edge?
Like you mentioned, a fellow running back, Saquon, for sure pulling for him, but he's up for Defensive Player of the Year, a former teammate of mine, Zach Bond.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm really looking forward and hoping he has that defense on lock, airtight.
Yeah.
He doesn't allow any yardage, and he goes home with a Super Bowl win.
Oh, man.
Oh, see, now you have a good reason.
Now I have a great
reason. All the running backs, but now I'll give you Zach. I'll give you a former teammate, right? I'll give you a former teammate.
Yeah.
Jonathan Taylor with Dairy Queen. Dude, I really appreciate it, man.
Yeah.
No, thank you guys. Appreciate the time out. This was awesome.
Yeah,
By the way, I loved your thing you did with Anthony Richardson when you were helping sauce and toss those.
Listen. That was actually awesome. Number one, anytime I get to involve the fans back in Indy, it's always a great time because I don't know if you guys have been, but our stadium, I don't think we get enough love. We are a great stadium. Lucas Oil is an amazing stadium. So anytime I get to interact with the fans, I always love to do so because they're the ones that make Lucas Oil special. You know, we do have a nice building, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, it's nice.
Very nice. You don't have to worry about the elements, but it's the fans that make Lucas Oil special.
Yeah, awesome.
Jonathan, appreciate it, man.
Thank you guys
Thank you
very
for coming
much.
by, man. Yeah.
Thank
you. Good
you.
luck next year.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Although it would be fun to see you in a Chiefs jersey. I'm just saying.
I don't know. We got to put the horseshoe
trying to get the man
on.
in trouble. You're trying to get the man in
But
trouble.
I'll definitely take care of you guys, like I said.
Hey,
we appreciate you.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, amazing.
Oh, awesome.
Oh, we're going
Thank
straight.
You. Appreciate it,
my
man.
Thank you. It's the best gift I've ever had.
Oh, this is awesome.
We appreciate you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Take care, Jonathan.
Appreciate it, man.
Oh, man, I'll tell you what, man. When he's done dominating the league in the NFL, he's going to walk right onto the set of
Very
ESPN.
personable,
I mean,
man.
he's going to be, if he wants to do broadcasting, forget about
very
it.
personable.
Yeah, absolutely incredible.
How you doing, Sterling? Nice to meet
what's up,
you.
Bub? Patrick, nice to meet you, man.
Bub Means from the Saints, which, by the way, this is my first time in New Orleans.
Okay,
so
cool.
thanks for having me here.
Yeah.
Oh, man, it's amazing. The food is just the crawfish etouffee,
Ooh, yes,
the gumbo,
Sirski.
the jambalaya. Yeah,
Okay,
baby.
cool.
The red fish. Oh, I'm all in.
You
Well, see, I went to Venice one time and fished one time down here. And just got a whole bunch of redfish. I'm from Kansas City.
Okay.
The guy I was listening to Columbia just took it all back. And so ever since I did that one time here, I go New Orleans food or Louisiana food.
Louisiana food?
It's about the best.
You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
So this is both our first time in New Orleans. What should we eat before we leave, no matter what?
It's so much to try, man. I ain't gonna lie. You gotta try. It's so much to try. If you like oysters, there's a few oyster bars.
Yeah.
It's a lot of seafood. It's a lot of seafood out here.
Yeah. How do you stay in shape with all the beignets around here? Because it's killing me, man.
I ain't gonna lie. I during the year I'm on a strict diet. I don't eat bread and stuff during the year. But I ain't gonna lie. That if you don't watch yourself, you will gain about 10, 20 pounds real easy.
I'm on a strict bread diet. Bread, donuts, that's all I eat. Stay away from salad greens and all that.
Yeah, I get it.
What was it like this year with Derek Carr? I know it was a tough season overall. He had a lot of injuries. Respect the hell out of Derek Carr, by the way. I mean, he was going up against Kansas City for years. Had a chance to talk with Derek before. Just a very, very down-to-earth guy. I know it was hard with those injuries, but what was he like as a leader in the locker room?
I do want to say DC. That's my dog. He a hell of a guy, hell of a player. No cap. Like I hate that injuries. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Took the toll on the team how I did, and I hate that we had the season that we had. But I can't complain. Every guy don't make mistakes, but DC is a great leader, great person. He actually, like, in practice, he keep me motivated. I ain't gonna lie. Like, if I'm ever slacking, if I'm ever not enough energy, anything, DC gonna be the one. Hey, bud, like, hey, I need you today. Like, pick it up. You feel what I'm saying? Like, he vocal, he lead by example. Just an overall great leader, great teammate, great person.
You guys have a talented wide receiver room. Obviously, as a young guy coming in, getting to play with a guy like Chris Olave, who was an unbelievable college player, played in big spots. He's translated to the NFL. Unfortunately, dealing with some of the concussion issues. How much have you learned from him? The way he's been in the league for a minute, prepares, and all that stuff.
Well, CO, all the older guys, CO, she said, EQ. We had A.T. Perry at one point. We had Marquez Valdez.
MVS.
MVS. We got Dante. Like, we got a few guys, but all the older guys kind of helped me, mentor me to understand how the game goes. Like, as far as the NFL ain't just about talent. It's about taking care of your body. It's more than football now. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is your job. This is your lifestyle. So they helped me. They help mentor me and give me all the tips and guidelines that I need to follow to be successful on that aspect. And then as far as, like, football-wise, I learned from all them guys. Like, we learn from each other. We, as a room, especially because we under Coach Dub, as Coach Dub is a real receiver guru. So, like, as a room, we got better and competed with each other every single day. Like, it was never a day where we was in there like, oh, nah, we can slack off. No, like, I was pushing CO. CO was pushing me. She was pushing all of us, like, you feel what I'm saying? Like, we all trying to get the best out of each other, you know what I'm saying? Like, and it was all a brotherly competition.
Where did the nickname Bub come from?
It's a few stories behind it, but, like, I think the one that stuck with me when I was younger, when I was a baby, I had a really big belly button, and it was like, and so I eventually had to get surgery on it, but before it looked like a bubble. And so it was like bubble and then bubba, and then eventually, like, it just kept getting shorter as I grew. So it ended that bub.
That's awesome.
Do you dig it, or are you just, like, resigned to the fact that you're going to be Bub?
Oh, no, I dig it. Like, I don't go by my first name, my real name. Like, it's just because my pops don't go by it either. So when you feel growing up, I ain't never go by it. So
what'd your pops go by?
My pops go by Mark.
Okay.
And so,
cool.
And we got the same name. That's crazy. Where do you even get Mark from? I have no clue. But all right, whatever.
You went to 3 different colleges, right? Tennessee, Louisiana Tech, Pittsburgh. You had to sit out because they didn't have the rules they have now. Which, man, that's hard. That has to be just brutal. Now you see all these guys transferring. But what was that like, just bouncing around from Tennessee to Louisiana Tech and then eventually finishing out at Pittsburgh?
It was a hard transition for sure. They got my dog Cam. You seen him? But it was a hard transition for sure at first. Like, just being able to, or having to go from different coaches, different systems, different cultures, especially, like, different weather. Like, going from Tennessee to Louisiana to Pitt. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just it's different entirely. Like, you know what I'm saying? Each school, each stop was different, and I've succeeded. I had to learn. I had to grow at every spot. I had to go through adversity at every spot, and it helped me become the player and grown man I am today. Like, I appreciate me having to go and sit through different coordinators and had to go sit through different
strength coaches and had to go adjust to new schemes and stuff like that. For me, I appreciate having to do that at a younger spot or earlier spot in my career, because now I can do it and it's not a problem. Like us having a coaching change, like it's not ideal, but you feel me? I've did it before. Like I've adjusted before. It's not a problem at this point. Like I'm gonna get it done. I'm gonna keep succeeding and progressing.
Sure.
I want to ask you about the Saints offense. I thought you guys were really onto something early in the season. You were hitting a lot of big plays. Obviously, then the injuries hit. I want to ask you specifically about Sheed. I'm of the opinion that he's one of the most underrated receivers in the NFL, and I think he was really starting to show out last year, got injured. What's your take on him? Do you think he gets overlooked a little bit?
Yeah, I don't understand why they overlook him. He returned punts. He is a deep threat. He can take screens to the crib. Like, he a willing blocker. Like, he might not be a bruiser, but he ain't scared to go in there, and he a good teammate. You know what I'm saying? Like, great person, and he helped me. Like, he helped me find my role in the offense. Let's put it that way. Like he helped me understand, okay, boom, if this is what they see you doing in the offense, then you get the best at that. Like he kind of helped that. Our older receivers, like our vets, CO, Sheed, all of them, they helped us, and we kind of feed off each other. But I ain't gonna lie, like Sheed and CO, they helped mentor me a lot to get through this season. I ain't gonna lie.
Sure.
Yeah. When it comes to your guys' defense, the Saints have a ton of former Chiefs.
Yeah.
Tyrann Mathieu, Dan Sorensen was there at one point. You have Colin Saunders, who has been blasting. Blasting everyone on Twitter. Love him on Twitter. I mean, Tano Passanio was there for a while as well. But, do you guys have that little Chiefs love? Or I know, do those guys, Willie Gay Jr.
Willie, that's my dog.
Yeah, man.
No doubt. MVS. You forgot MVS?
Yeah, MVS too, man. I forgot.
Hey, Colin Saunders, man. You ever seen a guy that big move that fast?
Like that?
I mean, he is.
And
That was
he
the
can
thing.
hoop.
When he was in Kansas
He
City.
can hoop. He can hoop. That's
Oh,
what I'm
man.
saying. Bink is an athlete, bro. Bink is an athlete, a big boy athlete.
Does he still do the backflip down there?
I don't know if he can do a backflip now. Like that probably was an old video. But
it was in college.
I don't know if he's doing a backflip today, but I wouldn't be surprised. Like if he did one, I wouldn't be surprised. That's how athletic he is.
Yeah. When you guys played the Chiefs this year, Colin got
Caught a
that
pick.
interception.
Yeah, he was finna take one to the crib.
And then he started taking off. I thought he was going to go. Were you guys losing it on the sidelines?
Yes, I was going crazy. I'm like, because he caught it with one hand, but you got to understand, when a lineman catch a pick, it's already exciting.
In the end zone, they're like, it's like take a knee.
Take a knee. But then Colin, he like, bro, we already knew Colin is Bink. We know Bink is athletic. So when he caught it, I'm like, oh, Bink might take this to the crib. Like, there's no way Bink finna stop. Like, he finna go.
Well, I saw him catch it. I was actually at that game, and I was doing media work, and I saw him catch that ball, and I'm like, oh, no, he's not stopping. This guy, I think he had a stiff arm at one point, and I was
Bink was getting busy. You know, he used to play running back in
yes,
which
I'm sitting here going, I would never want to tackle that guy.
Never want to tackle.
I don't know how a high school, that's cruel, an unusual punishment, man.
That was the first Derrick Henry before Derrick Henry. That's how it looked, man.
Yeah. So you mentioned Willie Gay. You said that's your guy.
That's my dog.
We loved Willie Gay Jr. in Kansas City. It was sad. We get the business side of things. You can't pay everyone. Went to New Orleans this year. Why are you guys so close?
I don't know. I don't know. We both from the South. You know what I'm saying? We both good hard workers. I don't know. Like when I first got to the Saints, like in camp, you feel me? When I was going through a lot of the rookie stuff, I was just adjusting. That was one guy that I kind of just asked a lot of questions to. I already knew that he had success in the league already. He was a guy that had success, a guy like me from the South, you know what I'm saying, that went to a team and he had success on the Chiefs. He played in the Super Bowl. I asked him, I used to ask him questions like, hey, what did the Chiefs do that made them so good, and what can I do that can make me better, you know what I'm saying? Like I used to ask him about stuff like that in camp. And that's kind of where our relationship grew, and then as the season gone, like now we start talking about, I'm asking him stuff about like my life, like, oh boom, if you was doing this, how would you feel what I'm saying? So I just asked him about, like, I look at him like a big brother almost, like whenever I like need some advice or something, I ask him like, okay, this is like, let me see what you think about this type, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's awesome. What so you're still developing your game, obviously. What skill set do you think is your best attribute that you bring to the team?
Speed, like my athletic ability, like the combination of speed, power, and size, like I feel like that's where I separate myself.
And what didn't you have this year that you're looking to perfect in the offseason heading into next year?
I just want to show you guys my rack ability, my run after catch ability.
Yeah.
So this year I really didn't have too many opportunities to show you guys my run after catch. I had a screen that I took for like 14, 15 yards, but like as far as like many opportunities, I didn't have many. So like next year I want to show you guys that I can score from each level, the short, medium, and deep.
Okay,
I
I'm gonna make
hope
sure
so.
I get you on my
I have
fantasy
you on
draft.
my dynasty
Yes,
fantasy
sir.
draft, Bub. So just so you know,
Yes, sir.
I got you on that. So I'm expecting big things.
Yes, sir.
You're a very popular sleeper in the dynasty fantasy
You feel
community.
me?
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
people are like, gotta get Bub, man.
Gotta
He's gonna-
get Bub, man.
Yeah,
I like
get
it.
him now.
I like to hear that.
Get him now while he's still cheap.
Bub Means, New Orleans Saints wide receiver.
Yeah.
Bub,
Yes,
appreciate
sir.
you, man.
Yeah, yeah, man. Very, very great conversation. Best of luck to you next year.
Yeah, have a great one. Thank
Hey,
you.
you too, man.
Yeah.
Great stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
thank you, guys.
What a great conversation.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Looks
So
like Drew Brees is running a little behind.
Yeah,
We're going to
yeah.
get him shortly. Yeah, Bud Means, man. He's been a popular dynasty pickup.
Yeah.
Because the Saints offense, I think a lot of folks expect to take a step forward next year. Whatever happens with Chris Olave, Shaheed, Bub, this was his rookie season there.
Yeah.
I love that his dad has the same name as Gerard.
Yeah.
Gerard Means.
Yeah.
He goes by Bub. His dad's name, Gerard Means,
Yeah.
goes by Mark. Which, of course.
I don't get it.
Of course. why would it not?
Yeah. I tell you, I'm so excited about this, man. Dairy Queen gift card. Don't know how much is on it. Don't care. I'm going to the Dairy Queen as soon as I get off the row. That dinner, forget it. Dinner's at the DQ. Man, I'm excited. Have you ever talked to Drew Brees before?
Yeah, I did last year. Malcolm and myself talked with Drew last year, and he was great. And Malcolm had some just great questions for Drew, so I'm really looking forward to it. Drew is such a nice guy, and he embodies New Orleans. I'm sure he is just swamped with everything this week, but also how proud he has to feel. It was like Brian Dawkins earlier. You think Philly, you think Brian Dawkins.
Yeah.
When you think New Orleans, at least for me, first thing that comes up is it's Drew Brees.
You mean you don't think about the Chargers? You talk about fumbling the bag.
Yeah.
All due respect to Phillip Rivers, who I really like as a person.
Yeah.
That was a mistake. You know, that was a mistake.
Yeah, you think so?
Yeah.
just a small one,
a
huh?
little bit. What an insane career Drew Brees had, man. The numbers that he put up, absolutely insane. It's going to be interesting to ask him about Sean Payton and Bo Nix and what does he see? Does he see a little bit of himself in Bo Nix, or does he see a quarterback who he thinks can execute Sean Payton's offense and make the Broncos competitive?
Yes.
I got to say, man, like I didn't think Bo Nix was going to be very good, and hat tip to him. I thought he balled out this year.
So I'm also excited to talk to Drew, and hopefully the conversation is can be a little light, because I want to talk to it just and kind of put in perspective how great Patrick has been so early on, because I think we're almost getting lost in the fact that Drew Brees is one of the greatest quarterbacks who has ever played the game.
Yeah.
He played 20 years in the NFL.
Yeah.
One of the greatest quarterbacks, but he has one ring.
You forget that he was in San Diego for 5 years.
Yeah.
Like, you think of him as a Saint. And, boy, did he take his game to another level. You know, most yards he ever threw for with the Chargers was 3,576. And then he just rattles off 4.4, 4.2, 5, 4.3, 4.6, 5.6, 5. I mean, he had a streak there from 2011 to 2013 where he was over 5,000 yards every season. And his consistency as a player. You know, you look at his average. A lot of guys, you see they get to the later, getting into their 40s or whatever. And you see that average start to come down a little bit. They need to throw more to accumulate the yards. Yeah, not Drew Brees. He was throwing 7.5 his last year in the league, 7.9 2019.
It is funny because he almost got that moniker.
Yeah.
As he got down that he's what was it, a slant merchant?
Yeah.
Michael Thomas.
He had Michael Thomas.
I want to look this up because that's actually a really good call. Air yards, and that's adjusted. Let me see if I can find air yards attempt. Yards per completion. Yards per attempt is going to have to probably work. I don't think they have it on this particular one, but I'm going to look up yards per attempt, Drew Brees in the career versus Patrick this year.
Yeah, oh, that's great.
To try and prove a point of the game's changed a little bit, but there's multiple ways to get it done. Like, for example, Patrick's best statistical year was 2022, right?
Yeah.
2022 or 18. Depends which one you want to use.
Yeah.
Point remains 8.1 yards per attempt in 22. This year for Patrick, want to take a guess?
No.
6.8.
Oh, jeez.
Drew Brees, his final year, 2 years in New Orleans, 7.9, 7.5.
Yeah.
It goes to show you that Drew Brees set such a standard so early on.
Yeah, man.
And this is, again, Patrick's the GOAT. But I do think sometimes players get older and they almost get this knock against them. They're not doing what they used to do. When what they used to do was just ridiculous, and now what they're currently doing is just different, yet still effective.
Can you imagine if Patrick plays for as long as Drew Brees?
Drew Brees went 9-3 as the starting quarterback in his last year at age 41, which, again, this goes to show, at least in my opinion, why I want to ask, just depending on how it goes, make sure he's amiable to this. All these ridiculous numbers, all these wins, 172 and 114 in his NFL career, but only one ring. So I, as long as he's apt to have a little open conversation, because it's not taken away from Drew.
Right.
My point is, it's lifting up Patrick,
exactly,
and showing what he has done is not normal, because Patrick now is the Tom Brady.
Yeah, he's in a different – I mean, when it comes to Super Bowls, obviously, he's in a different stratosphere. You know, you got a guy like Peyton Manning. He only won 2 Super Bowls. You got a guy like Dan Marino. Never did it. Went to 1 Super Bowl, never got back. So there's no shame in having a 20-year career, having the records that Drew Brees has. And, oh, by the way, he has only 1 Super Bowl. Only. And it illustrates how bananas and insane what Tom Brady and what Patrick Mahomes have done and are doing, when you know that, like, Peyton Manning, one of the best quarterbacks you've ever seen, only got 2 rings. Aaron Rodgers, one of the most talented quarterbacks you've ever seen, 1 ring. Dan Marino, unbelievably talented, no rings. John Elway was probably the closest of all those guys to Patrick Mahomes in terms of playing style. And it took until the very end of his career, when his skills had kind of diminished a little bit, to finally get those Super Bowls, and thanks to a strong running game. So it's hard. It's really, really hard. You know, Josh Allen, he's a really good quarterback. I know he's a rival. He's really good. Jalen Hurts is really good. He's talented. Lamar, he's going to win maybe his 3rd MVP. And they get the big bad wolf in the AFC standing between them in the Super Bowl. And I think it really is. A lot of people make the comparison to Michael Jordan, Charles Barkley, Karl Malone, John Stockton. These, Akeem doesn't probably get, if Jordan doesn't go to play baseball, Akeem Olajuwon maybe never gets an NBA title. So, I mean, it's absolutely insane what Mahomes is doing, and it's just fascinating to see, man, if he can pull this off.
Yeah, would be just ridiculous.
Yeah, and he's at that point, like, he's ahead of Brady's pace. If he wins this one, he's really ahead of it. And then Brady's at the point, if you're putting their careers next to each other, where he's about to go 10 years without winning a Super Bowl.
This is your first, you're going to the game on Sunday, right?
That's right.
And you've never gone to a game at the Superdome, correct?
No, never.
It's going to be pretty exciting.
Yeah, man. Well,
first game at Caesars Superdome.
We were in there on Monday.
I guess for me, again, for people who are listening and wondering about the field conditions, it's turf.
Yeah.
Which I know it's simple because it's a dome, but we've seen some domes, Arizona, Vegas, they still roll their fields out and in. This is turf, so no more excuses from Eagles players and fans.
Yeah. And do you think that that's going to make any kind of difference, or was the whole thing overblown the last time? Because both teams were slipping on that field.
Oh, no. I put it this way. Does it make a difference? Yes. Is it an excuse? No.
Right.
Does it make a difference? Yes. But you also need to know what is the field conditions heading into each game.
Yeah.
Both teams play on the same field. It does not matter.
Yeah.
You can't use that as an excuse. Does it affect? Sure, but it affects both teams.
Yep.
And that's where I feel like a lot of folks fail to realize.
Yeah. You're watching the Arrowhead Addict podcast. We are live on Radio Row in New Orleans at the Super Bowl. And we're just waiting, casually waiting on Drew Brees to stop by and say hello like you do.
By the way, I love Zach Best, founder of Arrowhead Addict and Fansided over here. Just sent me the video from of dinner from last night.
Oh, did he?
Why do I have to hold on?
I didn't know. I said co-founder.
Oh, co-founder.
You can't do our co-host Adam dirty there.
Sorry, Zach, but we had a first time in my life I've ever had a Salt Bay dinner where the guy had the salt and just put it on the steak. And it was actually fairly reasonable because when you split it between 6 people, not too bad. Yeah. And it was wild. We had a tableside dinner. And so shout out to Zach right there. Just sent me the video. He's pumping his fist ferociously right now.
Yeah. What about that pork that we got that was in like the torture chamber with like the fire behind it?
That's called Al Pastor. That's Al Pastor. You get it on a spit, and you get the pineapple, and so the pineapple juices drip down onto the pork.
It was incredible, man.
Great meal last night.
It was incredible.
I've enjoyed everything about New Orleans food.
I see somebody. Our pal, one of the writers and contributors for Arrowhead Addict, Reach, Stacy Smith, published a graphic because a lot of people are. They're saying that there could be a blowout. The Eagles could blow the Chiefs out. And he posted a graphic here. Patrick Mahomes' 2-score losses since 2018, including the playoffs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 2-score losses in 132 games. He lost 20-38 to Buffalo, 3-27 versus Tennessee in 2021, 9-31, of course, in the Super Bowl. 9-24 versus Denver in 2023, and 21-30 versus Buffalo in 2024. How'd that work out for the Bills?
It's one of those situations that Mahomes is so incredible and is breaking so many records so quickly that I think people are just trying to find ways to make him human, to almost show that it's possible. And while, again, it's possible. Also, what do you notice in that? 3 happened in the same year.
Yeah.
3 of the 5 happened in 2021.
Yep.
I mean, what Patrick Mahomes and this Chiefs team, what they do is they play close games.
Yeah.
Right. Let's get that thing clear.
That's every game.
They don't blow out a ton of teams either. Not as many as some of the other better teams in the NFL. But they don't lose big. They're in every single game, and they typically win every single close game.
Yeah.
So, I like that poll. I mean, that's been 7 years of Pat, and 5. Oh, boo. We have an Eagles chant going on right now, and that's just
in case you were wondering, Eagles fans are obnoxious in New Orleans as well. So I just can't believe I mean, this is nuts. 132 career games, and he's only got 5 2-score losses. And the one against Buffalo this year, he got the ball, he went down and he scored. It was a 2-point game, and the defense just couldn't get the stop that time. So that one looks worse than it was. It was a very close game, back and forth, and the Bills just made a few more plays. So a blowout is, of course, it's possible. But again, we mentioned this earlier. We didn't really get to dive into it because guests came. The blowout against the Buffalo Bills. If they played that game today, I still think the Chiefs probably lose. The Bills were ferocious on defense. The Chiefs couldn't block. But the game plan, what had been working for the Chiefs every game, Tyreek Hill down the field, the light show, Patrick Mahomes had not evolved yet. And the reason that you're getting this run, this dynastic run that he's on right now, where he didn't have any receivers last year, and they still beat these great teams, is because he adapted his game to win, and he changed. And that's why you see some of those struggles in 2021, because teams adjusted how they were playing him. There were some injury issues. But since then, man, I mean, he keeps it close. He keeps it efficient. He knows where to go with the ball. And so he just wasn't equipped to handle that situation against the Buccaneers. And also remember, the defense was they needed to be that light show in 2019 to win the Super Bowl. The defense, Steve Spagnuolo had just gotten there. He didn't have his players yet. So they just weren't equipped to stop Tom Brady and Gronk. But I'll tell you what, man, it's just hard to see it happening again because Patrick Mahomes he's transcended. That guy in 2018, 2019, he was fun to watch. But this guy, he wins Super Bowls.
Yeah. By the way, there's another Eagles chant that was going on.
Yeah.
I can't believe that.
Yeah.
In the media room, have some class. Am I
Yeah.
right, Patrick? Eagles,
I know,
have
right?
some class.
You're not supposed to be doing that kind of stuff here.
You
I'd
don't
love to have
do
my
that.
Chiefs hoodie on. I'm not doing it.
Yeah, we're a
professionals.
classy show. We're professionals.
Yeah.
Have some class, Eagles fan. Yeah. Richard says I should do the tomahawk chop. We just bust out that. Yeah, that'd be great. I'm sure that we just have them go back and forth.
Yeah.
It'd be lovely. I'm sure
Yeah.
I'm sure everyone would absolutely. Security would love that.
Yeah.
Yeah. That'd be great. You know what? No, Richard, you start it. I'll let you start it. Producer Richard, you start it. No?
Nope.
He doesn't have a mic, so he can't make himself heard. He said yes?
Even Richard knows.
He's shaking his head yes right now, and he has no way of denying what I'm saying.
If you are watching us on YouTube, it's the Arrowhead Addict podcast live from Radio Row. It's we're still waiting on Drew Brees. I think we may swap out and give ourselves a breather.
I'm bummed. I have to go to
NFL Honors.
NFL Honors.
And I got to be back
I'm
here in a
gonna miss
little
Drew.
bit. So
I'm sad.
Yeah.
He was a great interview last
yeah.
year.
We're going to bring in some other guys, and hopefully they'll get to talk to Drew. But I will see you with Cody Williams in a little bit.
Welcome back, y'all. I'm here with Wyatt. First time we worked together this week, man. How you doing?
Good. How about you?
Oh, I'm doing good, man. It's still kind of it's a thrill to be here still, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's an amazing experience.
Yeah.
I just can't believe all the great people I've met. You
Right.
guys, the players, the military guys. So
I feel special you putting me before NFL players.
I got the fan side, you know?
I know it, man. But no, I mean it's an absolute thrill to be here. I haven't heard who is your pick for the Super Bowl this week?
Ooh, I got the Chiefs.
Yeah.
So I just think after last year when they were really struggling with just catching passes.
Right.
It's I'm they're gonna lose first round maybe. It's
Yeah.
And then they win the Super Bowl. It's just all right, I'm never picking against them ever.
Yeah, 100%. Iain and I were talking earlier, and it was one of those things where it was man, I mean, you look on paper, the Eagles are probably the better team, but
Yeah.
at this point, how do you bet against Mahomes and the Chiefs? Because they come through time and time again, even when you don't expect it.
Exactly. I think the game will be close.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like it was a couple years ago. I think didn't it come down to a Hurts Hail Mary or something last time?
Yeah. I mean, there was one score.
Yeah. So the Eagles, they have Saquon now.
Yeah.
So that could be a huge difference. So.
Yeah, I mean, I certainly wouldn't want to tackle Saquon. That's his thighs are probably bigger than my torso. You know.
Oh, yeah, his legs are probably bigger than my arms.
Right. It's unbelievable, man. So you're a Vikings fan, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And how did you become a Vikings fan? Just in the family?
Yeah. Well, not really. I liked Adrian Peterson.
Okay.
Honestly, the real truth is my brother played little kid football for a year. And he was on the Minnesota Vikings.
Okay, I like it.
I'm are they a real team, Dad? And I'm like 8 or 7. It's yeah, it's a real team. Okay. So then I found them like they were pro teams. Like, okay, that's my team now.
I love it, man.
But yeah, I mean, I was kind of more of a player guy growing up. Like,
Okay.
I liked Sue on the Lions.
Yeah.
Megatron.
Yo,
I kind
dude,
of like
yeah.
went back and forth. I'm not gonna lie, Brett Favre was awesome to watch.
Yeah, 100%.
So, but yeah, like, and then Mahomes. I like the Chiefs because they were close. So if they weren't playing the Vikings, but I, being a Nebraska fan, when they weren't on, I'd watch Texas Tech because they were good with Mike Leach.
Right, yeah.
And so,
and Mike Leach was a lot of fun to watch, his offenses.
If you want like a good laugh, watch his interviews.
Oh,
He's so
100%.
funny. Yeah.
I mean, he's got the best Halloween candy takes I've ever heard.
I know, right? So, but then I followed Texas Tech when Nebraska wasn't on, and Mahomes was at Texas Tech, so I've been following him since college. So.
Heck yeah, man. I'm kind of the same way with my fandom. I'm originally from North Carolina, and I'm a Cowboys fan.
Okay.
And I grew up in the early '90s, and when I was young, started watching football. They were winning Super Bowls, and I was like, "Oh, this is going to be my life for the rest of the time." And here we are, 30 years later, and that hadn't happened. I've been through a lot of pains.
Dude, like, I don't get the Cowboys. Like, they will do real well, and then just do like the dumbest things, and it's like. I mean, I'm not a Cowboys fan, but it's like it is better when they're good because you need like a villain or someone you don't like.
Yeah, 100%.
Even like the Raiders not doing good. It's like I kind of want to go back to like when the Raiders were good. Like
I mean, football is better, and like I'm not just saying this as a Cowboys fan. Football is better when those brands like that are so historic.
Yeah.
When they're in the mix, and like you said, like. You know, it's not like even as a fan of one of those teams, it's nice when people are care. You know, even if that caring is rooting against them.
Yeah. And I'm not gonna lie, like it's cool like when the Panthers are good, but it's not the same as the Bears.
Yes,
or
exactly.
the Raiders. It's just like not the same.
No, not at all. So we've got Aaron Jones coming up in a little bit. I hear you're pretty excited for that one.
Oh yeah, I got to meet. Kyle Rudolph.
Oh, yeah.
John Randall was off. He gave me like a bracelet.
That's awesome.
I saw during the interview, I was like, yeah, I've never been to an NFL. Just like casually.
Yeah.
It's like, well, I'll get you tickets. And I was like, really?
Really? Yeah, absolutely.
I'm like, he left, and like some of the fan side would be like, we got it on tape. You gotta use that.
Yeah, you could send it to him. Just give him a gentle reminder, like, hey, you know, if you want to have me on for an NFL game, we can do that.
Yeah, I can like my friend Kenny, who's here with me. He's like, go up to the ticket box and just show him the video. Like, he said he'd give me tickets. So,
are you going to tell John Randall no? I'm not.
Yeah. But, it'd be cool because Jones, he played for the Packers, too.
Yeah.
So with that being a big rival, it'd be interesting to see.
No, I mean, it was interesting when he even signed with the Vikings to see kind of that transition. And obviously had a lot of success for your Vikings this year, though. I mean, he's a heck of a player.
Oh, yeah. And then, like, I mean, the Vikings did obviously exceed expectations, but I'm not going to lie. Like, you wanted to root for them in the playoff game, but when we lost to the Lions, you were just like, it felt like the season was kind of over.
It felt like the foundation started crumbling just a little bit, unfortunately. But so I'll ask you as a Vikings fan, because I have my opinions, but do you think they should bring Sam Darnold back, or do you think we should, hand the keys over to J.J. McCarthy?
I think if you're looking for short term and you think Darnold can get you to the Super Bowl or even the championship game, bring Darnold back. But if you're like, let's just go with the long game, and maybe the first year we'll go back down, we'll be good the next 10, 15, go with McCarthy. And I think they're going to go with McCarthy.
Yeah.
If they go with Darnold, I'm not going to be like, oh, man. But I think Kevin O'Connell, I think he's the reason why Darnold did so well. Like, and in Sam Darnold's defense, play for the Jets and the Panthers.
Right.
And I'm just like, he really didn't get on a solid team until he was a backup on the 49ers.
Yeah.
So, I mean, but that Lions game, I just think really hurt him.
Yeah. No, 100. So, it felt a lot like, some of the Jets seeing ghosts game, where he said he was seeing ghosts, and it felt a little like that, unfortunately. But I'm with you. Like, I think they're going to go with McCarthy, and I think that what you said about O'Connell is so true because, like, he is kind of the secret sauce, and it gives you, like, a reason to have faith in McCarthy because – if he can do that for Darnold, who had so much trouble early in his career, imagine McCarthy walking into a situation where he doesn't even have the scar tissue. You know what I mean? There's nothing to even work through. It's just a young kid who can be molded by O'Connell.
And you got to think, like, financially, you don't have to pay J.J. anything.
Yeah, exactly.
You're going to have to pay Darnold something.
Oh, yeah.
And then, like, you fix the line. You could go on defense and get some dudes.
Yeah,
like,
re-sign guys like Byron Murphy and stuff like that.
So, but, I mean, we'll see what happens. Maybe – and we're not in practice every day. Maybe there's something with J.J., but I doubt it. He was pretty good at Michigan.
Yeah, he was good at Michigan. Wasn't asked to do a whole lot, which I kind of like when he's going into Kevin O'Connell's offense because, it kind of gives him that flexibility to mold him in the way that he wants to be molded. And Aaron Jones, going back to Aaron Jones, how we got started on this, staying in the NFC North and, bouncing around between, the Packers and Vikings, and you talking about the Lions, that division's so loaded, man. It feels like – I feel like one of the things that's kind of going underrated with the Vikings quarterback decision is that it could go either way because, it feels like the margin for error has become so slim in that division, especially with the Bears now hiring Ben Johnson. You got to assume that they're going to be on the come up soon. So it's just the margin for error is so slim.
It is, and that's just the NFL. And I think, what hurt Darnold was, not that he missed those, but the kind of throws, Justin was, wide open a couple of times.
Yeah.
It was what's happening here?
Yeah.
And then too, it was I wonder how the wide receivers feel because you're switching quarterbacks.
Yep.
And that can't be a good feeling at all.
No, and it was a surreal feeling watching him when it went down the stretch in the regular season and in the playoff game because it was the throws that he had been making all season. The offense looked so easy at times. You know what I mean? And then all of a sudden it looked really, really hard. And I mean. They're not playing nobodies. The Lions are a very good team.
Exactly.
And, the Rams are a very good team as well. So, part of it is the level of competition, but part of it just felt I don't know. It's hard to explain because we're not, like you said, we're not in the practices. We're not in the locker rooms. But, oh, man. So, who's the favorite interview you've had so far? Is it John Randall or is it a non-Viking?
John Randall was cool, but I also got to ask Holmes a question this morning.
There you go. What'd you ask him?
I asked him, what was his biggest lesson he learned about life through football?
And what'd he say?
He said about work ethic and working hard, and how baseball even taught him that. Sports just teaches you how to overcome adversity. So I'm not gonna lie, it was kind of a surreal moment for me.
Yeah, absolutely.
To ask him, I just kind of did it, and then it was over. What just happened? That was
yeah.
Awesome.
I mean, you're right there with one of the 20 most famous people in America.
Exactly.
It's crazy.
Yeah. And so,
but here comes Cam Jordan on his Segway.
All right. Nice.
You don't want us to stand up because we're not tall at all.
I feel like I'm a monster among monsters.
Cam, thanks for joining us today.
Appreciate you for having me on. How you doing, boss?
Hey, it's going.
Man,
how's it going, man?
Indeed.
I'm Cody. This is Wyatt. So you're here with Segway today. So go ahead and tell us about this ride you just rolled up on in your partnership.
Pro that I just so happened to I'm gonna say zip to, but it felt like I was floating. Yeah, this thing has about 7,000 watts of power, which may not mean nothing to me, to you, but just know back here zipping to and fro, I've gone about 48 miles per. Now, top speed 50, so I'm missing 2 miles. Get me on the street, and I'm fine though. I mean, helmet, elbow pads, everything that you need to accompany that. Yeah. We're going to just throw disclaimers out there. But I'm going to the fastest ability. And the fact that it's electric, you can charge it overnight. It gets you to and from wherever you need to go while you're eating outside in New Orleans. When you go into Turkey and Wolf and you have to go ahead and be back at Rampart, where you're going all the way from Poitiers Canal, where you're going from Bourbon back home. Just know, hopefully, you're not, clearly, never drink and drive. But when you're coming back, this thing is going to get you a lot faster than cars are right now.
Yeah.
I mean, cars, it's a little gridlock if you've seen.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
And then beyond that, man, yesterday I took they got e-bikes. Ooh. I took e-bikes, so I had a Segway Safari out there, and I was flying. It's all great to be in a car with air conditioning and not using your feet, whatever that is. But these e-bikes, they got an assist level where you can turn it down or turn it up, which means you can put as much work or as little work as you want to. So as I'm pushing by cars who are stuck behind each other, I'm hitting the curb and I'm hitting the sidewalk and I'm rolling. So right. it makes it easy for transportation. It's fun. It gives you I don't have to pull out my phone to know where I'm going. It's got the turn-by-turn GPS system on there. And then when I pull up to a spot, I pulled up to Tacos Del Cartel yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
I was like, let me grab a taco. They're like, hey, where do you want to put this? No, don't worry. It locks itself. As I'm walking away, bloop, bloop, you understand where I'm going with this. It takes care of me.
There we go. We ate a Taco Del Cartel last night.
Did you get the short reel?
We got the short rib, we got the carne asada, and we got the tomahawk for the table.
Ooh, it came out with the flame on there and the big skull that came
out.
Yeah,
the Salt Bay, a little bit of everything.
Great time, which is what people expect in New Orleans.
That's
when you
right.
come to New Orleans, you expect great food and a great time. And guess what you're going to leave from New Orleans with? A great food in your stomach and a great time on your mind. Think about how can I get back? The only thing that you're missing right now is black and gold in the Super Bowl. But we'll deal with that next year, I guess, in Palo Alto, where I clearly went to Cal, so I'm biased. I was going to say nobody wants to be.
Oh, that's a Bay Area man right here
Palo
running
Alto's
the
not
show.
the best. yeah. To be clear, Palo Alto. That's where the snooties are.
Yep.
Stanforders. Where they got mascots that don't even make sense. Them Furders that have dancing trees as a mascot. But sure, we'll claim them, I guess.
So, besides the food and obviously it's good weather here, what's it like playing football here? The fan base, what do you love about it?
Well, we're top tier in every aspect. When you think about the fan base, these are loyalists that have been around since the game started for us. So in the 1960s, when it was over at Tulane, you had people rooting for the Saints. Somewhere in the 80s-ish era, 90s-ish era, they said they were the Aints with the brown paper bags over their head, and they were still packed out stadiums. That's how loyal our fan base is. They don't care about, they care about the outcome. As long as we beat the Falcons about 2 times a year, that's all we really care about. But beyond that, they care about the players and the team. So when things happen like Katrina, it brought us that much closer. The way that the city fought back, the way the city is, it's always so resilient. So the people have fully bought in. They tell stories about how their grandparents took them to the first game or how their grandparents were at the first game and how their aunts and uncles have brought them to their first game, and now they're bringing their kids to their first game. It's all about family here. This Southern hospitality is real and unlike anything you're ever going to feel. And don't even get me started on the stadium. Let's just say it's the loudest stadium in America, and it's not even close. Somebody's going to say, oh, it's Arrowhead. No, it's not. It's Pat Mahomes. You're going to say, oh, my gosh, it's Seattle. The way that our stadium is built, all the sound goes towards the field. I hear you. But since the Beastquake, it's been quite quiet.
That's right.
But you can come on down to New Orleans, and every week, week in, week out, you're going to hear the loudest fans because they're the most passionate fans in my mind.
So you talk about loyalty with the Saints. You've also shown a lot of loyalty staying with the Saints for your entire career to this point. And we saw Myles Garrett request a trade this week.
Right.
Has your loyalty to the Saints been a Saints-specific thing, or is that something you set out to be loyal when you came into the league?
I don't know. I've got the same parents from, when I grew up. It's easy to be loyal when you got mom and dad.
That's right.
I know both of them, and they've been quite good to me over the last 35 years.
That's right.
And when I think about just beyond that, like I never really had a transfer of colleges. The NIL didn't hit where I had to leave every 6 months. I went all 3.5 years at Cal and loved every month I was there. I went back for a 4th year because I loved it so much.
That's right.
Came out of there, and then I went to the Saints, and guess what I haven't done? Haven't looked outside the window. So I'm like, oh, that's nice out there, but it could be worse. Close the door.
That's right.
So besides like your football goals and everything, what is some goals you have outside of football?
Wait, there's life outside of football?
I guess there is. People say there is, but I don't believe that.
No. You wake up, you hit people. When I wake up, I've got a 9-year-old son that fears me. Why? Because I'm gaining on him.
Okay.
I wake up about 6 o'clock in the morning. This guy wakes up at like 5 o'clock. I say at 5:30-ish, naturally, right? We don't set alarm clocks in the house. I'm like, if you have to set an alarm clock, that means you got a flight to catch or you're wrong. So either way, my guy wakes up about 5:30 in the morning, and he's plotting on me, and I know he is, right? I come around the corner, he tries to tackle me. So those days I wake up earlier than him, I'm plotting on him.
Oh, yeah.
It's all about, look, so we start off our contact early in the morning. I got 3 girls. They fear me as well because they know these dart guns are coming. They don't know when or how, but one day Dad's walking through the door, and I got a 50 chamber of dart guns. Big dart gun guy.
That's right.
And you don't know what day it is. You're like, oh, Dad, I love you. Yeah, well, come get this chamber of love.
And now you can come rolling through on the Segway.
What? I took this home. They've been buying it. They're like, Dad, we saw the Segway in the garage. I'm like, first of all, you see how big it is? That's Daddy's Segway. You can go find your own at store.segway.com because this is Daddy's. This GT3 Pro, this thing goes 50 miles per. We got you guys scooters. Each one of you have your own scooters. You're not ready for the electric. Electric is another step. Just like everything in life, there's levels to this. You've got a cute little bike, baby. I've got this wonderful Segway with the electric bike to it where it's got the assist and we're pushing out. Yeah, don't get me started about how, my kids want to be like Daddy right now.
So I know you're not in the room for these negotiations, or at least I assume you're not, but
Segway, are we in negotiations? We could be in negotiations.
No, not with Segway. Not with Segway. With the New Orleans Saints. I apologize.
I was going to say Segway. I'm willing to negotiate for more scooters.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I get it. I would be too, man. But you're not in the Saints meeting room. But will you have an extra eye on the Eagles sideline on Sunday per se?
I mean, there's rumors, and that's all they are to me.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's always going to be rumors. I think about my entire career where there was rumors that I was going to get traded one time, and I was like, oh, man, I don't like that for me, right? And you go up top, you say, hey, are you going to trade me? And up top looks you dead in your eyes and say, of course not. But we could possibly take some calls. And just like there's rumors now about whether it's Anthony Weaver, Kellen Moore, Darren Rizzi, everybody can go call the GM. Everybody can have the ability to say, hey, Mickey, what are we doing here? And Mickey's going to look you dead in your eye and say, hey, we're going to find the right guy. But he's probably already got it picked out in his mind. We just haven't figured that part out yet.
Yeah, 100%.
One last question. Who is your favorite quarterback to sack?
One last answer. That is a very hard question. Simply because there's a quarterback I enjoyed sacking, and he's retired now. Okay. So I have to find a new one to enjoy sacking, right? You'd say Cantlanta can never rise up, and it was Matt Ryan at the helm of all of those. You know, there was Kirk Cousins this last year, and I've sacked him whether it would be at the Vikings or the Redskins or the Commanders, or now, formerly the Redskins, or the Cantlanta Falcons. But he's actually a really good guy. I actually really like Kirko.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna have to pick. And again, even if it went beyond that, I used to love sacking Cam Newton. He'd make a face. He'd whine about it. The refs wouldn't help him out, and you go on about it. So you have to find a new one. Maybe Jaden Daniels.
There we go.
He went to Arizona State. I'm from Arizona. He claims LSU. Maybe I don't like that anymore.
Yeah, would.
Yeah, we'll just create beef. He's a really good guy.
Oh, man. Cam, thanks so much for joining us. And tell us where we can buy one of these G3
You can go to
scooters.
store.segway.com. Get your own, because I'm not sharing mine. I may let you look at it, but please don't touch.
Of course.
All right.
Of course.
We won't do that.
Cam, thank you so much for joining us today, man.
Hey, you guys have a blessed one.
You do the same, man. Thanks for having us in New Orleans.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Absolutely, man. Oh, man, Wyatt, he's a ball of energy, ain't he?
Yeah, he is. He can probably talk all day.
Yep. Oh, man. I feel like, it was just, say 2 words and let him go.
I know, right? We don't really need to talk.
No,
He's got it.
We're not the important part. And, oh, man, I don't know about one of those segues, though. I don't trust myself going like 50 miles an hour.
I'll probably end up in the hospital. With
100%. I'm way too clumsy.
I don't think we're athletic as him, dude.
I really don't. And, he's talking about Cam Jordan size. We're not Cam Jordan size. So I don't think we might be like trying to peek over the handlebars a little bit.
Especially me. I'm just like, I have to push this thing. It's so hard.
I know it, man. Oh God, that was a lot of fun. But did you? He's talking about the restaurant we went to last night. Did you enjoy the food there as well?
Yeah, it's been great food. I haven't been able to eat a lot of food.
Yeah.
But I think New Orleans is known for its food. I'm loving the weather here because it's warm, and from Nebraska it's like 16 or below. So but I can see why he stayed here his whole career.
100%.
I mean, why wouldn't you want to stay here?
Why wouldn't you want to? Like it is beautiful. I currently live in New Mexico, and I live in the elevated part of New Mexico. So we get the cold weather in the winter, but the really hot summers. It's get the extremes, the polar ends of both of them. Okay, cool. Sorry about that.
No, you're good.
About lost the football off the table.
You're good.
But no, I mean the food here's been great. I haven't gotten to eat I would eat 4 meals a day out here.
Oh, yeah.
But we're trying to do our jobs and be good at it, and that doesn't really coincide with the schedule.
Like you stay out late, hang out with the food, all the fun places. Like, I gotta be here like at 7 a.m. But I can't not go eat something here. So.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, it's but no, I mean when I found out we were going to a taco place last night, I was a little like, we're in New Orleans, is tacos what they're famous for? But it was phenomenal.
Nice.
We are now joined by Olivia Culpo. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Of course. And you are here because of the Tubi red carpet at the Super Bowl this year. Can you tell us a little bit about that and everything that Tubi's doing? I know they're streaming the Super Bowl for free, which is incredible.
I know, streaming the Super Bowl for free. Who doesn't love free 99? But the pre-show, it's going to be at 3:30 on Sunday, of course, Eastern Standard. It's going to be covering everything pop culture, fashion. We're going to have a red carpet, interviewing celebrities. It's going to be the first pre-show of its kind. So it's basically going to cover everything that you always wanted to see before the game but never did.
Right.
So Olivia, you are involved with Best Buddies.
Yeah.
Special Olympics and Best Buddies work together. And
nice.
kind of like go in on what you do for Best Buddies and help improve that program.
Oh, I love Best Buddies. So you're involved with Best Buddies as well?
I'm involved with Special Olympics, but they work together to help get rid of the R word and all that.
Yeah,
so
I love the R word. Yeah, it's so fun. it's such a great experience. You don't realize the importance of friendship and the importance of community and how that uplifts everybody. It's just such a positive thing and positive way to give back to others, and honestly, it makes everybody's life better. So it's the cause I love so much. We do so many fun things like pizza making. We're doing cookie baking at my house later this month, and if you're ever in California, you should come to one of our events because we have a lot of fun, and we do some in Miami, and we're all over the place.
Yeah, so what's it like being the wife of a NFL player? And you were here last year and watching the Super Bowl. What's it like for you during the games? Because you have a lot more stake and you know the guys personally.
Oh, I
know. So you is it just stressful to watch football for you?
It's so stressful. I cried after. It's so emotional. I mean, you just see how much they put into it, and you want everybody to have the opportunity to reach their potential and to fulfill their dream. It's really a lifelong dream for every single one of these players. So it's a really sad thing when you come so close, but there's always next year. So
So Olivia, you're hosting the To Be Red Carpet. You've also hosted, as a former Miss Universe a few times. What's something that's like more difficult about that job than I think we would probably realize?
I think it just depends, honestly, the weather. If it's cold, if it's hot, if your dress is too tight, or if you're a guy, your pants, whatever you're wearing, that can be constricting. And sometimes I've fainted on hosting before. I mean, so many different things can happen. But overall, I think just have to have fun. But as far as natural, weather and stuff, you just have to try to be prepared. But we'll be good here. It's nice. Perfect 75 degrees, it feels like. It's warmer than I thought. And it was just snowing.
I packed a sweater, and then I got off the plane, and I was like, uh-oh, that's not right.
I know. I feel like everybody had that experience. Like, we all packed way too warm.
Yes, 100%.
Yeah, Nebraska's cold all the time, so this is nothing. But yeah, so you've competed, internationally and stuff, and I'm going to the Special World Games to be a global messenger for the athletes. What advice would you give to the Special Olympic athletes that are competing in Turin, Italy in March?
It's in Italy?
Yeah.
That is so cool.
Yeah, I've never traveled outside the U.S., so it's my first time.
Wow.
So, what advice would you give me and other athletes about traveling, internationally and just competing over there?
Have fun. Just have so much fun. Soak in every moment. Drink a lot of water because you're traveling. Don't get dehydrated. Walk around on the plane. Stretch a little bit. But just have fun. I can't wait to watch. That's so cool.
Yeah.
That is so cool. I can't believe it's in Italy. You're going to love it.
Are you also, I wanted to ask you, are you the most competitive person in your family?
Well, now that I'm married to Christian, he definitely blows me out of the water as far as competitive.
You got to be able to beat him at something, though, right?
Probably baking, anything cooking-wise, I would beat him with. No, anything physical, I'm just gonna
let him handle it.
Yeah. Well, he is colorblind, so I'm better at picking out outfits.
Oh, there you go.
Because I can see the colors.
Yes. Any restaurant recommendations in Italy for the Special Olympic athletes? I don't know.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Well, I honestly you got to go for the pizza. You got to go for all the carbs. You got to go for the bread.
Okay.
I wouldn't even be able to tell you exactly where, because anywhere you go could be fantastic. It's just the best. I don't know what it is about their dough or their tomatoes. It's the topography or something and the water, but it's just unlike any other.
All right. Yeah, I'm really excited, and I love pasta, so I was like,
this pasta,
is I can't wait to eat that. So, I'll have to tell you about it sometime.
Yeah, have the best time. I'm excited for you. When are you going in the summer?
In March.
Oh, March.
So,
nice.
Yeah,
that will be good because it will be not the touristy time. It's the perfect time of year. Just getting warmer.
Yeah, so it's for the Winter Games, and so see a lot of cool athletes compete in the Winter Games for Special Olympics in Turin, Italy. So pretty excited.
Well, good luck. You're going to have so much fun.
Yeah, I can't
wait to watch.
Thanks.
And Olivia, before we go, we wanted to get Wyatt to sign a Special Olympics football for you to take with you for all of this. Of course, absolutely. And I'll hold that still for you because the football does not stay well on the table, as I found out earlier. There you go. Thank you so much for joining us, Olivia.
You too. Okay.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Oh, cool,
Awesome.
cool.
No, thank you so much. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, yeah.
That's
I mean,
right.
it's sports. Like, I mean, I play special ed, but like, I play to win too. Like, I want to compete like anyone else. So, but yeah, we're very good. What? Yeah, I mean, oh yeah. So I'm not playing, but I might be doing this, like reporting on the athletes. So.
Awesome.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right. See ya.
Thank you. Oh man, that was cool.
Yeah, that was
and I
really
mean,
cool.
The Tubi red carpet and the Tubi free Super Bowl. I mean,
Oh, I
like
know.
when I was growing up, we didn't always have cable, so like
Yeah.
getting the free Super Bowl, that's
That's
next
a
level
deal.
stuff. Yeah,
Exactly.
absolutely, man. That's
I think
awesome stuff.
Tubi's just great, because it's free and it's
Yeah.
like can't pay for some streaming devices, so just go to Tubi.
Wyatt, things keep coming up your way because here comes Aaron Jones, our
Aaron.
guy.
Yeah,
Aaron
there we
Jones, nice
go.
to have you on with us here, man. You used to be a Special Olympics coach.
Yes, sir. I coach basketball and track.
No way. Absolutely, man. That's awesome.
I appreciate that. No, those were some of the best times. Me and my twin brother, he coached as well. We did it together, and it was a lot of fun. Even refereed some games, did different things. So that was our passion in high school for sure.
Oh, cool. Yeah. So when I first started Special Olympics, it was in middle school, but then when I got to high school, I got my twin brother and our best friend.
You got a twin brother too?
Yeah, my twin brother Weston.
Oh.
We actually we do a
That's
podcast
crazy.
together called Spalding Brothers Show. We talk about what it's like growing up together in our lives, and then he was my coach for 3 years, and then we played unified basketball and football together.
Oh, wow.
We actually went to the USA Games in 2022 to compete in basketball together.
Congrats, that's big time.
Yeah, so that's how we bonded through Special Olympics. And was that a good bond for you and your brother through Special Olympics?
It was a great bond. He was a coach and I was a coach, so we were right there. We always had to be in sync what we're doing. We had to be in sync for our players, so they could be in sync. You couldn't have any head butting or any of that going on. So we always played sports together as well. So that just made it easy. He was the quarterback, I was the running back.
Nice.
So we had that chemistry, and but I would say sports really brought us together, made us a lot closer. During adversity or tough times, you look to your right or your left, and you got your brother right there. And you know you'll be good.
Exactly.
No, 100%. So you mentioned growing up, and you moved around a lot when you were growing up, but then you ended up settling in El Paso, ended up playing at UTEP, and you rep the 915 whenever you've been on the field with your celebrations and stuff like that. Why does El Paso have such a special place in your heart?
So I moved around growing up, and I felt like that was really like the first place that I was able to call home. Other than that, I was moving around every 2-3 years, and I moved there in 7th grade, stayed all the way through till I graduated high school, and then even after that through college. So just the people, they support you, they love you like crazy there, and it's been the same people support me since I was playing ball there in middle school.
Yeah.
So it makes it that much more special. And then it hasn't been too many guys to make it out of El Paso. So I rep it so hard because I want those kids to know, hey, I'm no different from you. If you believe in yourself and you put in the work, you can be here and use your platform as well. And also just you never know who's watching, college coaches, whatever. I want them to El Paso. What's the 915? He's throwing up El Paso. Okay, let me go see if they got any athletes here. He's coming out of El Paso, and we have. I like to say I don't know if I'm the full culprit behind it, but after I came out and these guys started getting more and more recruited, going to the big Power 5 schools.
Yeah.
And before that, you may have one guy every once in a while, but so we should have some guys in the league coming up here in the next year or two. We have a guy at Iowa State, Jeremiah Cooper, a safety.
Yeah.
We have LJ Martin at BYU, a running back.
Yeah. Oh yeah. He's dirty too.
And then we have a guy. He's been redshirting. And then he's just been stuck behind some guys at Mizzou, Tavarius Jones.
Okay.
He comes from my alma mater. So we're starting to get some guys out there and get it going. So I'm excited.
Awesome.
So I'm a big Vikings fan. And
Skull, baby.
Yeah, Skull Nation. So what surprised you the most about this team this past season? Because you guys had a really good season, and what did you love about the the team you were on this year?
I would say not a lot. Like, it didn't catch me by surprise how well we did coming, like, from the get-go when I got there in OTAs, me and Sam got there together and working with him, I'm like, man, this kid could throw the ball. Like, sorry, not kid. This grown man can throw the ball. Like, he could put it anywhere. Like, we got weapons. We'll be straight with him. Yeah. And then we get to camp and we start going against the defense, and I'm like, and I already played against Flo's defense, so I'm like,
yeah.
But then we get there and the weapons that they have now, I'm like, okay, we're gonna be good. And then you throw in JJ was playing at the time too, and it's like he was doing well, Sam was doing well. I'm like, we got everything we need here. So I knew we would be good. I guess the thing that caught me by surprise, I would say, is just how a group of men were able to come together in such a short time. I've been on a lot of teams, and I feel like that was the closest that a group of men have gotten, like the brotherhood, and we had like 36 new players or something like that on 1 year or something like that. So, but it says a lot about that organization and how they do it, and I love it. I love it there.
So, Aaron, can you tell us a little bit about Sleep Number, who you're here repping this week at the Super Bowl?
Definitely, I'm here repping Sleep Number. Sleep Number is almost like my baby, you know. It's scientifically proven that the best type of the best form of recovery is sleep. So Sleep Number gets that done for me. They do everything from track your sleep. They give you a final sleep score, but they do everything from track your heart rate to how long you were restfully sleeping, or if you had any bed exits, anything that goes on with your sleep, you can track it. You can go back and look, and you can almost see a direct correlation to your performance. The higher your Sleep Number score is, the better your performance is. You're out there calm, focused, relaxed. And 86% of our team has Sleep Number beds, which is higher than the league average. The league
That's cool.
The league average is 81, which is high.
Also
as well.
high,
yeah.
We got to get both of those to 100, but no. So it's very informative. I think it gives you that extra boost that you need when you're on that field, or even that sense of security. Like I've gotten the rest that I need. And then they're also doing Sleep Number's also doing a great buy one get one free, and also giving away. So here it goes, buy one get one free. It's a pillow, and then they're also donating a pillow to the Hope Lodge. It's a cancer center, a lodge for. It's free for the patients. I was able to go up there about a month and a half ago with Sleep Number on behalf of Sleep Number on behalf of them. They donated 60 beds to the Hope Lodge. Sleep Number beds. It was amazing. It really touched me, touched my soul, touched my heart, and I'm lucky to be here representing such a great company.
Absolutely, Aaron. Well, thank you so much for joining us. I wish we could spend all day with you. I know Wyatt does as a Vikings.
Skol, baby. Wait, can I ask you what sports do you play?
So I play basketball, tennis, flag football, and softball.
Ooh, you're an athlete. I love it. Athlete. I love it. Nice to meet you.
You too.
We got to get you out to a game or something.
Yeah, man.
That's
yes,
right.
sir.
John Randall promised him the same,
Yeah.
too. So between you and John Randall.
We got to get you to a game.
All right, man.
Yes, sir.
Aaron, I appreciate it, man. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Oh, man, what a guy.
Yeah.
What a guy. Absolutely, man.
What a good guy.
A good guy. I remember watching him at UTEP. I'm a big college football guy as well.
Yeah, yeah.
And, like, watching him at UTEP, like, he was on a different level, dude.
Oh,
you know
yeah.
what I mean? Like, he was just – okay, and so, Wyatt, we're going to take a little break here, man. But heck of a way to end it with Olivia Culpo and Aaron Jones back to back. That's the way to go, man.
Yeah, that is an amazing experience. So.
I know, man.
Great people.
Great working with you, man.
You
I
too.
appreciate it. Absolutely, man. And we'll be right back.
Hello, everyone. We are back.
I have switched seats.
You have switched seats. I like the outside, to be honest. So I forced you physically to move to the inside. No, I'm just kidding. No, we are back. Coming to the end, we have, another 30 minutes left of Radio Row here on Thursday.
Yep.
It is your last day here in New Orleans, Cody. What have you thought so far?
I got to come back, man.
Yeah.
I got to come back when, to be clear, I've enjoyed every second of being up here, doing all the things that we've been able to do, interviewing athletes and everyone under the sun, basically.
Yep.
But one thing that Wyatt and I were talking about that it has robbed us of is I haven't gotten to eat as much as I want to.
Yeah, fair. I mean, I've said since before I showed up I wanted to try alligator, and I have not got the chance to try alligator yet.
Yeah, we actually, funny enough, Cam Jordan was saying that he ate at the same taco place that we did last night.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he was there right before us, apparently.
Oh, nice.
on his Segway, he pulled up there. But no, the tacos were good, but I definitely want some more, Louisiana cuisine. I want to really get into it and dive into it. And I was actually, when I hadn't looked at the menu before we got to the taco place last night, and I was hoping they had something crazy like a gator bite taco or something like that to get your gator fill in.
So we got a few more guests coming up here. Sami Khedira.
Khedira, yeah, nicely done.
Whew. Rodney McLeod, I believe, we'll have as well, and then Brian Asamoah.
Yeah.
So I'm excited for that. And then after that, it won't be live. I'll be going over to the Bounty studio to be talking to Bijan Robinson and Tyler Algier. So as a Falcons guy, obviously,
I was about to say they're pretty good.
That'll be big for me. That'll be a big one.
You should be thankful that you weren't here for the Cam Jordan thing. You might have felt had your body filled with a white hot rage.
Yes, but also no. I would have been so. Every Saints player that we've talked to, I've told them right away I'm a Falcons fan. I don't know if I'd say it to Cam Jordan.
Yeah, no, there's no way.
I don't think I would be brave enough to do that.
He was talking about getting in dart gun fights with his young daughters.
Yeah.
So, I don't know what he would do to you, who he has no emotional ties to in his life.
Well, and that's a great point because when I talked to Bijan and Algier here in a little bit, I got to say, ask them if they're doing okay because they're behind enemy lines.
Yeah, 100%. It's a weird week for them, that's for sure.
There are Saints fans on the streets of New Orleans, obviously. They're all over the place. Who was it? Hunter who sent me a picture. He was walking over to me Radio Row this morning, and someone had a flag out or a poster hanging of the 28-3 score.
That's tough. That's really tough.
I mean, once again, it wasn't the Patriots that beat the Falcons, but just the fact that the Falcons lost after being up 28-3, the Saints fans. And I talked to Drew Brees a few weeks ago, and he said, he's seen several Saints fans walking around New Orleans wearing 28-3 shirts. That's
brutal. That's really tough. Honestly, it's probably a personal attack right at you.
It is. And, the moment that happened, the moment that game was lost, that's what I just kept thinking was not only did the Falcons lose the Super Bowl, and I'm heartbroken, they lost in a way that now I'm going to be reminded about it for the rest of my life. And yesterday was the 8-year anniversary, and I still get reminded on a weekly basis. This week, I've been reminded 7 different times.
I mean, it's not going to go anywhere anytime soon, unfortunately. Although, if I'm not mistaken, Gronk said it was starting to die down a little bit when you interviewed him earlier this year.
My question was to Gronk when I talked to him. I said, can you, as a member of that Patriots team, tell people to stop making the joke? And he said he thinks that people should stop making a joke once a week. He said once every 2 weeks. And then he said in a few more years' time, then maybe jokes can come out once a month. So
did you accept that deal?
I accepted that deal. But
reluctly?
Yes, but people haven't held up their end of the bargain. I'm still getting reminded about it on a weekly basis. So
yeah, that's tough. But I mean, it was the Cantlin Falcons is what he referred to your favorite football team as.
Yeah.
So you're lucky you weren't here for that one. Although he was a great interview.
Yeah,
just you specifically.
At the same time, and this was, I think, right before the playoffs started, he also said that the Falcons remind him of his Bills. I guess he has a bunch of friends in Buffalo, and they always say next year is the year, and then it never is. And once again, this year, it wasn't.
Yeah, nor was it for the Falcons.
Nor was it my Atlanta Falcons. I will get to talk to tomorrow in a remote interview that won't be live. Everyone else is going to be gone. I'm going to be the last person here, and I will be doing a remote interview with Michael Penix.
There you go.
Bijan,
the future.
Tyler Algier today, Michael Penix tomorrow. I got to talk to my fellas.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You got to rally the troops, rally the boys.
Rally the troops for next season. It's playoffs or bust.
And I mean, as anyone who's been watching, tuning in, can see, you've been recruiting. as hard as you can. You know, it might have been quite indirect to Myles Garrett, but you're trying to get the Falcons Myles Garrett trade off the ground.
Tried to recruit Myles Garrett. Trey Hendrickson I tried to recruit. We need a pass rusher. I said to both of them, we are a pass rusher away from being Super Bowl contenders. So.
And I believe Sterling Holmes suggested that you try to get Bijan to play both ways. And maybe that's something else you can do. You know, just little birdie in his ear.
I should do that as well. Yeah, when I talk to. I mean, they're two great running backs. I mean, why don't one of them play on both sides of the ball?
That's what I'm saying. Like, you know, they've got someone to spell them on the offensive side of the ball. They don't have to get every carry.
Yeah,
it makes perfect sense to me.
Quick update for you on my parlay. Nikolai Højgaard. I took the wrong Højgaard to be first-round leader. First leg did hit.
Yep.
Rasmus did win his 3-ball, even though he bogeyed 2 of the last 3 holes. So I need Andrew Novak to beat Mark Hubbard and Minwoo Lee. He's right now 1 under through 4 with Mark Hubbard. So my happiness for the rest of the day will come down to if Novak can come through for me. Because then I will be able to go to the casino and I have gambling money tonight. If not, I do not.
I mean, there's an ATM. You'll be all right.
Yeah. I was hoping I didn't have to take out any more cash this trip. That was my goal.
I mean, you know, it happens to the best of us. Who among us hasn't been there? I got to say that either I'm a little psychotic with the way I handle my PGA Tour setup in the way, or you're psychotic because I have like probably 30 favorites set up every week.
I only favorite the guys who I have money on.
Oh, see, I have the emotional investment of guys I like, guys I don't like, and want to see fail. Yeah, I mean, it's probably me. Most of the time, if there's a question of who's the crazy one in this scenario, it's me.
Yeah, why favorite? Yeah, if you don't have money, I mean, that's because I'm a degenerate gambler. But if I don't have money on someone, I don't care how they score. I don't even have it. Well, maybe Xander might be the only guy who I would have it on my favorites.
I mean, you know me and my Scandinavian love. Ludwig, Victor Hovland, got to see how they're doing every week that they're teeing it up. I've always liked Justin Thomas. I'm a Justin Thomas guy, so I'm always going to, see what JT's up to.
Solo second, 5 under.
I know. He plays well in Phoenix, man.
Yep.
It was it's one of those things. It's the the bettor's fallacy. I picked Justin Thomas to win last week.
Yeah.
And so I'm like, well, he played pretty poorly, honestly, at Pebble Beach. Didn't live up to expectations. The putter went cold on him again. So even though he's played well at Phoenix, you can't bet on him this week. And sure enough,
he's solo second.
Yeah, I mean, how it goes.
Are you in any one-and-done pools?
I'm not. I am not in a one-and-done pool. So I track it for fansided.com. I do a one-and-done pick every week. Started off hot with Morikawa's runner-up at the Century and have been ice cold since.
Who'd you put in the article for this week?
McNeely. Because that's who I have outright winning. And last I checked, he was even par, so not off to a great start.
1 under he finished.
Hey, there we go.
Which actually today, I don't know if the conditions are tough today, but like no one's really going that low. My 1 under is good enough for T27.
Yeah, on the SI betting roundtable preview that we were a part of, my finishing score prediction was a lot lower than everyone else's. I had 18 under, and I believe I was the only one not at least 20 under.
What was your reasoning for that?
Last year was an outlier. When you look back historically at WM Phoenix Open finishes, there have been other ones at 20 under, but in like the last 5 to 8 years, most of them have been in the high teens. And so I'm giving it close to the 20 number because they are, players are tearing apart golf courses left and right now. So I don't think they're going to be at 11, 12 under or anything like that. But it did feel like maybe going 22 under, I believe it was last year. That might be a little bit of an outlier.
Yeah. What else is going on? What was your favorite interview from today?
My favorite, you probably don't want to hear this, but Cam Jordan's awesome.
Yeah.
He's another one of those guys that, he showed up and he was ready to talk. Honestly, I don't even know if we asked him a question.
Which always makes our job that much easier.
Yeah, I don't even know if we asked him a question and he was going. And then I asked him about Segway, who he was here with, and he just I legitimately think the dude loves his Segway more than anything other than his family in the city of New Orleans.
And that's when he found out that he used a Segway to go up to the Mexican restaurant, which is named Cartel?
Tacos del Cartel, I think it is, or something like that.
I assume that must be one of his favorite Mexican spots.
Yeah, no, 100%. And the short ribs we had is what he recommended to us. So we got one of the best things on the menu, and they were quite good.
Did you tell him that our table split that tomahawk steak?
Oh yeah, 100%. He knew what it was all about. And it was really cool to see. We just had Olivia Culpo come by with me and Wyatt, and man, like Wyatt handled it like a pro. You know what I mean? Like he signed a football for her.
I
which
think
was
I'd be
super
more
cool
nervous
see.
to talk to her than any athlete.
Yeah, probably, but it was good. She was super sweet, and Tubi is streaming the Super Bowl for free. So, and she's there with Tubi, so that's super cool.
All right, we have our next guest coming up here.
Yes, we do.
Right now.
And that is Sami Khedira. We love to see it. Sami Khedira, welcome to the program, sir. Nice to see you.
Hey, I'm Iain. Nice to meet you.
So, Sami, what brings you out to the Super Bowl this week?
Yeah, just grab that microphone.
Grab that microphone.
So, I'm just excited about the game, about the event, and that's why I'm here.
100%.
I'm a huge fan, yeah.
Yeah, and I think that's why we're here too. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, obviously, you play a different type of football, and I was looking back, and one of my favorite, like, kind of seminal soccer experiences as an American was the 2014 World Cup, which you obviously won with Germany, and it was in Brazil, and y'all were facing Brazil in the final. What was the mentality going into that match, and then did that lead to the ultimate result where y'all kind of blew them out of the water there?
Well, yeah, it was for us a special tournament, but as well a special game, especially against the host country, and then beating them 7-1. But it was a special game for us, and so it was nothing special about the mentality. It was just we had the right momentum on our side, and we stick together from day to day better and better in our German team. So at the beginning we were a bit struggling. We played the US team in the group stage, so just 1-0. But at the end we come better and better, and trust in our beliefs, in our skills. So that was the point.
No, as a realistic U.S. soccer fan, a 1-0 result over the U.S., that probably had some people worrying about Germany at that point. But no, so kind of piggybacking off of that with 2014, it's a big year for you. You scored in that World Cup final. You won the World Cup. You won the Champions League with Real Madrid, I believe it was. Correct me if I'm wrong there.
No.
Yeah, and so
semi-final. I scored a semi-final. But,
yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And so, what is it like to have a season like that where just kind of everything comes together, and does that feel like you're at the mountaintop?
Yeah, it feels like, but honestly, I came back from injury, so I was 2013. I broke my ACL and my ligament, so I came back straight away from the injury to the Champions League final, then to the Club World Cup. But it was amazing, and you achieved almost everything in a few months, the World Cup and then even the Champions League, the two biggest trophies that you can win as a soccer player. But the days or the month after was quite challenging mentally wise, because you come back from injury. Win all this stuff, and then you have to perform a few weeks after in your club competition, La Liga. Right. So it was quite challenging. So it was super nice, but on the other hand, mental-wise, super challenging afterwards.
Yeah. I selfishly want to ask. I'm Canadian.
Yeah.
Growing up, Canada soccer, I could never watch them in international competition. They are in their last World Cup. Alphonso Davies. We got some good young guys coming up. Have you noticed Canada as a country really kind of becoming a competitive soccer team?
So I'm not involved in the ecosystem and how they especially in the academies and how they are develop their young talents. But in that terms, it surprised me a lot. But then, first of all, Alphonso Davies came to Bayern Munich, and then you saw the guy he's a beast. He's so fast and so strong, and he knows how to play soccer, so he can control the ball by his feet. So, joke aside, especially in the World Cup, they were close to beat Belgium, if I don't. Yeah. So, and that shows me that every country, if they do if they follow their path for over years and educate the young generation quite well, then they can beat against even the bigger generation.
So one of the things that I always find interesting about soccer players of your caliber is the differences between different leagues, and you have a unique experience where you started your career in the Bundesliga, you came to the Liga, and then you finished in Serie A. And so, what would you say are the biggest differences between the major leagues in Europe?
So it changed, let's say, every 2 or 3 years, the kind of football. But back in the days when I played for Germany, it was super tactical, and nowadays it's heaven for strikers, scoring a lot of goals. But the biggest difference compared from Germany to Spain was like the technical ability of almost, even if you play against a lower team, like in the table, they try to play their own game, try and play football. If you go to Germany and you play like Bayern Munich against, I don't know, Holstein Kiel, who are like, or Bochum, are like, here's the bottom of the table. Yeah. They're just trying to defend. In Spain, they're just trying to play. They're coming to the Bernabeu and trying to dominate you with their technical football. And then Italy, it's completely different. It's so much tactical, like how to defend. The defense line is super low, and that's the big difference between the countries. And the culture, it makes so special, because back in the days Italy was like just defending, Spain technical wise, and Germany, like physical wise super strong.
Right. So talk to us about the FIFA Club World Cup, which is set to take place this summer.
So that's a unique new competition what we have right now, and based, or let's say here first time in hosting in the United States. So it's really special, because the first time that you have like 32 teams across the world, global, coming to the US and fighting for one trophy. And it makes my point of view super special, because you have superstars as Haaland and Mbappé, clubs like Real Madrid. Everybody knows Real Madrid, right, or PSG or Juventus, but then also you have the African teams, like I'm from Tunisia, or my dad is from Tunisia, so we have Esperance Tunis, we have some Asian parts, so it's super diverse, super global, and that makes my point of view super special.
Yeah, so that's this summer, and then 2026, the World Cup will be here. Canada, Mexico, and the United States, all three countries will be hosting. So I'm excited for that, especially as a Canadian as well. Absolutely. Get some more Canadian soccer in the mix.
Yeah. That's the point, that everybody knows the World Cup, and then they're familiar that it's in the US, Canada, and Mexico. But on the other hand, the Club World Cup, it's a new competition, so maybe that the people have to need some time to understand what it is. But if you're speaking about the World Cup, no doubt it's the biggest soccer or maybe event in the world that we have right now.
No, 100%. Sami, thank you for stopping by. Before you leave, we got to get a Super Bowl prediction. Do you like the Chiefs or the Eagles on Sunday?
Well, I will go with the Chiefs.
I can't pick against the Chiefs. I think we've kind of settled on that.
We've talked about that many times. At this point, how can you pick against
them?
So
as well, my German fans, I never picked against Patrick Mahomes, so I'm going with the Chiefs.
Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you so much.
Really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, man. Absolutely. I mean,
selfishly, I had to get my Canadian question. I've really brought a Canadian twist to Radio Row for Fansided.
I know,
I just try to squeeze it in as much as possible. No
whenever they bring something like the soccer ball, here you go. Yeah. So whenever they bring something like a soccer ball, whenever it's just us sitting there, we need to get you like a bottle of maple syrup.
Yes.
Just start right there.
Maple syrup, maybe just a little Canadian flag. I talked to Doug Flutie earlier, which was the dream. That was my favorite interview of the week. Yeah, and he lit up when I was like, "Let's talk CFL."
There we go. So you're probably like one of like, there might be one other person in this building that's wanting to talk CFL.
There's a couple other Canadian tables. Like I know Sportsnet. Sportsnet station from Vancouver is here, and TSN is here, which is like the main
TSN.
one.
I know TSN. Yeah.
Now I don't know if Doug Flutie went and talked to them. If he did, I'm sure they brought up CFL to him.
He might be hosting for TSN at this point. Honestly,
they let him. He's a hero. He's a Canadian hero. Yeah. So we got to talk about Canadian football. He was very excited to talk about that. The rule change that he brought up. How familiar are you? You said you watched some CFL. How familiar are you?
Not that familiar.
There is one rule. I asked him the question, what Canadian football rule would you like to see adopted by or adapted to the American game? And his answer was even better than what I was going to say. There is a rule in Canadian football where if you are in line with the punter on a punt, when he makes contact with a kick, that player is live to recover it, to turn it, to get the ball back. So let's say it
Hold on. I'm lost.
So if the punter punts the ball and then he goes down and recovers it,
so like he's the one to down it, basically. Like it would be downing.
Yes,
Okay.
If he downs his own ball, that team gets the ball back. Or you can line up someone who's just in line with the punter when he kicks it, and that person can also recover it.
I kind of dig that.
Yeah.
I'm with Doug Flutie.
It's kind of like
I'm
a way
with
to
Doug
do like an
Flutie.
onside punt, which in the NFL there's no like onside punt kind of way. There's different ways you can do it. And Doug Flutie was talking about how in the CFL this year, and I saw it a couple times as well, they would even throw a screen out to the receiver, and then the receiver would like punt it, but like just dribble it across the line of scrimmage and then jump on it to try to get a new set of downs.
Oh man, like not only do I think that is a cool rule that would be cool to see in effect and see the strategy like that, it would also be admittedly hilarious to watch people screw that up royally.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of great. I was going to say the Rouge. The Rouge doesn't really work, though. Wouldn't work with American, the field size, because the end zones are so short. The Rouge is if you kick it out the back and the other team can't return it, then it's 1 point.
Right.
My team won the.
That's almost like borrowed from rugby a little bit. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Yeah.
And it's harder in Canadian football because the end zones are 20 yards deep.
Right.
So, like, you have to be pretty close to the goal line, or at least a lot closer than you have to be in American football to get it all the way out. So it sets up where, like, the punt returner will catch it 15 yards deep in the end zone, and he's got to get it out. And even if you just get it to, like, the 1 yard line, you get it, like, on the 20 or something.
No.
So it's not like you get pinned deep. So,
you know, we've talked about Canada so much, Ian, and I have not brought up my actual favorite Canadian export to America.
Me.
Okay, second favorite. I apologize. You're right. I love Ian MacMillan.
What's your second favorite?
Poutine. I'm a big poutine guy.
It's overrated.
It's not.
It's
as someone
it's
who really enjoys these three things, which are fries, gravy, and cheese curds. I put them all together. It's delicious.
It's fine.
I mean, there is probably a novelty for me.
Yes.
Like when you first moved to America, what was like a food that was like novel to you as like an American cuisine?
Funny.
I understand that America doesn't exactly have the most like pristine cuisine in the world. We borrow from everybody.
That's what I was going to say. Is funny enough, actually, what I was introduced to when I moved to the States was like foods from other countries. I didn't eat like Mexican food until I moved to the States. I didn't eat Indian food until I moved to the States.
Yeah.
So I would say that poutine. It's good. You can have a few bites of it. If you eat like a whole helping of poutine, you just feel sick afterwards. I mean, it's fries and gravy and cheese curds. It's just, bleh. It's just a solid block of not gross food, but it feels gross in your stomach afterwards.
See, it's probably like the most American Canadian food, though.
Yes, because of that. Yes.
Yeah.
Now you can also put in. There's some gourmet types of poutine. You can put in a little bit of some different things. I've had like pulled pork poutine, which I prefer.
So I went to a music festival many years ago, and there was a poutine food truck, and they had all the offerings that you could possibly want for that, and that was electric. Except for the fact that it was the middle of June, and let me tell you what, I don't want to be eating in the middle of June when I'm going to be out in the hot sun all day.
Poutine. Because of that exact reason, because it just feels gross in your stomach.
It is a brick in your stomach, and honestly, I think you start feeling it in your arteries a little bit. It's tough. It's tough scenes.
What about? Have you heard of Donair?
Donair? Is that like donating air?
That is a Nova Scotia specific food. Yeah.
Okay, and I think I've established that I do not know a whole lot about Nova Scotia.
It's actually it does not relate to the Super Bowl, but we have a big Lebanese population in Nova Scotia, so like a mix of like Lebanese and like Canada. Kind of, it's like a meat kind of. I don't really know how to describe it. I'm not a big fan of it, but it's a special kind of meat too, a donair meat. A lot of people do like it. I'm not a huge fan of it, but that's if you go to Nova Scotia, that's the food I would recommend that you get.
I actually have Lebanese family in Virginia, so I might have to see what they're. Shouts to the Williamses in Richmond, but yeah, absolutely. I'll see if they're familiar with it.
So that does it for us for day 3, 4 of Radio Row Thursday.
I was about to say Thursday is all I'm
the
comfortable
Thursday
saying.
day of Radio Row. I don't know if Monday counts or not, but thank you all so much for watching and tuning in. Be sure to subscribe to Arrowhead Addict, Stacking the Box. We'll be back tomorrow morning.
I will not.
You will be gone tonight. I will be back tomorrow morning with Sterling Holmes to wrap things up for just a half day tomorrow before we head into the weekend. And I believe that starts around 9 a.m. Central, 10 a.m. Eastern. Tune into that. We'll talk to you then.
We'll see you.